Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
a 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Senior scored out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. We're finally moving into our very first Super Weekend. If you don't know what that means exactly, don't worry. We'll explain it to you in due time. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and luckily for me, I have the honor, the privilege to be working with two fantastic people to my side as well to help break down all these games for you over the next month until we're all the way through into the finals and done with the entire event. We're going to bring them in because you know what? They are looking fantastic today. I can guarantee you that. We got Seven Worlds game. We got Glitter Explosion. Glitter, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I am super excited for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all should be, right? Especially the 16 teams who made it through. The 4 teams, though, might not be as excited, Seven.
Yeah, that's like a hashtag get good in the Twitch chat. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the top 16 teams are going to do, man. Especially since it is the first Super Weekend, we're going to go ahead and see how this is going to plan out. And are some of the teams going to be able to kind of continue that consistency that we saw in league play on week 1? I'm just hyped.
I'm really curious to see how teams come out right out the gates, right? To see what they're going to do right off the bat here in the first day of Super Weekend, because it will be 3 days, and we'll explain that to you now. Like I said before, we're going to explain exactly what Super Weekend is going to mean to you as we show you the format of the entire tournament. Now, the opening weekend, that's far behind us. That was just based off of seeding to get the group sorted out based off of who did well and who unfortunately did not. And then we have our 2 days of league play where the top 16 teams will advance through straight into the Super Weekend. And then over those 3 weekends, when you do re-qualify through for them, if you can, your points will be accumulated until we have our top 16 teams to make it into the league finals. And we talked about before how important it is to qualify into the very first Super Weekend here at Glitter. But for those 4 teams, what do you expect them to be doing right now?
I mean, I certainly hope that they're doing a lot of VOD review, a lot of play breakdown, maybe mistakes, and analyzing them, how they could have made different decisions in scenarios that didn't necessarily go in their way, and absolutely paying attention to all of the gameplay that's going to be going on here during the Super Weekend. They can be taking notes on other teams and hopefully being able to utilize all that information going into next week of league play.
And for me, that kind of makes me wonder if they do miss that first weekend, now what are we going to see if they can qualify through into the second weekend of the Super Weekend? Let's actually take a look at how they even get points to get through into our 3-day event now kicking off. And you can see here a lot of points, a lot of emphasis on placements. But for me, Seven, it's all about those kills.
Oh, definitely. 1 point per kill. That is huge. I know one team that we've seen taking full advantage of that has been Loops Esports. They're the one team in league play that were able to get 2 chicken dinners, one with 18 kills and one with 19 kills. That alone right there is very impressive coming out from that team. A very aggressive team in Loops Esports.
Oh yeah, we're going to check in with them a little bit later on today and really dive into what this team can bring. But what are they playing for? That's what we got to ask ourselves. And I can answer for you. $425,000 on the line here for these teams. You can get $50K in the first prize section alone, and then go into the finals thereafter, this Glitter, and win a $100,000. That's a lot of floral shirts or maybe camo shirts we can buy for 7.
Right, there is a ton of money on the line, and I also love that, you know, everyone's going to go home a little bit of a winner. You guys see that there is a participation bonus for every single one of the teams that will be participating in the league here, but there's weekly bonuses, there's participation bonus, there's the league prize, there's the finals prize, and there's the MVP. There is so much money on the table for these teams to be taking home that I really hope they're going to be playing their hardest to try to do so.
I will say this, Seven. It wasn't in a negative way talking about your follower shirts. You look phenomenal today. I'm loving the shirt. I'm going to have to ask you where you bought that so I can get me one of those as well. And if you guys have been following over on the Twitter accounts at Esports PUBGM, you've been seeing this trailer that came out, this 8-part documentary series that PUBG Mobile has been doing about the players and how the global pandemic has affected things. And if you might have missed it, luckily for you, we're going to have the trailer for you going on right now.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
amazing. And so is this from Klotzkon as he wipes them out. Case for Jonathan is Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open. He's going for the spray. He's taking blue damage. Needs to figure it out, but two of them are down. He's snaking it around. Goes for the spray. Takes it down.
And that's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the three guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
I don't know about you guys, but I would love to have that kind of money that I could just throw my phone on the ground and not care whatsoever. How much do these guys make it? That's ridiculous. Come on, man. I'm like afraid to drop my phone even like an inch because, you know, potentially get it cracked or something. But wow, it's honestly a phenomenal series. We got to actually get to see the first part, and there's some crazy stuff going on. I guarantee you'll be getting goosebumps when you do watch it. And I heard from a little bird that we're going to be showing the very first episode live here on the show sometime this weekend. So make sure you guys tune in every day to spot it out. Of course, you can also head over to Esports PUBG Mobile and check it out there when they post it up on Twitter. But guys, now we're going to move into the nitty-gritty here of our first day of the Super Weekend. We got to take a look at which 16 teams will even be participating today as they had their 2 days of league play. And you can see right here off the bat, Cloud9 just steamrolling through, especially on the last day here, Seven.
Oh, definitely. That's one team that has been so consistent in league play that caught me by surprise. I know when we got a chance to go ahead and interview Uneven, that's one of the things that I asked him. It was like, what are you guys doing to pretty much adjust to be able to start so hot? And he was just saying everything's just going their way, and they're also making sure they work on certain things here and there. We'll be talking more about Cloud9, but overall, Loops Esports, I know we were mentioning it, 52 points just in kills alone. That is really, really impressive. And then some of the other teams that have been kind of quiet, Nova Esports, Pittsburgh Knights here, Glitter, 8th and 9th respectively. I think that's good for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Very happy to see some of these teams here on the top 10. And another thing that I think is important to point out too is that our top 3 are the only teams that have managed to pull down 2 chicken dinners, period. So definitely a very deserved top 3 position for all of those squads. Moving on to the second page here though, I think there are a lot of teams, you probably agree with me on here, Seven, that kind of snuck in that we weren't necessarily expecting. I'm very happy to see Alpha Legends, Team Umbra, Uter Killers in that top 16 position.
Yeah, one team that I'm actually surprised that is over here is Team Queso. Team Queso is one of the most consistent teams out there, especially from South America. So hopefully they come in hot today. I've always mentioned Team Queso is one of those slow starting teams, but in this tournament like this, where we're splitting certain days where they play, they are not allowed to go ahead and start off slow. They need to go ahead and start off hot, something along the lines of what Cloud9 has been able to achieve on the first week of league play.
And as we said before, the bottom 4 teams, Frag Machine, SWAT 69 Headquarters, and KHK Esports, unfortunately not going to be participating in our very first Super Weekend. However, going into the second week of league play, I believe all the points reset, right? So they have that chance to start with a fresh slate, get themselves into the top 16 position, and try in week number 2. But as you said before, Seven, we're going to be breaking down a couple of teams here. We're going to be starting things off talking about Cloud9 and their dominant performance, especially in day 2 of league play.
Yeah, and I think with Cloud9, something that we mentioned is, remember, all the way back to seeding of the PMWL, they started off very slow. I asked him what was going on with there, and Beowulf was actually telling me on the interview that I did with him, he was telling me that things just weren't going their ways, mistakes were being made, and it just wasn't going their way. So I told him, what are you guys pretty much looking to improve? They told me that one thing towards the end of the games, they want to go ahead and improve their comms, they want to make sure they're listening to each other, and they were saying the reason why they had such a great start here to start off the tournament was because they have already played against a lot of these people, so they are able to go ahead and kind of predict what some of the opponents are going to be able to do and make better choices, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things that we talked about a little bit with Uneven during his interview, and we've brought up a couple times on the broadcast, was the addition of Adder. They had a new player added to their squad, and even it said, they're used to those roster changes, so it's something that they're very experienced with, but that Adder's fit in really well, and we can actually see that reflected in his numbers so far. Adder is one of our top players currently, having done over 5k damage and 25 kills just to himself alone.
And I got to pull up a follow-up question here to you, Seven. We talked about Cloud9 being a team that's slow to start. Do you feel like they've had a much better start here in League play off the bat than they had over in PMPL Americas?
Oh, they have. They definitely have. And this is something I actually was going to go ahead and mention extra about Cloud9 that Bellwell told me is that with Adder and Uneven stepping it up in a way, they're able to go ahead and take that momentum. And this is a team that he told me feeds up momentum. So don't be surprised if you see them get good placement and good kills, but not the win. Maybe in the next match, they'll be able to get the win. And they're a team that I can see maybe going along the ranks of what Yuru Gank was able to do towards PMWL East. And they can maybe go ahead and try to beat that record of 3 wins in a row, because that's super impressive.
3 wins in a row. That's a lot of chicken. I don't know how you can eat that much unless you're working out nonstop, getting those squats and deadlifts in. But another team that we wanted to talk about, Loops Esports, a team that is just flying high on kills alone, practically ahead of most of the teams out there. Glitter, what do we have to say about this team?
Yeah, I'm really excited that we get a chance to talk about Loops here as well. Loops is a team that we knew coming into this they were going to be aggressive, right? That was something we were expecting out of them, to the point where at one point we had pointed out on the broadcast their kill points alone were more than some teams' overall points for the entire league play portion so far. So this is something that I'm super, super excited to see, but they were actually surpassed by Cloud9 in the overall points in the end. Crazy stats to see. However, I know that, Seven, you're also a big fan of Loops.
Oh, yeah. As we were mentioning earlier, they got 2 chicken dinners, one with 18 kills and one with 19 kills. And that's the reason I know you were mentioning this earlier, Glitter. Korea is currently sitting at the top with the most kills, tied with Tixie from Canadian Power with 30 kills. And not only that, they also have another player with 27 kills in Dadin. So being able to have that firepower, being able to just maintain that consistency in fragging out, pretty much putting out damage and putting out the kills is huge for Loops.
And what about the extra stat we saw in there? On average, across 18 games, they get 6 kills per match. Glitter, that is ridiculous. We see teams struggling to get 6 kills total in a day.
It's massive, actually, especially when everybody has to compete against that. Like Seven just touched on, not only is Karyu doing well overall, but he was our kill leader for day 1 and day 2 so far of our first week of league play. There are players on that team that alone are doing more than some teams' overall kill stats so far. So people need to figure out either how to shut Loops down or how to contend with the numbers that they're putting up.
Yeah, as we're seeing the head-to-head here, just going off on the kills, Cloud9 with 67 kills, Loops Esports with 96 kills. Just a dominant play by Loops Esports, and something that I'm going to be looking out for Loops is when they end up getting a chicken dinner, how many kills are they going to go ahead and put out? Because 18 and 19 on just chicken dinners alone, that is so impressive. And right here, another thing I want to go ahead and mention is Loops Esports currently does have a lot of more damage done than Cloud9, but damage received is pretty much almost identical, 600 damage here and there. That's not that bad. Knockouts as well, 84 knockouts to 94 knockouts from Loops Esports. I'm pretty sure something that Cloud9 is going to be looking to do here is trying to confirm those knockouts. Remember, 1 kill equals 1 point, and them only getting 67 kills, but having 84 knockouts, I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to go ahead and just finish those in the future.
But then what does that say about Loops Esports, the fact they have more kills than knocks? We talked about how aggressive they are as a team. For me, that kind of says, well, they're hunting for kills whether or not they knock you down or not.
Oh yeah, 100%. And we've seen this in very limited instances, but there are the few teams that have managed to get more kills than they have knocks are the ones that are consistently doing the best, because it not only speaks to their level of aggression, but their overall awareness, their positioning within zones or within rotations, that they're able to safely third-party other teams' fights.
Well, the thing is, for the matches we were mostly looking at, we played a majority of Erangel and a majority of Vikendi, right? That's what league play was all about. But now as we move through into our super weekend, we have a slightly different schedule coming your way. And you can see right here on your screen, Erangel followed up by Vikendi, followed up by Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. And one thing you're also going to notice is that currently there's no groups highlighted on the screen anymore. And why is that, Glitter?
So that is because our top 16 teams that's it. That's all we're working with. We don't have to worry about groups sitting out or people, you know, having to potentially get cold or take time to warm up, because this is it. This is all we got. And I know, Seven, you were really excited to talk about that as well.
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing. Remember, so far in this tournament, we have done days where a group gets a chance to go ahead and sit out and maybe check on what they have done mistakes-wise, or maybe go ahead and continue to do the improvements that they have done. Well, guess what? Here in Super Weekend, they're not going to get a chance to go ahead and do that. They're going to have to pretty much adjust on the fly. They're not going to be able to go back and maybe watch a VOD when they're not playing. So it's going to be interesting to see the teams that maybe don't start so hot. How are they going to adjust knowing that they're not going to have that extra 30 minutes to 45 minutes to sit out and talk about it?
Yeah, that's a good and bad thing, right? You talk about Cloud9, when they get momentum going, they want to get right back into it and keep the momentum going and take home another chicken dinner. Whereas other teams, maybe if they have a bad game, getting thrown into the next one right thereafter is going to be really frustrating for them to have to switch things up in the little bit of time they have before the next match kicks off. But as you can see, we're heading to Erangel as our first match of the day. It's going to be our most played map throughout the entire PUBG Mobile World League. And I think it's time to start getting into predictions as well. So we should start off with ladies first. Glitter, who do you think is taking match number 1?
You know, we were talking about him and hyping him up, so I'm excited to see how Loops does here on our first map.
Okay, I can respect that, 7.
I'm going to have to go ahead and go with Loops as well. I want to see how they go ahead and start off this Super Weekend. I'm pretty sure they're feeling a little bit salty that Cloud9 went ahead and passed them in first place there for league play. So they're going to be looking to reassure the dominance, and hopefully they can get over 21 kills this next game.
That's a little weird because even myself has Loops Esports. This is the first time all 3 of us are agreed here on this.
Okay.
All right, well, now we really got to hope Loops Esports doesn't get knocked out right away. And of course, if you're watching from home, you can still win drops. There's still things available to you as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You can check out a chance to maybe get a drop if you're lucky. I know myself, I haven't been lucky at 7. I'm guessing you haven't been lucky because you haven't been bragging about it to us.
I haven't. I've only been getting some school shoes here and there. So I'm going to go ahead and get on the game, start watching, and maybe I'll be able to get some of that sweet mask.
All right, well, thank you, too. We'll be checking with you after the first match to break down how things are gonna be. And we're going to bring in our commentators. 7, you're going down an elevator. Oh, well, who's gone now? I can't ask him anymore. Let's bring in Enviram and Cameron Davis as they're going to be bringing us the first game of the day. First of all, Enviram, you're looking smiley. You're looking happy. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. My neighbors are doing construction or something upstairs, so that's also fun, but we're going to power through because we have some amazing games here. The first day of the Super Weekend, the top 16 teams going toe-to-toe. This is the action I like to see.
And I got to ask you, Cameron, I mean, with it being the first day of the Super Weekend, do you think we're going to see teams maybe change up how they played throughout the league play? Where I think we saw teams playing safe.
Yeah, and even towards the very end, on like the final day or two, when some teams are like on the cusp of qualifying or not, we still saw a little bit of safety. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little burned, but I don't. We'll see it when it happens.
They hurt you one too many times for your heart. I can understand that. Trust me, I've had some really bad predictions. And speaking of predictions, Cameron Davis, we're going to start off with you. We're going to give you a chance here to redeem yourself. I'm just going to give you some context. He's currently sitting, I'm sorry, man, at the bottom of the table at the moment. Who knows what's going to happen in the day? Who's your team and why?
I mean, I'm just following the crowd. I'm picking Loops as well.
Oh, man.
To pick anyone outside of Cloud9 or Loops when I'm at the bottom is just a disgrace. And between the two of them, I like the aggressive nature of Loops, considering that we're playing on more than just Erangel and Vikendi.
Okay, and Viram, who do you got? I'm looking at your face, and to me that says Loops almost.
No.
Oh, okay.
Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm have won game 1 of both of our days so far. They have been able to start things off hot. So, and it's both Erangel and Vikendi, so they have that ability. So I'm going with Tempo Storm.
So you're switching things up. Well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our first match of the day as you drop into Erangel.
Thank you so very much. We are stoked to get this underway. The first day of the Super Weekend, this is where the points are going to elevate. This is where they're going to go to the next level. So I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us, because Cameron, I think one of the things that's impressed me the most about these teams is the fact that we have seen like the passive play, like we've talked about, but we've also seen teams like Loops, like Konina Power, not be afraid to frag out when the moment is right. And as we are now loading into the plane, the red light is saying go. Let's see if Jason's prediction is going to be correct, if things are going to change, or if we're going to see more early passive play followed by an explosive finish.
I will say, even though I did just state that like I was a little annoyed that some of the over passive play from the qualification stages of this week this is where the points actually matter, where they actually count. So a lot of the teams on Wednesday, they were already qualified. There was no reason for them to go big unless they really wanted to vie for the top couple of spots. So as long as they weren't in danger of falling out, I'm not shocked to see that some of them didn't really have the motivation to take those risky maneuvers. But now when it's like the actual game is on the line here this weekend, maybe we'll start to see it happen.
For sure, because again, we want to remind everybody at home, the points from these super weekends, that's the determining factor here. The league play during the week is all to get here, all to put yourself in that position to do well. But here, this is where you have to step up. You have to bring your A game or beyond your A game. You have to step up. You have to go even further beyond, see what your potential is. And these are the top teams in the West. So this is time for them to do just that. We have a pretty, I don't want to call it an oppressive playing path, but it's definitely not fun. It's definitely not a good one.
No, it's garbage. You can call it oppressive. It's pretty bad. It's the only thing that could
it's real bad.
It's even worse now.
Oh, it's terrible.
Okay. It's weird. I'm torn on this because on one hand, yes, everyone is going to have to travel so much in this game because the plane is all the way down south and the circle's all the way up north. On the other hand, this does in certain ways balance it out, because say if B4 of footballers who dropped in South Africa Island had a really early, really easy drop compared to a lot of the other teams, if the circle was also on Military Island, well, they just got a huge advantage twice over. And so this at least gives a little bit of a circle benefit to the teams that had to travel a far distance from the plane. It's not the exact same advantage, but it's still a little bit of a balancing fact.
Yeah, and that definitely is a good point to note here. And of course, this is where we have the Demolition Derby. Like I said, we've wandered into Mad Max. Everybody's just trying to find a vehicle, Road Warrior time, and get where they're going to go. Wouldn't be surprised if we even see some vehicle maneuvers here. Maybe some runovers, because those are always entertaining to watch. And yeah, well, actually one of my favorite things in the entire game. If you're actually able to pull that off, especially at this point when nobody has any guns, oh my goodness, it's so enjoyable. And they're just like running, and it's like da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and everybody's just trying to make it happen. Or in this case, though, if you do find some guns, if you're Acer, well, that's where things get spicy.
I like this aggressive maneuver. I'm actually surprised that Wildcard took the time to loot up, even if it was just one building, for the possibility of finding a weapon, because it looks like they're continuing on their travel to Sovereignty, which is where we've seen them drop many times on Erangel. But you can see a little bit here why I said earlier I was torn on whether this is whether the circle being away from the plane path makes it equal, because on the other hand, Wildcard are going to get to Sovereignty and they're going to be later on their loot timing than a lot of other teams, and who's to say that they're going to be given time to fully kit up, to fully loot up before other teams start to contest them around their area.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big factor here. If teams do want to take an early fight, they may be at a bit of a disadvantage, just simply, again, by the nature of the plane path, the fact that they just have to spend so much time in transit.
Yeah.
As somebody who used to do that daily hour commute, I understand. A little bit different here on Erangel, but you get the point. In any case, though, it seems like the action has been pretty quiet so far. Again, a lot of teams just sort of passing each other, maybe a couple shots back and forth, but nobody's really wanting to commit to any of these engagements, and I think that's to be expected here. Nobody wants to be that first player out on the server, knowing that you've now put your team at a deficit. There's only 3 people left, and they're going to be fighting up against squads that have all these members alive. And especially considering the fact that we do see a lot of split drops here. We see a lot of split drops, especially in a map like this where everybody's grabbing vehicles, and they have a plan where they're going to meet up eventually. But if you see a building on the way and there's nobody around, like, oh, I'm going to stop in here real quick and grab some. I mean, you're seeing Mystic doing it right now. But that's also a situation where you don't have backup. So somebody else rolls on in, you don't land your shots, suddenly you've put your team in a bad position.
Yeah, and that's why one of the reasons why Mystic didn't take those shots at the passing Unique player, because if he took those shots, he doesn't know where the rest of Unique are. He doesn't know that that's a single player in a single vehicle, and the rest of Unique are kilometers behind him, which is that's a conversation for a different time. If you send a scout out, you better hope that you have backup just in case, because if that player got taken out, there'd be no response that Unique could have. But nonetheless, Mystic was unaware of that. And so he just wanted to play it safe. And if the vehicle came towards his compound, then he would have to go loud, and then he would have to at least attempt to defend, if not bail, depending on the position of his vehicle.
Yeah, in this case, it was actually across the street. He did go grab the UAZ, and he's going to get himself out of there. But again, they're all just rotating north. A lot of teams are deciding they're going to just try and do this sort of staggered looting en route, which I actually really don't mind, especially given the fact that so many teams are doing it. If you have even a slight advantage in any of these girly gunfights in terms of having a better helmet or vest, etc., better optics can make a big difference in some of these mid to long range fights that we often see early on Erangel. I like this actually a decent amount here because everybody is starting the trek up north. Nobody wants to be caught out early. We may see like a long blue loot coming in, like one of the teams that dropped down at military. Yeah. We've seen a couple of teams do that. We saw Nova do it earlier this week as well. I think they were actually into Circle 2, still taking the tick by the time they got up there. So we'll see. I would not be surprised we saw one team do it, but any more than that would actually be a little surprising to me.
Yeah, right here though. Uter Killers. This is one of the... So, as you mentioned, a lot of teams will be moving up north because the center of the circle is more or less just barely above the lake, above the river that cuts through Erangel. But Uter Killers are actually in a perfect position to sort of gatekeep these bridges. But Nano, he seems to be caught out. He doesn't have any backup around him. The rest of Yala have to arrive.
Ooh, this is not ideal. Taking some early shots just to get the nade off. Doesn't dish as well as he takes there. And the Nas is maybe going to look to push this. They're covering all their angles. The nade's going to go in, and that's the knock. Lord is there. Beautifully executed. The counter nade actually did go through. Oh, my goodness. Old Call of Duty perks there coming into effect. But and now they're actually playing this a lot slower because they actually don't know if there's more players up there. They don't actually realize that was the nade he threw before he got downed. And now, well, maybe they do. All right, they are going to go eventually finish him off. All right, that was actually pretty funny. From the grave.
Well... It's possible that they didn't know there was only one person there, but when they didn't hear footsteps, I think at that point, they didn't hear footsteps, they didn't hear any sort of attempt to take advantage of the downed player from that grenade. At that point, you can just say like 98% chance that there was no other person that was just done after the fact. But over here, another contest. This was for a strange hill so early on, but Gonzo, an immediate kill, not even just the knock.
Oh my goodness, thirsting for it. Totally caught out there. Now it is Konita Power trading back and forth. That's the down from Eversit. So going to try and even this up just a touch. Can't quite find the nade though. Both these teams just looking over the crest of this hill, trying to find that initial damage or ideally a knock if they can find it with these grenades. Gonzo is looking for another angle here, but that's actually the finishing. Now, so this is actually a 1-for-1 trade so far, Cameron.
Yeah, not able to actually pick the teammate up. They had no clue where Dream Eaters are exactly on this hill. Gonzo was just throwing blind grenades. I like this flank coming out from Dream Eaters. Matic there, hanging out on the north side, waiting for a potential flank from Konita Power. But Konita Power's third player is only just now arriving, and I wonder if this is going to be a pickup so they can bail or if they're going to commit or not.
Especially considering Konita Power is getting dinked at range from Nova as well. This is a terrible situation. Z-Fan, super long range with the M4. Actually gets the down. Oh my goodness, it's Dream Eaters capitalizing on the third party. What a smart play from Matic. You talked about his positioning, Cameron. You loved the angle that he had, and he made it look fantastic. Nova actually ended up getting the down there out. They were able to secure one kill. I think, oh my goodness, they might actually just knock out Konita Power right here. This is huge. What a terrible spot for KP.
This is why you have to worry about getting into fights. Usually I say if you take a fight early on, you have a less chance of getting third party. But when everyone is traveling in the same direction, it can happen even in phase 1.
Now Meku's taking some shots down over at HCL. Nova, I think, is unsure of whether or not they want to take this. I think this one might be not the most ideal, even though they are up in terms of bodies. We do have Dream Eaters up on top of the hill. They have the high ground, they have the angles, they have the positioning. There has to be some sort of really wacky, weird flank to try and make that work. But this game, starting things off with a little more action. And, you know, we talked about it. I think a lot of this is being facilitated more by the circle and less necessarily by the decisions teams are consciously making. But in either case, I love the fact that teams aren't afraid to get involved when the opportunity presents itself.
Yes,
Whoa,
I did want to touch
shots from Z-Fan. Oh, they're so good.
I did want to touch real quickly on Nova's retreat. It's not just because of the high ground that you mentioned that Dream Eaters have. It's because in this circle, they had the best advantage. They had the priority on getting a really strong compound that you saw them take there just south of Yasnaya Fields. It's not the best because it's not dead center, but a field's dead center. You don't just want to like lie prone in the field. It's not phase 8, it's phase 2. It's a little too early for that.
Yeah, no, you definitely want to have 4 walls and a roof, ideally, at this point, before you get thrown out in the cold by the circle.
The American
But we
dream.
are seeing, more of a southeastern side to this circle here. So Yaz, I think, is actually going to be Roz as well. A lot of that, those open field area, those, like you mentioned before, just south of Yasnaya can be bad. They can be not fun to fight in. You have a hay bale, and that is your only friend. Become a scarecrow team. Channel your inner T-pose.
Standoff here between Loops and Unique. Memphis has arrived, and Loops are in a nice 2-2 split to set up a crossfire, and this actually puts Unique in a very tricky situation because the only options that they have right now is either try and push through Loops, which at this point is not a risk that you want to take, or wrap all the way around to the west side, but that's going over bridges. You have multiple options in terms of bridges, but it's a bridge nonetheless.
Could be a bridge too far for them here, I think, especially given that they only have these 3 members. Technically, they see another vehicle in the distance as well, though. And I don't even know if they realize just how sort of boxed in they are. Dadin, Carrillo on one side, you've got Becker and Kayowski on the other. I mean, personally, I'm a huge fan of this 2-2 split. I know the meta has sort of changed a little bit more towards the 3-1, the hard scout, but I actually love the buddy system. Having the ability to create, you can't shoot 2 people at once. If you can shoulder peek corners correctly, if you can give them more angles than they can shoot at once, and especially if you've got good cohesion, communication, team coordination, like those are the hallmarks of these teams, and I think 2-2 exemplifies that even just a little bit more. But again, I'm a little biased.
So Frozen up here, Unique don't have 3 members left alive. They just only had 3 in that position because Frozen was still up here on the hill. And I didn't mind him, just trying to give information, perhaps get an opening knock against Loops to allow the rest of his squad to take advantage of it. But now that Cloud9 have arrived, that makes its situation a lot riskier, shall we say. They're not going aggressive onto him. I don't think they know that he's there because of the way that he's positioned his vehicle. The information, Cloud9 just wasn't there to go aggressive on this position, because even if it were just 1 kill, it would have been valuable, but they're just going to back off from that, and this means Frozen can now put his attention back onto Loops if he so wishes.
Yeah, definitely. And that's sort of what I was done. They don't have. I was actually wondering, where is this other player? Where is the last member here from Team Unique? Of course, this is a team that I've been a huge fan of. I've picked them multiple times over the course of the competition so far. I think that they do a lot of things well. They don't sort of have one. They're not only fraggers. They're not only good. Breaching compounds. They're not only good at playing the late game. There's a lot of things they do well, and I understand your sentiment towards this circle, Cameron, because this one, once again, once you get the river involved, things get interesting.
Very, very interesting. A lot of teams kind of wanted to go north of the river on the first phase. A number of them came back on phase 2, and we're still split, and I don't know which one is more preferable. From our position, I'm going to say the north side, but that's just because it has the most space to deal with. But that doesn't mean that if you're on the south side, you want to try and make your way up there, because you have to cross all these bridges. Uter Killers have an open bridge to cross, but you see Football is trying to wrap up the east side, trying to go around Yasnaya, maybe get sort of the high ground that Umbra and C9 are on to try and get some information that way. But I think there's going to be a lot of fighting happening on the south side.
Oh, I agree. There might be some fighting right here, right now. Maxon, this is the same hill. Dream Eaters have not had to rotate yet. But hopefully, I'm also curious to see how Wildcard's going to take this, because that's the almost identical position they had earlier on in the day. They had this high ground that they weren't able to do anything with. So we'll see if Wildcard might be able to shake that off a bit, as we do see a potential engage. Eversett's just kind of down here. Levi looking for that angle, looking for the flank. Nades are coming out. They're well aware there is somebody here on this angle. And of course, Dream Eaters, because of that early fight, they're down a member. This is a 4v3.
Ooh, over here, Football is rotating into Umbra, and it's not a good start. It's no knock just yet either way. But still, the damage is going to delay. Football is pushed just at least a little bit. Nade prepped. What can you do with it? Because Footballs are on the low ground, and that's not the position.
Solkay!
Be it! Oh, there it is!
Oh my goodness. Solkay, one of the best players with grenades we have here in the West. Oh my goodness, just the way he's able to deliver those. Give it 1, give it 2, that's a strike, maybe technically a turkey. I don't know how bowling works. In any situation, those nades were flawless. And now if you're Utica, you just have to run. You just have to leave. Any options you had are gone in an instant. 2 grenades, that is literally the best value you can get in a one-on-one situation with that. Oh, and the long-range shots. Loop's getting involved. Okay, I see what kind of day this is going to be.
Loop's in a really good position to punish these rotations as well. I was a big fan of them holding that rocks even on phase 2, and that phase 3 shift is going to work well for them. They only got 1 kill from that, but you can just see how strong they are on cutting off that specific rotation. That Football's not going to have to go through, that Nova are going to have to go through, but B4 still a little bit of a standoff with Dream Eaters. Not any damage, so B4, I don't know if they know for sure that Dream Eaters are here. I think both teams are trying to play it safe just because they are so far on the south edge of the circle and the phase is about to close.
They did throw 1 grenade down there earlier, so I think they're aware. But now Frozen is also just still out here on his own. Pittsburgh Knights do have this gas station compound that we talked about before. Having bridge control can be super important, but let's see where this next shift is going to be.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
This is a wild one because the river, despite not being cut immediately through, is actually still quite impactful. It's going to make it that on phase 4 we only have 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the map to play with, but so much of this area of the playable area in the circle is wide open. North of Unique, awful to play in. And then Deer Killers have a great angle from the hilltop that they're standing on a lot of what's happening to the north. Now, can they pick up these kills? Can they defend themselves when the team's going to be pushing in from the south? Can these teams in the circle defend themselves with a lot of teams vying for the few but strong positions? We're going to have to see. This is where gunplay really comes into play, but footballists...
And Wildcard going back and forth. A lot of damage, though, already being dealt to the side of footballists. 2 members are down. And I was talking about Wildcard. They held this northmost position earlier on, but they couldn't do a whole lot with it. This time, it seems like they want to be a little bit more proactive. Lutz potentially going to look for a flank. You're not potentially. He's going to bind it, getting the angle around, but he couldn't land the shots. The smokes were there. But this grenade, if it lands correctly, could be disastrous. Spring as well. He's already down. That nade! Oh no, my goodness! Lutz, you absolute madman! That was sick! What a heads-up play! What a flank, and then the execution as well. Wildcard, I said, can they do anything with this? The answer is resoundingly no.
Wildcard is unable to find anything in this game right now. Yes, they had a long rotation up to Severny, but then you would think that they would be further into the circle, at least on phase 2 or phase 3, where they just continue to play it super slow, super safe, and they get cut off what football is. Yes, they had the immediate advantage in the fight, but they weren't able to do much with because the trades from footballs came back their favor twice over once that nade came in.
Yeah, now we're seeing also a kill feed, a fight between B4 and Tempo. Not having a whole lot of luck there on the Tempo Sword side, as we are seeing Wildcard just getting cleaned up right now. I think only 1 member
they're
alive there for that squad. Oh, they're out.
All out, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Good spray coming out from Easy. Nova trying to break their way into the top. And you can see what I mean by how open this area is. Yes, they're going to have the loops are gatekeeping all these teams coming in from the direct north. And they have maybe 1 or 2 points of cover that no one else has. The question is, can loops pick up the kills here? And then how will they play the game afterwards? Because this is sort of an investment to getting all their points in the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, and we see it now. A lot of teams already taking damage. Only half the teams still left. Have all 4 players alive. That is going to make a big difference going to these final fights as we're jumping on board now with the fight between Tempo Storm and Yala, but also some other teams gotta get involved from some other sides. The nades are raining back and forth, but Tempo Storm is being able to hold on here. They're gonna get rain up, but HH24 is already out of the fight. And like I mentioned before, Tempo Storm have won game number 1 of both days of our opening league play. So I was looking to them to deliver and do well today, but they're not in a great spot. They are really caught out here. And once again, it's now footballists finding a fight. They don't have the high ground again. Let's see if Lutz can pull off another crazy flank.
I love the use of the vehicles as height advantage to throw throwables and utility over that wall. Maybe the nades can do more, but Solke here is trying to keep his team alive for as long as he can, but no, it's just going to be Lutz standing. He's going for the revive, which is what he needs right now in the middle of a smoke, but it still doesn't make their position any better.
Yeah, and T-Fan's just caught out in the blue. There's so much wide open space. We're beyond the idea of a third party right now. You take one shot and you know it is like a gong ringing in everybody's ears. And everybody's gonna get involved as Ayala with the lob all the way down the hill. And this is football. It's in a terrible position. The utility of the smokes, the only thing keeping them alive. It is all on to Lutz, the hero of the last fight up against Wildcard. Needs to get his teammates up, needs to try and keep them in this because there are so many fights going on right now. At this point, I guess they're just trying to survive because, oh my goodness, the fights do not stop. And with that, PK is getting absolutely wrecked. It was B4 pushing into this compound. We can't keep track of all of this at once. Everybody is fighting.
You can see just how difficult it is to cross the river when it becomes this late in the game, but another grenade from Team Queso. Listen, they know exactly where footballists are playing at. They see the smokes, they know that there's a dip there, they know exactly where they are, and I'm surprised that footballists still have 2 members up. Yes, one of those currently being revived, but if Queso have any more grenades, footballists need to get out of their stat.
Ayala and Solke, they're vying for best nade thrower on the server position right now. Oh my goodness, that was full blind. Yeah, they know roughly where that dip is, but still, that was pretty darn sick. As now B4 with 6 kills already to their name, continuing to get involved. This time on Alpha Legends, they managed to find another angle, managed to find another flank, and B4, the way they're sort of able to weave in and out of these different engagements without taking so little damage too, is really impressing me, Cameron.
There's a value in coming in late, because when your back is next to the zone, that means that no one's, very unlikely is someone going to be behind you, which means that you can take engagements with a lot more confidence. Why Loops likes to play on the edge as well. Yes, it's a lot of work, but they've gotten 6 kills right now, but let's see if they can't pick up any more, because you can see on the minimap, they are surrounded by so many players.
You're going to have their work cut out for them here. They are playing a little bit around the edge of this rise, which is going to give them some cover a little bit on the edge, but that's just going to be the shots raining down, and I think that's Footballists out. Yes, they are in 13th position, not ideal, but Uneven is getting involved. Our #1 team coming into the day, all 4 members alive, looking healthy. They've got a high ground, they've got a hill, they've got a compound in front of them. They're playing 2-2. This is looking really darn good for Cloud9 right now.
Especially if they can clean up Team Queso right below them. Queso left that garage building right where the blue was coming in. But again, if you're not in this zone, how open it is, there really aren't that many places to play. The grenades are coming in. They're getting a taste of their own medicine, is basically what's happening right now.
Yeah, Ayala, you dished it, but can you take it? Oh my goodness, that's the question. I'm not sure, as these nades have been on point. Team Unique's getting eliminated as well. Cloud9, the high ground advantage that they have right now. This is probably the end of Team Queso. That cheese is expired.
I mean, how many nades do Cloud9 have? Because they are starting to run a little low on them. And Marco, if you can pick up Mystic, okay, there's one. We're good. They're fine.
That's Team Queso out. I was waiting for that. I'm going to be honest, I was hoping it timed with my bad pun, and then it didn't, and I was a little bit upset, if I'm being fully honest.
A couple of shots coming in from Loops. Cloud9 did clear their area, and I like the height advantage that they have, but it's still not safe. It's still nothing close to having like an actual building or even a bunch of rocks to hide behind. They're going to pick up some loot off of the dead bodies, and does Uneven have an angle onto Loops? Loops might be aware of Cloud9's on the hill, but Uneven could be an X factor for this, but he's going to back away. He doesn't want to overcommit.
Yep, and that's really smart, because we were talking about the amount of utility and everything they were burning there going through this. I actually don't see... Okay. All right, so yeah, Cloud9, they did commit a lot of their resources there to taking down Team Queso, but they did it so safely. I actually don't mind that decision at all there. They never put themselves in a position where they could be shot from across the way. They were using that rise beautifully. Something that Zana, I think, wishes he has right now is B4 is continuing to get involved. B4 has been such a threat on the server. Oh my goodness. They are just keeping everybody pinned. Yala's going down. Loops is going down. They are just such a threat. That's another kill here. They're up to 11 at this point, and there are still 6 teams remaining.
They're just cleaning up the area all around them. They're basically a death ball coming into this, and now they want to face off against Cloud9. Loops got removed, which means Cloud9 has almost full control of the northern part. That is, if B4 don't have anything to say about it, but B4 are trying to take fights with everyone. They're trying to finish off Tensa, and I do worry if at this point, because the circle is so small, if they might be, you know, trying to focus on too many angles at once, but the nades are coming in, they're keeping Uneven pinned, and he's actually forced to back away.
And in an instant, we've gone from 5 teams left alive to only 3. All 4 members alive for Cloud9. All 4 members alive for B4, but maybe I spoke too soon, because going a little bit too far out there, Cloud9 was able to take advantage, and Maxon's in a world of hurt, and now he is out. So now we see a few members of Uter Killers who have somehow slipped their way in through this, through the chaos, through the bedlam. They have been able to survive. And now we'll see if they're going to take the ire of B4, who've also got Uneven on the flank once again to deal with the 3-1 like we are talking about. And we'll see who's going to be able to draw first blood.
More nades. How many nades does Cloud9 have? I'm sure they picked up a bunch off of Queso and then off of Loops, but they're getting their arms a workout. I can't imagine how it's going to feel afterwards. I hope they stretch, but the circle is going to be far, far away from them. They're basically going to have to pick one side to push, and I think the push is the west.
Yeah, going into Uter Killers here, I think just given how destructive B4 has been here, I think that might have to be the play. I'm not sure. Oh, but wait a second. Uter Killers might do this job for them. They're actually rotating into B4. And this is a 4v3v3 situation. So if Cloud9 can actually capitalize on these two teams fighting against each other, that could be their moment here. The third party, even this late in the game, is still going to be super impactful. Mixzera has the nade out, snaking their way in, trying to find the angle here onto Sandro and crew.
Cloud9, they're not snaking at all. They have the high ground, they have the hill, and that's one of the also a reason why they took this angle to take. But if they aren't aware of B4's push, they might be running into the midst of chaos instead of just staying safe and lying in wait, but the knocks starting to come in from both sides.
Yeah, and this is just Uter just getting pinched on both sides. There is not a whole lot they can do about this. Trying to hide behind the vehicles as best as they can, but the nades are coming in. This time it's Adder. That's not a snake in the grass. It is rare enough to bite you. Explosions left and right. And we'll see who can survive through this orbital bombardment, or at least that's what it feels like, as nades are just raining from the sky. Adder is coming in here on the flanks. Two members of B4 already getting chunked down. It's Mixzera, the last man standing for this, and this might actually be B4. The amazing run cut short. This might be the end of it here if Uter can find the angles, but no, Cloud9 is just continuing to put the pressure up on both sides. It is uneven, absolutely going off. And there we go. Uter Killers is eliminated, and the last man standing. This situation looks familiar. The 4v1, and that's Cloud9. GG, the win in game number 1.
Really good run for B4, even though it was cut short, as you mentioned. But Cloud9 coming in, picking up, 11 kills for themselves and a win. This makes me feel really awful. You know why?
You were gonna pick Cloud9.
In the rehearsal, I picked Cloud. I
changed it, and I was like,
can I quit, Jason? Can I quit this game? Can I quit this prediction?
You're stuck. You're just stuck. He'll answer you in a bit. He's frantically probably running back to set. Oh my goodness. Now, look. Loops still did pretty well. I think they were eliminated in 7th there, and they had a decent amount of kills. So, like, Loops is still going to be delivering. I'm not saying that I picked the best team in terms of placement, but I also did that. That's all okay. It's game number 1. We'll get my gloating out of the way because it's not going to happen at all for the rest of the day. We're going to let the analysts break that game, though. Break down that game, I should say, because oh boy, was it stellar. We'll send it back to them.
Got some bad news for you. I'm being told by production, Mr. Davis, no, you can't quit this game. You have to stick with us the entire time, even if that means you're going to be staying on the bottom of the table. But don't worry, you chose Loops. You didn't do the worst out of all of us. There was definitely a person in there who chose Kanina Power, and they had a rough time as well. I'm not going to call who it was. I don't think we need to even mention his name. Let's start off by talking about that game. Cloud9 7, 4 players left alive at the very end.
Yeah, I'm currently just hearing an awesome ambulance in my head. But yeah, Cloud9, I think that was very impressive from them. It's something that we kind of touch on. If they had their 4 players at the end of the game, remember, we mentioned from an interview from Beowulf, they're looking to go ahead and improve their comms at the end of the game, and it goes to show here, being able to get that win. Not only that, 11 kills to start off the day. This is a team that feeds some momentum, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they try to go for that Yudu gank record of 3 wins in a row. That'd be so impressive.
That would be tough indeed. Let's take a look actually at the results from our first match of the day here, and you can already see, as you mentioned, 11 kills coming in for Cloud9. But Glitter, there's 2 more teams in 2nd and 3rd place that really surprised us.
Yeah, first of all, I'm super proud of B4 coming in with the most kills at 12 for, our very first game. But Uter Killers, they were a team they came in 16th. They barely qualified in for the Super Weekend. And then first match in, and they're top 3. Like, that is exactly what they needed, I think, from a mental standpoint, but just generally to kind of, solidify themselves in those top spots, like with the other teams.
And I think it's huge for them being able to at least get 3 kills on that. That's something you like to see. Hopefully in the future they are able to go ahead and step up how many kills they are currently getting. We've seen some of those lower towards the bottom teams usually get placement, but they're not able to get kills. But it's a great start from them. And another team here, Yala Esports, Alpha Legends, being able to respectively get 7 and 5 points. Nova Esports, I believe somebody from us did end up picking them, but sadly it didn't work out their way. They were very aggressive. They did end up getting a lot of knocks, so hopefully maybe things can touch up here. And then towards the end, one team that actually surprises me a lot that's currently there is Wildcard Gaming. remember, Wildcard Gaming is one of those teams that we mentioned that they're proven to be that they can become champions. So hopefully we're just going to go ahead and toss up this one as a fluke, and maybe they can step it up for the next match coming.
I mean, to be fair to them, well, not even to be fair to them, but if you talk about their previous results going into league play, they were struggling. Even at the end of the first day, they were on the cusp of being eliminated and not even having a chance to make it through into our Super Weekend. But let's take a look, though, at our stats here for Cloud9. That's what it's all going to be about. The numbers here, you can already see Glitter, 1,300 damage done, the 11 kills as well. And more importantly, as we mentioned before at the top of the show, looking at their stats on average, they typically are a team that has more knockouts than kills, but they changed it around this time.
Yeah, that is incredibly, that's huge for them. That's almost double the amount of points that they wouldn't have gotten had they not secured those additional 5 kills. That's huge for Cloud9. That's going to be very good for them if they can carry that momentum forward. And like you said, you know, very, very low on the heal, so they were smart about their positioning, and 1,300 damage, so a lot of that might have actually been in those final few zones.
I do like to see.
Yeah, something I actually wanted to go ahead and touch on there, Jason, is Adder ended up getting 5 kills from that team. And remember, that's one player that we've been following all the way through here. We've been saying if that man can get hot and stay consistent, this is one of the players that their highs can be very high and their lows can be very low, as they are emotional players. So him getting this confident boost right at the start from Super Weekend is going to be huge for them.
Thing is, for me, is can they keep that consistency up? I think consistency is key, is a term we've been running with throughout the entire event, even back in last year when it comes to PUBG Mobile, thinking about Bigatron. Let's take a look at our do moments from our first match of the day, our highlights of all what went down. And honestly, to start things off, Glitter, this was just flat out aggression, I'd have to say, really reminiscent of our opening weekend.
Which you'd love to see, right? We were hoping that coming into this, the teams might switch it up a little bit and kind of really commit to getting those early game kills. And we actually saw that coming out of Dream Eaters right there. I think that was a very, very strong fight for them, because that might have been where their only 3 kills came from early in that game. But a lot of these engagements were, like you said, more aggressive. And that's what we saw during opening weekend. And I think the reason teams are kind of going for it is because now they've seen everybody play for 2 days straight in the Erangel. They know these maps, and they know how important these points are going into Final 7.
And one of the other teams that we just got a chance to see here right here is Footballers. Footballers actually impressed me. I believe they ended up getting about 7 kills. Their grenades were on point today. They were being very consistent. This is one team that we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about much, but I have been noticing more and more the more we get a chance to watch them play, is they are a very consistent team, and at the end of the day, that's going to go ahead and play a huge part on you if you're able to maintain that 6th to 7th place, but guess what, also back it up with kills. That is going to be huge. Team Queso currently has one of the top fraggers as well. I believe in Axel has 27 kills. Hopefully his team can start maybe backing him up on it, because I think Team Queso could be quite there from just far away from a win. Remember, that's a team that starts slow, but they can maybe pick it up. And talking back to Cloud9, I think for the viewers currently watching this, something to keep in mind, by the way, shout out to Temper_D_, because you actually predicted them right as well in the chat, is Cloud9, when they end up with 4 players at the end, or maybe like top 5, they always tend to be pushing for that win. If they currently have maybe, let's say, 3 players out of 4, their chances of winning obviously decreases, but overall it never plays out their way. But if they have a full squad on the top 5, they're more than likely gonna go ahead and win that match, from what we're able to see over and over again from that team. They're just so consistent at the end of the game, and to know that they're still working on it, it's impressive.
And Glitter, you talked about B4. We have to kind of mention them again, because you were definitely a big supporter of them going into the opening weekend, even into the first day of league play, where they unfortunately let you down a little bit. But it's good to see them have a strong start as well.
Oh, I'm still a big supporter of B4. Big fan of B4. But they had that in them. We've seen them in the past find, you know, a groove where they're comfortable with taking some very aggressive engagements, and we see that here, like I said, reflected in the fact that they end up with the top overall kills for our first match of the day. That's an incredibly strong way to start. It's going to set them up very well mentally moving into these next few maps, and I think that that's what we were kind of waiting for out of B4 in general.
Okay, well, let's actually see how much damage they did behind those kills they got as well. Let's bring them up on your screen to see our damage from our first match of the day here in 7. I kind of want you to break it straight into as we get it up on your screen, and you can already see that is insane. That's one of like the first times we've seen 3K or more damage done here in one game alone.
To get 3K and not be able to win the game, trust me, they're currently scratching their head wondering what happened there towards the end. They're going to be looking to push for that win. But 12 kills, I think that's super impressive. 3K damage, that's even more impressive. One of the things that I actually wanted to mention about Cloud9, even though they ended up with 1,300 damage, is that they did play very passive. Their rotations were very long rotations. It seems like they almost came into a fight with Wildcard as well. And then as we're seeing here, Kanina Power actually ended up with just 1 kill, 224 damage, but to their advantage, they only had 1 player for most of that match, and they were able to secure at least 9 points, so that is huge for them. And another team here that I want to go ahead and touch on, it's Wildcard and Team Umbra. Team Umbra with only 105 damage, and Team Wildcard with 368. Glitter, from these teams, you want to see them step it up because they cannot continue to have games like this.
Yeah, and we know that they're capable of so much more as well. So, you know, maybe it was just a little bit of a shaky start, especially when you see B4 coming out with 3K damage. Where can you even get the kills at that point? Like, they're kind of taking all of them off of the map for you. So let's just see how they end up faring out our next match.
You saw Footballists there with a lot of damage. Loops uncharacteristically low on damage. I think they had about 800. But we did see teams like really fighting in the beginning. I love that aggression. I really love to see the teams who can excel at doing something like that. But then when we go into our second match and our third match and, you know, fourth, fifth on, I wonder if teams will kind of reel it back, especially when we get to our Miramars and Sanhoks, because that's something we haven't been able to see too much within our first week of league play. But you guys are out there playing at home, and I know all of you are. You guys might have seen a new Royale Pass has been released. Season 14 going to be coming through for you guys. And if you haven't seen all the sweet little things you can get from it, well, we got a little video for you to show you. A little bit of a backstory there. If you guys didn't know, a little bit of a tidbit for you. My favorite part of that video is actually the part of it that I'm in. Did you guys know I did some voice acting for that?
Line.
They didn't know.
There's no way.
So when the guy's driving the UAZ and he gets shot and he goes, "Oh," I did the voice acting for that. Yeah. I mean, you know, PUBG Mobile knows what they want, and I can get my voice up that high. But come on, Seven, you know that something like that's gonna happen. Come on, you can imagine me. Give me your impression.
Yeah, I can see if we go and look at the credits of that trailer, I'm pretty sure you're going to be in there for that.
It might be under a different name.
Segment.
It might be under a different name, but you know, you don't know what my acting name is, right? You don't know what my real name could be. Who knows? Jason Kaplan could be fake. But as we move now into our second match of the day, you don't know, you've never seen my ID, man. Let's take a look at our schedule to see what game will be coming up second, what map in particular, and it will be Vikendi. So Glitter, again, another map that we've seen 5 times in league play out of the 10 matches played total.
And I think that, you know, hopefully lends itself to another aggressive game. All of these teams have had a lot of time to play on our first 2 maps. So maybe they're starting to get a little bit more comfortable with taking calculated risks. They now know where all of the teams drop. They know a lot of their rotations, and they know which engagements are going to be good for them based off of who they're potentially going up against or whatever location they are on the map. I don't know. I'm actually very excited, just period, for all of these first Super Weekend games, because I think we might get a little bit more than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, aggression, like we saw in Erangel, you don't really expect too much of in Vikendi early on. I know our observers, we were talking to them, you know, after the opening weekend, actually, they were saying West is so much harder to observe because teams are so brawly, looking for fights all the time. I'm hoping to see the same again, Seven. I want to see the ones who can really pull out the kills, you know, for instance, Loops in there, Cloud9 in there, see some big numbers being taken from these teams.
Yeah, and with Vikendi, I think it's going to come down to that first circle, because remember, we have seen circles that it's kind of 50% playable and then 50% just water, which you don't even want to get in there because you're just going to get picked off super easy. So it's going to come down to the circle. If we maybe get a center circle, I think we might be forced for some teams to yes, Dino Park finished place. But it might actually go ahead and force some teams to actually fight there at the beginning, and it will be interesting to see how they react to those kind of fights in Vikendi, because they're just not used used to that. And one team I'm specifically going to be looking at here coming to Vikendi is going to be Cloud9 because they have been performing so well in Vikendi.
Well, what about B4, Glitter? Like, this team, 3,000 damage done. I think obviously they can be a little bit, disappointed they didn't finish it out to close out with the chicken dinner, but I'm almost expecting them to do the same thing all over again. And remember, no groups are sitting out this entire time.
Yeah, and see, I'm so torn on that too, because I agree with Seven that Cloud9 is going to be potentially very strong in this. Obviously, Loops will be potentially strong in this. They've done well in the past on Vikendi, but B4 just literally decimated everybody in this first match damage-wise. They literally did more damage than second and third place combined. I'm hoping that they see their aggression being super successful, but not pulling down the win, almost as motivation moving into this next match to continue that level of aggression, but then also get the chicken dinner.
Well, one thing we've been talking about actually, backstage, you guys actually move up behind the green screens and join me there, is kind of like the grenade meta, right? We've been seeing grenades nonstop being used. Yeah, Seven, I'm actually there in the room with you. Grenades being used nonstop in a lot of these matches, and there was a certain play that happened in the last game on Erangel that we wanted to break down here, Seven.
Yeah, and I think we're going to go ahead and see one of the most beautiful grenades we've seen so far from a player in Footballers. And actually this is gonna be like, they had 2 back-to-back grenades, but this was one of the ones that were like more impressive. Keep in mind how many players currently from Footballers are down, so they are currently in the cups of being eliminated. And guess what, Lutz, being the baller that he is, he's gonna go ahead and drive up on that buggy. He's gonna try to on that Dacia, and he's gonna try to figure out what's going on here. And luckily for him, he's gonna throw one of the gnarliest grenades that I think I've seen so far in this match. And he's gonna absolutely just copy it. Wait for it. And what's good too is that Spring was down, so he didn't even have to worry about it. But that right there, boom, baby, that's it. Listen, that deserves some confetti right there. So Lutz, congratulations on by far one of the best nades that I think I've seen so far in this tournament.
I think what kind of has to be so frustrating for them is they did have 7 kills very early on in that match, right? They were really chugging it home, but then to just be overwhelmed, I'm not sure who they got eliminated to. I wonder if they maybe got in their own heads a little bit here, Glitter, of maybe we should dial the aggression back. Me personally, keep it going. Why stop?
Right, and first of all, I like what you did there, Seven, with calling Lutz a baller on Football List. So that was a nice little unintentional pun there. But we saw Football List being very, very aggressive early on and able to get those kills. I think some of them did go down to Nova. I think they might have just gotten caught out in an unlucky fight, which just happens sometimes. And as long as they realize what may have gone wrong in that scenario and don't let themselves kind of have it affect their mental state, they can definitely carry that aggression here into Vikendi.
And this is going to be, I think, an interesting map. Again, we talk about how comfortable these teams are with each other since they've been playing for 2 days straight on these maps alone. I feel like we're going to see that comfort yet again. I wonder, though, when we get to like Miramar or your Sanhoks, if teams will be a little bit more hesitant, a little bit more passive. But I think it's almost time to get into our predictions here. Now, Glitter, you went first last time, so of course I'm going to make you go first yet again. No, don't worry. Seven, you're going to go first. Stop. What, you're making me go first? Really?
Yeah, go first, Jason. I want to see what.
I will only do that because you did the thumb the right direction. That's the only reason I'm going to give this to you. I'm going to go Loops again, actually. I'm just going to stick with them. I feel like they had a little bit of a rough game last time, but they did look good. They do look like they have potential to win. I think Glitter's a little bit uncertain of who she wants to go for.
Glitter, who you got?
I'm so torn. Okay. I'm just going to pick, and I'm going to go with B4, and I'm going to give them some more love, and they just had a very strong showing, so I hope it goes well.
All right, fair enough. That's a fair one. I think I'm going to go with the team that just won, Cloud9. They have gotten back-to-back wins in Vikendi, 10 kills in one, 12 kills in another one. So I'm hoping Cloud9 is able to just maybe imagine if they won all the games today. And also let us know, everybody currently watching at home, make sure you tag Twitter, PUBG Mobile on Esports on Twitter at Esports PUBGM. Let us know who you think is going to win. Maybe tag us, tag me, tag Jason Kaplan with that 1 on the ad, right, Jason?
That's Instagram only, though. But again, if you guys are at home watching, you can still get drops. There's still things to be picked up for you while you're watching here on the PUBG Mobile World League. You're watching in the game in the Esports Center. You're going to be earning points over time for watching. The top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards. And I am hearing the game is about to start. So we're going to bring our commentators back and we'll check in with you two after the match is done. And we'll see if Seven will get his prediction right. He'll be all smiles or all frowny faces after this game. And let's bring in Envirum and Cameron yet again. The prediction game, a little bit rough in Envirum. Tempo Storm, I don't know what was going on there. You know what? Talk about it.
Placed well, but they weren't doing nothing. They got a single kill. So here I was like hyping myself up at the end of the game, like, yeah, Tempo placed really well, and then everybody else had more points than me, and I was sad.
It's okay. It's only one game. You were, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you were killing it. Actually, you were like #1 for the majority of the first week until the 7 Rural Gamers snuck in. Cameron, let's get your prediction really quickly before we head into this game.
We're on the same wavelength. I'm just going to double down on Loops. Even though they didn't perform the greatest that game, I liked where their mind was at and the decisions that they took. It just didn't work out for them. Just because of the terrain and, again, as I mentioned, the open area of that map. But I think they're better on Vikendi anyway than Erangel, so this is going to be the level up that they need.
The Loops is on fire. And Viram, you went with Tempo Storm last time. Who are you going with here?
I think me and Seven looked at the same data going into this because I'd actually picked C9 before the last game. They're the only team with both wins on Vikendi. They have 2. They're both chicken dinners are on Vikendi. They had amazing scoring games. I'm going Cloud9. They have the momentum off this last game. They're great on this map. C9 all the way.
That's fair. That's fair. Even the car's blue looking for Cloud9. Let's hop in a game. You guys take us away with Vikendi.
Thank you so much. Let's get into game number 2. Game number 1 was hype from start to finish. We had scraps, we had fights, we had a little back and forth. We have some of the best nades I think we have seen here in the PMWL West. I think this has been already a great way to start the day, and I think it is only going to continue to get better because we know if Erangel is fighty, well, Vikendi is a bloodbath.
I mean, we've certainly seen the most grenades.
You have the most grenades.
If you have that many, of course, you're going to have a greater chance of having them be really good. So I do wonder if the terrain is going to be different from the previous Vikendi games. But if it's going to be that grenade heavy this time around because Vikendi has more buildings. Yes, we saw some grenades into buildings that were effective, like in the very, very beginning of the game. Shout out to Yala. But that's still, it's not the exact same as like throwing over hills into dips.
Over hills, under hills, across the lake. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Now, those, we'll see. I'm still optimistic. I'm still holding out hope. We saw, again, like people like Solk able to, and we know he's a threat. We always see that, and definitely living up to the expectations there. But we're going to see once again, hey, this looks familiar.
Yeah. Neither team are backing off. They're both committing to it. I wonder if this is the reason why neither team are really living up to full expectations, especially Wildcard. But neither of them have been trying to force into these fights. This time around, though, it's going to be Wildcard with control of the preferred exit from the city. So I wonder if they're going to just chill on the rooftops and wait for Cornita Power to come into them, sort of force Cornita Power to go out the east side into a rough rotation into Unique, who are still looting up Springs, as they always are. Or if maybe Cornita are going to go super aggressive off the bat, try and get an early knock. But I like how Wildcard, it seems that they're just pushing Cornita further and further east.
Because, of course, you can't hear the audio cues. That's one of the big things we talk about this, and the idea that you've got to be listening for those footsteps. You've got to be listening for those gunshots. You can hear people a couple buildings over, especially in this close proximity. So if you suddenly hear like a bunch of footsteps coming your way, you're just going to keep backing up, and you're going to keep backing up, and you're going to keep backing up. And next thing you know, Cornita Power is going to be just out of the city, out onto the road, kicked to the curb, quite literally. But every single time these teams have dropped here, I don't even think we've seen a single shot fired in the 3 or 4 times. Yeah. Actually, it's been every single time we've seen them drop this, but we've profiled it almost every single time, which I think is great. One of these days, Cameron, we'll get our fight.
Sometime, eventually it's going to happen. Any minute now. Any minute now. No, I think Cornita Power are actually getting ready to leave the east side. They actually have Axer already across the bridge. I think he might have even dropped there just to allow them to not get camped by Unique if Unique wanted to make that decision, just to have some ability, some flexibility to leave out the east side instead of being forced to go through Wildcard. But over here, Tempo, they've been looting up by themselves, just south of Podavesta. It's been easy for them.
Yeah. Again, this is just, exactly the kind of start you want to have. You're right on the outside of the circle. You're going to be able to play Gatekeeper or make the choice to rotate in early, or you can be Loops and just continue to get kills to start these single games. Because, of course, it's Loops on Vikendi, and it's Pittsburgh Knights, who we think we've shown for all of 5 seconds in game number 1 before they got unceremoniously kicked from the server. It's because they died. In any case, though, now they know they're facing up against Loops, who are chasing them down. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
this does not stop. Oh, boy. PK able to get out of the vehicles, try and do some return to... Actually, the driving, though, was actually really good coming in from Loops. They took almost no damage from that. There, they finally took some. I think that was Erangel driving. Maybe gonna need to put him in the passenger seat. There we go. Oh, it's Carrillo. Better at shooting. Let's go to driving.
Yeah, I don't. So those drives are always really risky because if you don't hit your shot, and then the path that they took, it was like, as you saw, it was just a straight line shot from the Knights. I do like the aggressive maneuvers by Loops. Perhaps they didn't know that there was a Knights player behind that rock ready to fight back. But they might, if they were just chasing that single car, I don't think they would have taken nearly as much damage, and they would have put a lot of pressure onto Knights, which they still did successfully, as well as continue their push into the center of the circle. So it was basically like the best play that they could do at the time, despite being a little bit risky.
I mean, Loops is now like dead center. They are in a great position now. They got a kill for it. Had to burn a couple of meds. Took a little bit of damage to the armor, but not the worst thing ever. They are continuing to just, find their ideal compound. And it looks like it might actually be going into Dream Eaters here, who are already in position. But, I mean, if I know anything about Loops, if I know anything about these situations, they're probably just going to push this.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a good idea for Dream Eaters to start shooting at them immediately. They had Matic here to make the call and perhaps take the first fight, but those shots, they didn't get a knock off of it, and even if they did, I think it would have been a relatively easy revive for Loops. Instead, it just tells them that, hey, there's a team here, which Loops, as you mentioned, might use that to their advantage and actually take this push and try to take this fight, because there's no other team around them for a good, solid number of meters.
Absolutely. You've got Uder Killers a little bit to the south, but they're actually more likely to pinch in as a third party onto Dream Eaters.
Yeah.
And I think Loops, if especially on Vikendi, I'm trying to think of like how I identify these teams in my mind from like a storyline standpoint. And to me, like they're the breachers. You know what I mean? If there's a compound and there are enemies in those compounds, it's like FBI, open up, let's go, let's get in there. You know what I mean? They do not stop. They have an opportunity to play aggressive in the early game. They will take these fights, and I would say 9 times out of 10, they win them pretty handedly.
Yeah, they don't seem to be super aggressive right now onto Dream Eaters, and they've missed their opportunity as well, because you can't see it on the minimap just yet, but on the primary map, you can see that more and more teams are driving up, getting closer to this area, which means that if a fight breaks out now, there's a significantly higher risk of them being third-partied, and I don't know exactly how far they can hear these vehicles, but at this point, they might be aware that it's too dangerous.
No, I think that is the case. They were the first ones here, but they're certainly not going to be the last. A lot of teams are rotating into this circle now, trying to find a piece of real estate while they can, while it is unclaimed. I'm hearkening back to, I think it was on Wednesday, Konina Power just went from like compound to compound to compound here on Vikendi, getting chased away. First it was by Cloud9, then I think it was Tempo Storm, and there's like, I just want to find a home team, can I? And it just didn't end up working out for them. They eventually, I think they ended up doing okay in that game, but it was still not the early game they wanted to have. But they're able to get a couple of kills here on Team K, so this could be the start they're looking for.
Yeah, so Kunina have actually been just chilling on this bridge. They allow Queso to make their way across the bridge into Volnova that Wildcard have now left. But by doing so, they've sort of given up their own rotation into the circle. And the fact that they get traded by Lightning here all the way off on the distance, because Unique still haven't fully left this position either, Kunina might have just put themselves in a really rough position on Vikendi yet again.
Yeah, and this is okay. Okay, this is Kunina Power. I mean, they spread themselves out, but let's see if they spread themselves too thin. That now becomes the question mark. Axel was able to be revived, so he's going to be able to get himself back up into the fight. And we're actually going to see Mystic going for a cheeky swim flank here. So they're going to go, I think, looking like 2-2 right now. Yeah. And going to try and collapse onto Kunina Power, who are going to have to sort of force back and be daisy-chained here, because they are pretty spread out still. And the way these buildings are set up, they're, despite the fact that they're somewhat close together, if you look on the minimap, they're actually separated quite a bit in terms of line of sight. And that is so important, especially if you're looking for these retreat angles, as once again, we're seeing more fights break out on the road. This time it is Yala Esports taking shot at Nova. And Nova, we know how good Z-Fan is at these long-range shots. Let's see if Anas can get the better of him here.
Z-Fan is still in the process of medding up. Use the bandages first aid kit, drinking an energy drink. But y'all, they're just trying to find these angles. A smoke comes in right when the pickup buggy arrives. And Anas trying to take those shots, but Nova are going to be able to get out of that. Good maneuver to retrieve their teammate.
That was actually really nice. Laying down the smoke, going in, picking him up in the car. That was, I mean, look, if my rideshare service is anywhere half as efficient, like, you know, I would never be late for work. It would be great. But we're still, again, checking in with Team Queso versus Kunina Power. I think the shots in the back for Kunina Power, picking up Baxter there, were really sort of a wake-up call for them. Like, all right, this isn't the position we necessarily want to be in. And their early games here on Vikendi just sometimes look just like, man, you know, they're never can seem to quite find a place to settle. I think I'm wondering if that's to do with them just rotating so late here, if maybe they should maybe be taking a page out of Loop's book and really trying to get in there early.
It's rough because that whole Villanova area is a very tricky situation just because there's bridges involved and there's a number of teams that loot not just in Villanova but also Springs, Abbey, and Winery. It can be a little bit... You don't want to be rotating and end up being shoulder and shoulder with another squad. We already saw what happened with Loops and Knights when that happened.
Yeah, that is true, for sure. And again, especially because there's 3 squads. But Wildcard did rotate in early. You know, on the side of this, Wildcard got out of there. And now they're, you know, again, surrounded by enemies, but at least they're not going to have to worry about rotating for a while. So, again, just a couple of different schools of thought here. Unique's probably going to look to edge creep a little bit more. Kanina Power is actually rotating into them exactly right now. So that's going to get interesting. Oh, boy, or already have. So this is going to be... actually, they're going to move right on through. All right. Passing like 2 ships in the night. I like it.
This is an interesting circle. It's a hard shift towards the west. A lot of teams are going to be able to move that way, but it actually, I don't know. I'm curious to see. I don't think we're going to see a lot of big open fighting. There's a couple of open field areas, which towards the end game might make it a little problematic for some teams, but there's a number of strong areas. You can see the little just like tiny compounds, groups of like 5 or 6 buildings. There's more than enough, I think, for teams to pick up right now. The question is, do teams want to fight during the rotation period? You already see some shots coming out from Wildcard onto Yala. 0 gets taken down, 0 gets taken out.
And that's Wildcard. Already breath of life in this game so far. 2 kills to their name. Stepping up. They haven't had the best tournament so far. I feel like today, though, was the day. They got to put pedal to metal. They got to flip that switch. Got to put their game faces on. But on the war paint, whatever it is. I can think of more analogies, but we'll hold on to them for now. In any case, they need to step up today. This is really their opportunity to put their stamp on this. Coming in as one of the top teams in North America from the PMPL Americas. So we'll see what they can do. Is now it is Team Umbra pushing in onto already the battered and bruised Yala Esports. Lord going to try and find the angles around the wall. He's getting flanked. Oh, Halls, nice positioning here. Now Lord's got to completely rethink this positioning. He maybe decide to go aggressive, but there's 3 members in front of him. I love this decision from Umbra. This is actually so nice. You're basically just like cutting off all the different angles that Yala have to work with, and they're slowly going to collapse. This is like textbook pincer movement here. What do you do with this?
I like how Lord's playing this out right now. Yes, it is a really tricky situation, but he's using the walls and his third-person camera, a way to try and cut off all lines of sight, as well as getting as much information as possible. He needs a Nas to go big.
Oh, that was actually huge. His teammate found the one angle. They were tunnel visioning there on Lord, just sitting around the wall, and Anas was able to get it. So now this is going to force Team Umbra to play a lot more aggressive. This is a 4v2 situation, but somehow Yala Esports are trying to equalize as best they can. That's a quick man. I'm not sure if that's going to work. The jump shot over the wall with the Uzi, though. Beautiful play here from Lord. Yala Esports is going up. Let's go. Let's go. It's in the name, and it's in their play right now. As that is another pickup there, the down onto Pro Lord. I cannot believe this. Yala Esports is playing this so well. They're going to get third-partied, though, as Wildcard jump in. And no, I wanted to see this fight end a little bit differently. I wanted to see Yala try and go off, but they are just going to get taken out with the third party. Oh, my goodness. And what could have been? What could have been? As now Wildcard cuts in here, Cameron.
Yeah, but it's Umbra that are removed by Wildcard, so in a way, they do save Yala.
Yeah, that's true.
A little bit. Lord is out. He is running. He is bailing. He knows he can't pick a Nas up, and he's actually finding a rock to hide behind. He should know that there is a snowmobile around this area that Umbra brought up. And if Wildcard don't chase him, if he doesn't get spotted out by another team, which looking at the map, I think he's okay. He might be able to make his way out, but still, playing as a solo is not the best, but 4 kills? That should sweeten the bitter medicine at least a little bit.
Ooh, yes, I like it. Man, that was looking so good for Yala. And Yala, of course, they were a team that, you know, didn't start off the hottest, but then had a chicken dinner here on Vikendi. They stepped up. They've shown that they can do it. Just a little bit of unfortunate timing there in that fight, because I think there was a very actual good chance that they clutched that 4v1 situation, which could have been solid. Oh, Lord is not going to let this one stop. Wait a second.
You said it.
3 members down for Wildcard right now. This is now a 1v1 between Lord and Slicky. Slicky has got to go off. We know that he can go clutch. We have seen it in the past before, but Lord, the thorn in the side of Wildcard right now, and he might go and try and thirst a couple of these kills to smoke her down. Slicky's going to get the first revive here, and Lord is going for the long flank around. He's not going to commit to trying to thirst these kills. Oh my goodness, he's going to try and find another angle?
He's got to go fast. Yeah, go fast because the revives are coming in, but I like finding the off angle. He wasn't able to find it in time.
Oh no. A little bit of nades here would be making a world of difference because now that the first res has come up, they can just continue to daisy chain the others across, and Lord has taken a lot of damage. Oh, what could have been? Wild card, just barely holding on. Now they're going to be able to get themselves back up. And this is now a 4v1 situation, and they know exactly where he is.
Oh, man. This is so heartbreaking. That could have been so good for Lord, but it tickled a little bit. Bit of a gut punch by the grenade, but he might be able to find his way out, but still out in the open. Wildcard have vehicles to chase.
Yeah, I mean, they're mad at this point. They're just mad at how close that almost was. Oh my goodness, Lord. This is just absolutely wild. We're seeing Team Queso and Nova fighting in the kill feed as well. Finally, we're getting into the action. That's actually Nova Esports eliminated in 15th place. Not the ideal. But we're still just holding on board with Lord, the hero here, the hero play we've been following this whole time. Let's see if he can get one final kill before he is finally taken out. They know exactly where he is. He's being mollied. Oh, and he's barely able to hold.
That's too far. This could bait Wildcard. They might think that they would have nailed him and now be putting their attention elsewhere. We'll see if this could give him the advantage, but no, he's spotted out. That's going to be Yala out of it, but 14th place, it was looking a lot worse for them a couple of minutes ago.
It was indeed. Oh my goodness. I love those kind of plays. When a player is solo against the world, you queued for the wrong thing, like solo squads, and you're like, wait a second, this isn't where I meant to be right now. But you're still able to go off and make plays like that, almost being able to confirm those kills. Oh man, if he just charged right in and hadn't gone for the crazy flank there, I wonder how different that could have been.
And so now the standoff between Tempo Storm and Konina Power in Villa. As well as, well, now we're looking at Uda Killers here. This is down on the south side where Wildcard have been taking control. And it's pretty open for a lot of them. The circle shift did come back in their favor. It didn't force Wildcard to making some tricky maneuvers. But here on the east side, there's a little bit of a standoff, as we mentioned, between Konina Power and Tempo Storm. And a lot of teams coming in from the north side, coming in from Goroka. And there's a big giant field in the center just north of Uda Killers. And that's where the circle is going to go, down towards the south.
Yep.
Queso, Uder, Wildcard, they can just sit easy. Everyone else, they're going to have to fight, which does mean kills, but it also could mean death.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Unique as well, who's going to have to rotate in through Villa, like we talked about before, and the stalemate, the standoff between Tempo Storm, between Konina Power, may be broken here unless Unique go for the long flank south down towards Tovar, in which case they might just run into Wildcard. But this has been a much less aggressive game than we're used to on Vikendi. I mean, I'm hearkening back to the plays we've seen in the past to just compound kill upon compound kill and keeping it going. We're checking out the replay now of Team Queso and Nova, and it was just really Exil just going off. Just close range. Nova not able to hit their shots. That's uncharacteristic for a team that's kind of built upon a lot in part to their pure gun skill.
Konina Power, they're retreating from Villa, which I think is the play, because it's on the edge. You don't want to fight for an area that's not going to be likely relevant later on in the game. So they're just retreating, but they're going on foot, which could be problematic. But here, Footballists and Pittsburgh Knights, both also in the circle, but on the hard north side. And look on the minimap, there's a player from Footballists, Lutz and Solke, not too far behind, that have already made their way to the south of the Knights.
Interesting. And we saw, our analyst did a fantastic job of breaking it down. Shout outs to Seven Worlds Gaming on that one. The flank that he was able to execute that in that last game. And the nade that changed their fortunes, that changed their fates there. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do on that flank if they do decide they want to engage on this. They do know exactly where PK is, but they've got loops on their flank. That's never a great place to be, as we're seeing Tixie getting taken down in the kill feed as well. One of the top individual players in the server in terms of overall statistics. In fact, leading in a lot of categories. So having him down to start this fight off is not great for Konina Power here. They tried to rotate south of Tempo, and Tensa didn't see him there up against the wall. He didn't see him. Rabini, oh my goodness, this could be huge. The trigger discipline, Cameron, I love it.
He's going to have the
spotted him.
Oh, no. And he's spotted.
Oh,
and there was a
no.
player, HH24, just above him as a pass him anyway. So it was a good attempt there. But when you leave on foot, that puts you at risk of getting taken out like they did. Despite it being silent, losing two players, there's not much Konina Power could have done at that point.
Yeah. Oh, man, that could have been. Because like a lot of players, they see players run by with their back turned, especially in third person. They're just going to go, yeah, I'm going to take these shots. I'm not going to leave anything to risk. But great just game sense there by Tempo Storm to clean that one up. They're able to just totally take them down. But a lot of teams are not getting through this unscathed. We even we could able to pull up the board there and seeing how many players were still alive for these different teams. And speaking of players alive, Wildcard looking to try and stay alive right now, but they are burning alive right now. Sam, oh my goodness, Unique is pushing on in. The rest of the team is rallying though, and this is just the last player here. It is Lightning. He will need to strike like Lightning right now if he's going to try and stay alive, but no, taken out, and that is Unique taken out. Unique, one of these other top teams coming into this, just haven't been able to rally together these last few days, and that's Wildcard finally stepping up like we know that they can now. Looter Killers and Team Queso. We talked about the cheese expiring in this last game. We'll see if they've got a fresh batch this time going up against Looter Killers in a very interesting scenario here. Lots of rocks and trees for cover, but everyone's got these Uzis out, Cam.
Yeah, pushing forward. I like this aggressive maneuver by Uter, and they're actually in front of Queso in terms of the circle. A couple of members of Queso hiding in the back. You can see in the compound, so they're going to have to hit their shots. And the way that Uter Killers are just peeking up over these rocks, they don't want to give them the opportunity.
Oh my goodness. All 4 members alive for both of these squads. This is a lot of bullets they can put down range real quick. And they're using these little dips to their advantage here, these paths in through the woods, just to make sure that they're not getting picked off by an additional angle. If you actually just look at the way these players are positioning themselves in their cameras, they're just constantly looking all over the place, wanting to make sure they are not going to get third-partied because everybody has heard these shots and the circle is closing in. There was a very good chance that somebody else comes in and tries to play spoiler.
Utilities coming out from both sides. They know that there's danger of peeking, and so when that happens, throw the mollies, throw the grenades, and a couple have landed. A little bit of damage, but no knock just yet. And the 2 straggling members of Queso need to come into the zone, and it's shifted all the way to the east, so actually they could use the vehicles and rotate away from this if they don't want to take this fight. The question is, will Udyr let them? But Udyr also have to move him, so you can see them hopping into their vehicles as well.
Oh, but Loops is in a great position now. They're one of the few teams actually in this circle, and there's not a whole lot of buildings left there. But, I mean, Loops is in a great spot. If you pick Loops going into this game, you're probably feeling pretty good looking at that right now. But Udyr is going to make the rotation. They're not going to stick around. Well, at least 2 of the players are. They're going and scouting ahead. They're going to try and clear this compound. If it is clear, the rest of the teammates are going to rotate up. I actually don't mind this decision there at all. They're playing this really smart. They're hedging their bets.
Quite risky, because if there was a team in that compound, they might have just put themselves into 2 separate 2 versus 4s, but the information seems to be on point. You already see them dropping the weapon when they landed in the compound as if they were 100% confident. So maybe they know something that we do not, but Cloud9 here, they got the push in from the the west as well through this forest area, and they have no clue what enemy militants are lying in wait there.
Yeah, they're sort of the late ones to the party, and they've already missed the in-jokes. They don't know who's popular and who's not. They've got to try and figure it out. They're figuring out the hard way right now as they're running into Team Queso, who are saying, why are you 30 minutes late? We already started bingo without you. And Cloud9 just going to have to continue to go on forward. But look, there is no place to go. That's just Cloud9 out. That's just Cloud9 out. You just can't do that. You can't do that. Not when the teams are this good. Not when the circle is this late. That's just how you lose.
That's the punishment of playing so late and playing on the edge, but they are not the only ones to do so. Look at Dream Eaters. They're in the blue. At least Cloud9 try and stay away from the zone, but Udyr, they're staying here. They were lying in wait, waiting for Queso to push into them, but everyone is bleeding and hurt.
Oh no. Stay alive, Team Queso. Stay alive. But Nano at range. I think there's only 1 player standing. A couple of bullets could spell the end for Team Queso there. Nano, commit to the shots. No. Oh my goodness. Team Queso actually was surviving there just a little bit longer. Wait, did they go down? Oh, this is so close because the fights are breaking out across all sides now. Pittsburgh Knights taking a world of hurt. They're going to go out there. Yes, they are. Footballists are doing work, able to keep 3 of their members alive with 3 kills themselves. And the fact there's only 9 teams remaining, this is looking pretty good for them.
Everyone outside of Loops are on the edge right now.
Yep.
Everyone is on the edge, and Loops also get a supply drop, just to make things worse. But B4...
They needed the help.
Yeah. You know, they're struggling right now, just so you know. So Udyr Killers, real quick, the reason why they only sent 2 people to the compound is because you saw the angle that they had to be able to assist the 2 in the forest, but now their attention is put towards B4, who sort of third-partied their fight with Queso, and they're not too happy about that because they wanted all those points themselves.
They did indeed, but look at that drop.
Supply drop.
Everybody. Okay, all right, just trolling everybody. Ulysses, though, nice shots. Able to keep that spray under control. Putting Maxon in a world of hurt, but the third party is coming in. Get your heads down! As the wild card are joining into the party. 7 teams left up. Loops in a great spot. As they have this compound right at the center. The circle the last few times have been fantastic for them. Problem is, of course, with these big, lovely looking ski chalets, you want to have a nice view of the surrounding countryside, which also means that the countryside stares back at you.
Is that the same? Staring into the void too long and the void stares back?
Yes, there are like 3 people in the audience who get it.
Staring to the countryside too long.
Countryside back at you.
But no, they can just chill though. They don't even have to get, yes, they're an aggressive team that like to get those kill points, but when you're in a position like this, just don't worry. Just keep climbing up those positionings.
Especially when you've got an M4 in the hands of Kayowski, as Tempo Storm is learning the hard way, unfortunately. And they're just holding this down. This has kind of become Loops against the world. Like, this feels like the last stand of like an old Western or something, and everybody is just like, they're boarded up in the town, you know what I mean? And the outlaws are there, and they're trying to take them down. This is what it feels like, except you've got like 5 rival gangs, and things are getting pretty darn terrifying, as all of these teams are going to have to make their way in, but cover is scarce to none.
Okay, so just barely able to medkit race it out against B4, going out in 6th place.
Yep.
It looked a lot worse for them for a couple of minutes, but good placements at least. And Udyr, they're trying to go big still. They see Wildcard rotating in. Wildcard have been slowly moving inside, slowly and, well, relatively safely and successfully. And they still have 3 standing. They haven't lost anyone since Sam a couple of minutes ago. I say that, Slicky does get knocked.
Yep, Nano able to take him down. Tempo Storm are actually making themselves a smoke tunnel to try and get into that central compound right there. Tensa taking a lot of damage, though. And that is Federal going to get the down, but Wildcard actually put themselves in a really nice spot. They have the wall. They've reduced these angles as much as possible. Tempo Storm now trying to bandage the runes as much as they can, but they're taking a lot of damage. Kayowski, though, is going to go down. Rain able to find the shots, but the angle is here from Footballless, just trying to be the third party, the thorn at the side at this point, as the action is continuing to heat up. Every single team needs to bandage their wounds, take a second to reset, but also at the same time, one bullet, one headshot here could change this entire final circle. It is getting so close, and Rain is continuing the pressure onto Loops. This time, it is the fire, and they've got to try and survive.
That's the problem with a compound this big this late in the game. Loops might have tried to hold the entire thing with just 4 players, and they might be getting punished for it. Knocks against them, but enemies have been knocked as well. But Tempo Storm are pushing the building. Everyone on the bottom floor.
They're going in. Tensa trying to find the shots as best he can. One of the best fraggers in North America now, as the rest of his team is falling around him. The last hope, the last stance, the last chance, the last dream. He gets the down onto Nadine. Can he keep this going? He hears the shots behind him. He knows he's surrounded, but he's got to try and do the best he can. It is him up against the world right now as Footballless are looking to try and breach. Rain is actually here right in the court. I don't even know if they know he's there. Footballless is trying to get involved, and that is Tensa finally going down, but Loops taking all of these fights are in a terrible spot right now as Udyr killers everyone else. Wildcard is trying to push in. They were so focused on each other. Tempo and Loops, everybody is taking advantage.
Loops hold for now, but for how long? Tempo are out. But look, it's the rival gangs, as you mentioned, each taking a different corner of the triangle, and dead center is the tasty snacks of Federal and Kayowski. What can they do to hold? Because there's nobody who's getting picked up. They have to hope that Wildcard, Footballless, they all take care of each other.
Oh, they do indeed. And oh man, you just see Wildcard. They survived with 2 for so long, not quite able to get themselves into position there. But it's actually Footballless who have been able to take advantage of the chaos. They've taken fewer fights than everyone else, which means they've also taken the fewest damage. And Spring, oh my goodness, he's not going to stick his neck out on that one. He's got to try and keep himself as tucked in as possible. Oh my goodness, that angle is so close. Carrillo is going to burn out there. Bleed out, I should say. There have been a lot of Molotovs in this game. In any case, somebody else is going to get at that point. As Footballless, I think, are maybe going to try and make the play. There's the Molotov I was talking about.
Just barely able to find an angle that avoids it, allowing them to heal. But it still just shows them, it reminds them that Footballless have their number, because they're stuck in the corner the exact same way that Wildcard are. This is looking like a Loops Footballless final 2. That is, if Federal can hold off, and it seems he can't.
Oh my goodness, they've got to try and push that way up. Loops controlling the top floor. It's all Kayowski now. As Uter Killers is pushing in towards the bottom. They're the distraction, actually. This might give an opportunity for them to hold off as the circle is just continuing to close. Kayowski actually got himself up onto the roof. This is huge. Can he find the shots onto Solke? Yes, he does. He's got to try and survive as long as possible. He's got to stay in the circle, but the shots are there, but it's Spring. What? Wild card on the flank. Did they actually get that win? I can't believe it. No, it was Footballists. Footballists who survived through all of it at the end, but oh my goodness, was that close.
Loops had such a good spot, and they only get third with 4 kills. It's a little heartbreaking for them, but that's the danger of leaving it up to the zone closing like that and making it so it's a matter of milliseconds. It's a matter of how many meds that you have. It's a matter of how well you're able to time that med usage. For a second there, we thought that wildcard were actually able to clutch it out. At the same time, I don't want to give Loops, I don't want to harp on them too much because there was a lot of pressure from so many different sides. They had to deal with a lot. As I mentioned earlier, I would have liked to see them all group up in the one main big building as 4 just a little bit earlier, and that might have changed things up, but nonetheless, still a very, very strong and difficult endgame for all these teams involved.
Yeah, no, that was, again, maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew there, but of course, again, we have the perfect vision. We know how everybody else is coming in, so either way, they're able to survive to the top 3. What a fantastic finish! It came down to the millisecond, like you mentioned before. What a fantastic game! I cannot wait to see our analysts break that one down.
Damn, and Viram with a little bit of a flex there, talking about having perfect vision. Way to call me out, bro. I'm sitting here in glasses. Glitter's got glasses. 7, I'm assuming you need glasses. I don't know. Man, but either way, football is coming out strong. And the thing is, we were watching that together and we were so confused. We thought Wildcard clutched it out, but Glitter, the footballist, did it.
That was such a good endgame right there. Like, talk about entertaining. And we saw a ton of good gameplay coming out of, once again, Uter Killers. Finally saw Wildcard, the Wildcard we wanted to see. There's going to be a ton of stuff for us to talk about here.
Well, let's take a look at our map rankings first, then we'll talk about the teams and how well they perform. Footballists with 9 kills take home the chicken dinner, but Wildcard Gaming 10 kills, right behind them with 24.7.
And I think this is huge for both teams. Footballers has been pretty much on the right there, being able to get the win, and now being able to get that win with 9 kills. That is going to be huge for them, getting that off their shoulders, knowing that they can actually win in this tournament. That's going to be huge for them. And another one, Wildcard Gaming. Remember, Wildcard Gaming ended up in 16th place in the last match with just only receiving 1 point for placement. So being able to get 24 points here for them after having such a bad match is huge from them. Another one as well, Team Kessel. Team Kessel making sure they finally wake up, and shout out to Hot Jukes because he actually picked Team Kessel here, being able to get 14 points for themselves. That is huge as well. And Uter Killers, that's one team that has actually surprised me a lot. Remember, they were in 16th place coming into this super weekend, and being able to once again go ahead and get some points via kills and placing, that is huge for them, as we're seeing here at the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, I think here on the second page, 2 teams that we do need to talk about a little bit as a surprise for being here on the second page are going to be Cloud9 and Konina Power. Both definitely, I mean, we won't talk about who picked who, but this was definitely a little bit of a rough game, especially for Cloud9 coming off of as dominant of a win that they had on Erangel.
Yeah, some tough times for Cloud9 and their fans and the talent who have predicted them. Konina Power as well. There was another talent who did predict them to win who was not cast. You can probably guess who it was going to be. Let's take a look at our stats, though, for Footballists and see what they're able to accomplish within that game. 9 kills, 9 knocks, 7. They were playing consistent, and they played well in the first map, to be fair. On top of this, I think they had 70 kills in that one.
They've been, yeah, you mentioned it right. 7 kills in the first match, and now actually 5 kills in the first match, and now coming into here, 9 kills with 9 knocks, being able to secure those points. That is huge for them. And look at this, only 578 heal. What that leads me to believe is that they weren't taking into that many fights. They were winning towards the end, and being able to get the win with that little damage, that is huge for them. And it's, as we were mentioning, this is a team that we know can be very consistent. So then being able to get this win and hopefully continue that consistency, I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the teams that are going to be able to make it to the grand finals.
The thing is, not only did they win, we saw Loops, we even heard Loops have a perfect position. But if I'm not mistaken, they actually pushed them out of the compound they were in, Glitter, and forced them to lose a couple different players and gain their own ground. That's really difficult to do.
Yeah, and we were watching that. We saw Loops be able to kind of use their aggression to their favor. There were a ton of throwables at the end. We saw some really good frags, some really strong mollies that were coming out of people and forcing teams out of position as well and doing some additional damage along the way. That was just well played by Futbolist. I think that they had a very good idea of where a lot of the players were that they were looking for at the end. We saw them doing some damage to Wildcard around the corner. I think it was onto Spring at one point. They knew that he was laying down on the side of the building. Their awareness in that final zone, because it was very messy with all of those buildings at everybody's disposal, was top tier.
Well, let's take a look at our do the do moments from our last match. You can get some highlights in there for us to talk about as well, because honestly, Seven, there was no shortage of highlights at all within this game.
Yeah, there was so much stuff going on, and we're seeing here Loops start off the highlights with being able to go ahead and secure some kills there against PK. PK has been doing that same thing over and over again, just being super patient here in Vikendi. I wonder if they're gonna have to maybe switch up their strategy here going into Vikendi for future matches. And right here we're seeing Yala. Yala was surprising. Yala actually ended up third partying in one of the other groups, but sadly for them, Wildcard came up and started third partying them, and we'll actually be breaking some stuff down from Wildcard and Unique coming up in just a little bit. And once again, Yala, I think Glitter, that's one team that has surprised us, I would say.
Yeah, and I'm so happy that they're able to have these games going well for them, because they started off a little bit rocky, and then ever since they've gotten that win, I feel like it's really propelled them into some really good momentum. They've been way more confident in their engagements now, and their fights have been going way better. With the unfortunate third party notwithstanding in this specific match, Yala has been way stronger overall.
Yeah, and something that actually surprised me towards the end is how quiet Loops was being. Loops being a very aggressive team, knowing that most of the teams were going to go ahead and push up on them. I was surprised that they weren't trying to go ahead and just output a lot more damage than they were able to, and that kind of gave a heads up to some of the other teams like Wildcard pushing in, like Tempo Storm pushing in. They allowed them pretty much to just get into the building and take full advantage of that. I think Tempo at one point, Tensa, if I remember right, being able to grenade some of their players and trying to go ahead and go that extra mile, but ended up getting third party nonetheless by Futbolist. And Futbolist being able to take full advantage of this compound, making sure everybody got knocked. At one point, we're thinking Kawasaki was going to go ahead and clutch it with being able to get that high zone, but guess what? It came down to one man healing off from Futbolist at the end, as you see Wildcard Spring just knocking everybody down. So it came down to a heal off.
You know, I'm going to try to give my expert opinion here on this one, and feel free to tell me I'm completely wrong. That's exactly what you're here for. Is I feel like, to me, Loops is a team who likes to push to get aggressive. I feel like they have to sit around and wait because they have the zone and they have the compound, and they can't really play their own style, which is just completely overwhelm you and take a position away from you. So I feel like them getting early on into the zone actually kind of hurts them. Do you have any thoughts on that, Seven?
Oh, I totally agree with you. That exact same thing with Loops, and going back to Cloud9 as well, that was one team that I was even able to call out that they were going to die in the rotation just because they couldn't go anywhere. They couldn't do their long rotations that they're used to, and with no water being in play, we have seen so many circles in Vikendi with just half water pretty much the whole time, especially on the first circle, which allows teams to just find a place and then just wait there. There was a lot more fighting in this Vikendi, and as you were mentioning, yeah, Loops not being able to go ahead and be the aggressor there, kind of turn it down a notch, and then with Cloud9 not being able to kind of rotate long rotations as they're used to, kind of hurt them as well.
Let's take a look at her damage, though. I'm actually really curious to see how high up Futbolist would be on this, considering what they're able to accomplish in that last game. Let's get that up on your screen. It's actually not even them to have the most damage here, guys. Glitter, as we can see, Tempo Storm, a team I know you were saying when we were watching the game, this is a team that could actually win this whole thing.
Yeah, they had some really good positioning from, I think it was maybe zone 5 on, and I feel like we were watching it together, and I kept saying, I feel like everybody's sleeping on Tempo right now. Tempo's in a really good spot, and they were apparently able to just dish out a ton of damage there at the end, and we saw them in that final hectic circle. So they were in the right position, they had rotated at the right times, and they were holding the right spots. At the end, it just kind of boiled down to, you know, who had more utility, who had better angles within those buildings, but that is a strong showing from Tempo, which is nice to see.
And another one I want to go ahead and mention besides Tempo is Team Queso being able to go ahead and acquire at least 1100 damage. That is huge for them. Remember, we're talking about how in Team Queso, there was one player that was just fragging out. If the other players also start fragging out and they're able to keep at least 3 or 4 people alive towards the end, that is going to be one team to go ahead and watch out for, because they are able to get into a consistent rhythm and they're able to go ahead and continue momentum. So Team Queso is going to be one of those teams that I'm going to be looking at going into the next match.
But guys, did you notice B4, 350-ish damage? They had over 3,000 in the last match alone, so really tough times for them. But two teams we're going to be talking about here is Wildcard and Team Unique. Wildcard definitely having a resurgence of what we saw in the opening weekend, and it's a play we want to break down as well.
It definitely is, and we're gonna go ahead and start it off here for everybody watching on Twitch. There you go. You guys got what you wanted. You got your salt. All right, be happy. You got your salt. Now let's actually go ahead and move forward to the clip that I want to go ahead and mention, which is gonna go ahead and be Unique. Keep in mind, Unique currently with Lightning and Memphis. They're going to be going up against a team from Wildcard that's pretty much already going to be set here on the compounds. They're already covering every single spot. Unluckily for Memphis there, that car is going to blow up. It is going to go ahead and knock him down, and it's going to leave up for Unique. Now, watching this, we have seen Unique be one of those players we have seen Lightning being one of those players from Unique, being able to just go ahead and clutch it at any time. And you're going to be able to see here firsthand, he will be able to clutch up a play against Sam. He's going to be able to knock him. And something that I really love that Lightning did here is that he knew right away, hey, guess what? I'm going to have all the other players from Wildcard coming at me, and more than likely I'm not going to be able to win that engagement, so let me go ahead and just finish off that player from Wildcard. He does just that, and something that I really love from Wildcard that they did here was how well they were able to go ahead and spread out to give Lightning just different positions. That way they wouldn't end up getting pretty much collateral in a certain way. We have seen it happen over and over again for certain teams. They're going to jump up, they're going to start firing from all angles, and Wildcard's going to be able to go ahead and win that. And then to end it here, something I wanted to go ahead and mention is how quickly Wildcard kind of goes back to their own spots, knowing that they could go ahead and beat third parties. So congratulations there for Wildcard. There you go. You got your glitter. Everybody watching, actually your confetti. Everybody watching at home. There you go. And you know what? Just for fun, I'm going to go ahead and throw some salt on it.
I mean, can we make it rain salt? That would be kind of funny to have happen. I have to ask you though, Seven, did anyone in chat guess correctly?
I forgot to ask. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Usually when I see the glitter come in, I'm expecting, hey, someone in chat got it correctly. But let's take a look, though, as we're 2 matches deep of our overall standings. Let's see where all the teams are currently going to be sitting at. And then we're going to see football is taking that #1 position with 37 points total, Glitter.
That's just impressive. It's also nice to see that even though B4 didn't have the best game this time around, they were able to secure enough points to maintain where they are right now in 2nd place. But looking at the list, Uter Killers in 6th place right now. Overall, Loops in 5th. I don't think we expected Loops to be in 5th or Uter Killers to be in 6th. So this is a complete shakeup. We've got Yala in 9th, Alpha Legends in 10th. I feel like there are a lot of names currently missing from this first page that we were expecting to see up here, Seven.
Oh, definitely. We were mentioning over and over again. Loops, Uter Killers is one of those teams that we just really weren't expecting that much from what we were able to see to league play. So it's great for me to see a team turning around that well and putting themselves in a 6th spot. That's something you love to see from many teams. And one of the other teams that I'm actually going to be looking to see how they perform in the next matches is going to be Kanina Power. Kanina Power is one of those teams that we have seen them do really well, but then they kind of come up and then just start slacking, and I feel like that's what's happening here. They're just, nothing's going their way, and maybe they need to actually rethink their positioning, their landing on Vikendi, because we've seen them come very close to Wildcard, and in the future, if they actually get into a fight, that could be very scary for them. And just to answer your question again, Jason, I just asked Twitch chat, and none of them got it right, so they don't get a shout out.
Well, they're 15 minutes behind us, right? So that's their fault for not getting up to date. One thing I do want to say, though, Tixie, where's he been at? We looked at his averages from the opening weekend into the first day of league play. He had 2 kills a game on average. They have 1 kill in total after 2 matches. They've kind of disappeared off the server, but Glitter, I'm expecting them to maybe come through. Again, it's 3 days of play. It's not just 2. It's not just 1. You got 15 matches in total.
Yep. Yeah, and we touched on this during league play, and Seven just kind of touched on for a second just a few moments ago. But we did see Konina Power have a little bit of a rough start in the beginning of league play. And when we spoke with them, they said, sometimes it was just unlucky for them. They had a rough day one, but it wasn't because of anything that they did. And they kind of stuck with their strategy. And then we saw what a difference that made on day 2 of league play. That could potentially be what's going on here today. Like you said, they have 3 days instead of 2. This is only the first day, and we're only 2 matches in on day 1. So for all we know, Konina Power could explode out of the gates for the rest of today or even starting tomorrow.
Like you said, exploded out of the gates like horse racing as we look now at our schedule. Miramar coming up as our 3rd match of the day. Again, a map we haven't seen since the opening weekend. We still have Sanhok to come as well, which is going to be a switch up here, then anything's off on Erangel. But when we get to Miramar 7, I feel like this is potentially a map that Team Queso can excel at. This is one of those maps that I always seem to compare Team Queso and Miramar because they like to go for the long rotations and like to play on the edge of the circles.
Yeah, and remember, something that we actually seen already from Team Queso is that if they are able to go ahead and get inside the circle and they're able to get into one compound, they're going to be able to take full advantage of that. This is one team that's not afraid to, even though they are able to do long rotations, this is one team that can adjust on the fly. They're able to just pretty much switch off that aggressiveness that they have. Now, for me, it's going to be interesting because remember, those 2 days that we played before, none of these teams have been able to play Miramar. So how are they going to go and adjust if maybe they have a player down right off the get-go or maybe midway the match? How is Cloud9 going to go ahead and do their low rotations? As I was mentioning here previously in Vikendi, they got caught by trying to go ahead and push into that circle without being able to do a long rotation like they're used to. How are they going to adjust to that? And then Loops Esports, if they get a compound again, are they going to be more aggressive now that they notice that being passive didn't really work out for them? There's just so much stuff that I'm going to be looking here going into the first Miramar.
And the thing is, like you were just saying, Glitter, it's only 2 matches in, right? We're going into match 3. It's only day 1. There's still time for teams to accumulate points, and there's no necessity out of them to really perform well in the first Super Week either, because they still have 2 more Super Weeks to come. That's another 30 matches, if I can do my math correctly as well, if they can qualify through. Yep. But let's take a look yet again at what you can win at home before we get into our 3rd match of the day. You still got the lucky draw going on the entire time here. We're bringing you the PUBG Mobile World League West and East, so you can obviously go check them out, but stay here on West because we're the best. And you always just have to watch within your game, within the Esports Center to be eligible to win any of these sweet drops. Now, I want to talk about prediction game. 7, you made me go first last time. You're going first this time. Who do you have in match 3?
Can I do pass? Can Glitter go for me?
I mean, if you pass, you get 0 points.
Nope, never mind.
I'll
All right,
take it.
I'm going to go ahead and play.
First.
I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to go with Cloud9. I'm going to stick with Cloud9. Let's see what they got.
Glitter, who do you got?
Thinking all the way back to when the last time we did play Miramar, Queso was one of the teams that actually did very, very well on the map, and they just had a pretty strong game. So I'm going to go with Queso and see if they can maybe pick it up for a win.
Okay, that's viable. I'm going with Football List because they just won the last game, and I think they can do it twice in a row. We'll check with you guys after our 3rd match is done. We're going to bring in our commentators another time here. And if I'm not mistaken, it still will be the handsome gentleman joining me. It's going to be Inviram and Cameron Davis to be covering the action here on match 3. Cameron, I'm going to give you a chance to talk about what's your thoughts going into this map here for Miramar?
It's hard to have a lot of really concrete thoughts because, as you mentioned, we haven't seen this after the opening weekend, and there are a lot of storylines that have changed from the opening weekend to once we hit league play. And with that, I'm going to say my prediction is wildcard.
Okay, I can respect that. They definitely stepped up. They were looking a little shaky in league play, and Viram, I think, even caught you off surprise too.
Yeah, no, that finish was so impressive. And actually, that's why I'm a little surprised, because I also pick wildcard. Really? I'm really a momentum-based person. I like watching how teams are going, and so far today, like if you're looking at this like a linear curve, wildcard has been getting better and better every single game, and I think they were very, very close to getting the chicken dinner there. So I think they're stepping up. Also, Spring, I love you. I'm sorry. I had to make the joke. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Well, you're saying linear curve. I think I was asleep in my algebra class when that happened, if that was algebra class. I don't remember. That was a long time ago because I'm an old man. But I think we're about to head into our 3rd match of the day. I want to actually ask you one more quick question here, Inviram. How many teams do you think we're going to have left alive going into the final zone?
9.
9?
We go with 9.
9. That's Cameron? 9. Yeah, he's surprising me as well with the 9.
Final, so wait, what do you mean by final circle? Like final circle, like the actual final circle? Then 5. We're gonna go with 5.
Okay, yeah. Cameron?
5.
Lower? 3. You're thinking lower? No whammies?
Yeah. Yeah, just the nature of the
All in.
terrain on Miramar.
Nature of the terrain. Yeah, I can understand that. I think we're going to see a little bit of a slower start, especially like we had on Vikendi. But then again, everyone's been so aggressive throughout today. I wonder if they're going to continue that momentum on as we get into our third match. I believe we're going to send you into the game here for our third match of the day. I think it's your final one of the day, and I can tell you right now before we head in, I'm going to miss you guys. But we'll check in with you now to take away the game.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is our first time actually casting Miramar here, I believe, Cameron. This is exciting. I'm going to be honest. I'm not a big fan of sand. It's coarse. It's rough. It gets everywhere. And, Miramar is a map
No
itself.
one in chat is old enough to understand that reference.
Look, I'm going to keep making them until somebody appreciates them, okay? I'm just going to keep doing it. I was told, don't make such North American specific pop culture references because now we have such a diverse global audience, and I love you all. But also, this is all I know how to do. So I'm going to keep doing it, okay? All right. Welcome to Miramar.
Yeah, this one's gonna be good. Just to, while we're waiting with the plane flying over, just to extrapolate on what I was talking about with zero security here. Like, we haven't seen Miramar since the opening weekend, and there are a number of teams, Konina Power, Wildcard, and even to a certain extent the Knights that just sort of didn't really show, or Queso actually, that just didn't really show up post opening weekend. But again, the league play was strictly Erangel and Vikendi. And so going into Miramar, this is a breath of fresh air. And the reason why I picked Wildcard, and you might have picked this for the same reason, is because their play last game, I don't necessarily think that they're a shoe-in for the win, because you can never tell that. But the way that they played the game, the way that they feel like they're getting back into the groove, really suits the style of play that Miramar leans towards. You're not going to have so many direct breaches in this map as you will on Vikendi because of the lack of compounds. There's a lot of third-party fighting, and there's a lot of just controlling a wider area than you would have on Erangel, or like to the extreme of that, Sanhok.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the exact same thing coming into this. Again, I'm very much someone who is, I don't know, we're on the same page. I dig it, man. And that's not the worst circle, actually, of all time here. Gonna go down towards Chumacera. And, we're going to have Nova look up towards Campo Militar. They're going to have a little bit of a hike, but there are enough vehicles. I think they should be okay here. This is a pretty forgiving one, but if things do go further south, all around that mountainous terrain, that's where things could get very, very exciting. So we'll keep an eye on that. What? Hang on a second. Wait, whoa. Sandro, we don't see this is my quintessential Battle Royale experience. Drop and hope you find a gun. So... oh boy, let's see how this goes. Oh my goodness.
It's a Scar versus an M4, so it's relatively even, though. With nothing else going for you, you got to give it to the M4. It's more the helmet as well on Mick that might give him the advantage, as well as a grenade. He spots him, could place this well. But luckily, Sandro goes down to the bottom floor.
And I love this, being able to see both points of view right now. I would a little bit on an island here. We'll see who's going to be able to... wait, does he have another grenade? That's not fair. Mixera, hang on. The loot gods were with him. And Sandro's going to play it very, very quietly because he knows exactly where Mixera is. Oh my goodness. Now the next question becomes, if this goes on for too long, whose teammates get here first? Or do you just leave... do you just leave everyone for dead? Hang on.
Looking on the minimap, it's going to be Uter Killers. Already someone is up on the hill. Mick might have just spotted that out, but the problem is... how can he retreat? I don't see a vehicle in access. But Sandro pushing up on the steps. Okay, he's got the angle.
The hunter becomes the hunted. Sandro, absolutely sick. B4 getting here a little bit too late. Should have gotten here before your teammate was dead. You do that 180, Levi. Get out of here, says Sandro. I love it. That's how you start a game.
It was, as you can see, it was just in the nick of time too, because if B4 arrived or any closer, could have been a lot more complicated. But Raven also getting an opening kill for the Pittsburgh Knights, and this is the team that still sort of have to live up the expectations. They started off very, very strong, and of course, we saw them win an entire event just before the league play began.
That is true. Pittsburgh Knights need to, again, they made some changes to the roster. They brought on, they have Carnage, and they've got Sixless. Versus, again, that roster that we're talking about that was able to walk away with the win there. But Pittsburgh Knights has been just one of these teams that's just, I don't feel like I find myself talking about them very much. They don't get into a fight until they get into the fight that kills them. which is not an ideal situation, obviously. I'm not trying to call them out too much here because I know they've got so much potential. They've got so many veterans of the North American scene who've been on all these top teams. We know they have the skill. I think for them, it's really just a time thing of getting the communication in sync, getting their comms lined up, because clean comms are so important in a game as chaotic. Those final circles being the prime example in that last game, you need to be communicating the correct information efficiently.
There comes a time, though, that at what point it might be too little too late as far as not only picking up those points, but also getting that chemistry in line. Yeah, they've shown some ability to snake it out, and this one's some great solo plays by Raven, and especially J7.
Oh, yeah.
But if you, as a full team, you're not clicking and you're not able to actually get it done, those clutch plays can only take you so far.
That's actually, I think, a really fantastic point, because we are in day one of our super weekend here. Cameron, this is important. They've got themselves here. Now's the time they got to step up. And I think even if it's like tomorrow, that's still early enough that they can really make a run here.
Yes.
Of course, over the course of these 3 weekends. I think they still have time, but this weekend, to me, you know, if you just took the metal out of the coals and it's on the anvil, you know, if this weekend is the hammer, let's hope they make something beautiful out of it. You know, let's go.
Still a little bit of rotation troubles for a couple of teams here. I don't know, maybe it's just the being a little cold on Miramar, but we're seeing a lot of teams get tangled up early on, and that's not what you usually expect. Sure, it's not a full team wipe. It's a kill here or there, like the one we saw on Knights, the one that we saw for Udyr against B4. But you usually don't even see that happen on Miramar. We saw a little bit of a standoff here between Loops and Konina Power. I'm a little curious if this is going to continue where we see Miramar this entire weekend.
Miramar is one of these interesting ones. It's one of these interesting ones where I feel like mistakes aren't generally as punished quite as hard as an unmatch, just due to the range usually and the inability to confirm kills. But also, I don't know, man. I mean, I've been burned before in my personal gameplay experience on Miramar and watching it competitively. So I think maybe, I don't know, I'm slightly biased here. In any case, I think there's something that Jason made a very interesting note of during the analyst segment there. The idea that loops are good when they're the ones pushing in, when they're being the aggressors. Again, I'd called them the breachers before. And I feel like they need to sort of get back to that playstyle here. And I feel like if there's a map to do it on, it can definitely be Miramar, because you can still rotate early into the circle, but there's still enough room where you're given the option to play more aggressively between compounds, between cities, should you choose to.
The issue is that only lasts for the first couple of minutes, and that might be up because with the open nature of Miramar, third-partying is the real name of the game. And so even if Loops are able to get up to the compound and get a couple of grenades inside, get a knock or two, very likely there's someone on a hill just next door that is ready to sort of pick up the scraps on that.
Ooh, and we are seeing a little bit of a fight breaking out here. Once again, Udyr Killers this time going up against Alpha Legends. Pizza being primed on both sides. Trying to track via footsteps. If Faker's going to run right into that one, no. Maybe wasting a little bit of that utility a little earlier here. And there's luckily actually, I think, enough change in the terrain right now that Alpha, while they don't have the high ground per se, they may actually be able to get enough different angles here to pressure Udyr.
Yeah, I'm liking this. They're moving around. They're making sure they're not all grouped up in case of a stray grenade or two. And now that the grenades have actually stopped being thrown out, I don't know if it's because they don't have any or they think that they've retreated. It could be a good time to strike. But over here, well, what? Varsity, he gets taken out. Was that a long-range shot from Konina?
I think so. That's what I'm guessing here. I think it might have been Gonzo. Yes. I think it was Gonzo separated from the team. Just like I said, this is the mistakes are punished less on Miramar. You know what I mean? Because they were not able to confirm the down. Both teams are going to be able to escape scot-free. And this is what I was talking about. And yes, Alpha's doing exactly what we were both saying. They're going to line up the flank. They're going to try and level themselves out in terms of the terrain itself. But of course, all these different buildings here are going to make this, I don't know, man. This is going to be interesting. If you run into this, feels like the spider's web that Alpha are going to have to deal with. And I think they're very smartly just going to try and reassess this. Potentially just pull it all together. I don't think I'd hate that decision.
The Udyr Killers were playing on the backside of that compound compared to the Alpha Legends angle. And I don't know if they know something that I do not, but that could have given Alpha Legends an opportunity to just get into the compound, use the actual buildings to break line of sight from them on the roof. But Alpha Legends weren't aware of that, and so instead they actually back off because they don't want to take that fight, but instead they're backing off into Footballless. Happy Feet isn't going to take Redman too far because he's going to get knocked. And is SoulK going to go aggressive onto this?
What?
Or instead just use it as an opportunity to move his buggy a couple of feet, I guess. But Lutz, he's the one that's going aggro.
Yep, I would say given Lutz's position, cars.
Yes.
We'll ignore that. We'll ignore that, Lutz. Your grenade earlier is buying you a lot of good graces in my book. But in any case, so that's actually going to slow down Footballless a lot, having one of your key entry fraggers being sort of down in that position. And I can't believe it. They're just leaving him. No, Raymond. No, Raymond. Cutting your losses is Alpha, and I can't even fault them for that position. Just given how hot Footballless is after that last win. You see that on the kill feed, and you probably think, let's rethink our life choices.
It was also a really rough position to try and go for the revive there. As you saw, the body was in the middle of a valley. Then not only Footballless, they also didn't forget about Uderkiller still on the high ground and could still have an angle onto it. So I think it was definitely the right play to escape off of that. But Lord from Yala is giving revenge against the Pittsburgh Knights. Both these teams still playing on the southeast corner of the zone. The circle did center up. It's not terrible for them, but they do continue to have to move.
And it is actually around that one area just north of Chumacera, like I was talking about, that has so much of that very interesting mountainous terrain, which can result in some really chaotic finishes. My 5-team finals circle may live true here. As Pittsburgh Knights, again, just continuing to take the damage. And I love that we're jumping back on board with Lord. Lord, of course, the almost hero, the one who could be king. Or Lord, I guess, in this situation. Oh, no. Yeah, and that's the thing. Oh, it feels bad. Raven, you're lucky nobody saw that.
Like over here, Footballless, they actually do feel comfortable pushing into the compound. I don't know if it's because they knew Uderkillers were here or not, but this is what I mean when Uderkiller is playing on the backside. Sure, it gives them information, but now if they take the shot and they miss, Footballless have an opportunity up close and personal to change things up.
Are you saying they've only got one shot?
One opportunity. And there it goes. First knock.
I love it when a plan comes together. That's what Uder's definitely thinking right now is the nades. And the pressure is going back and forth. But that's the first down onto Footballless to start this off. We can see nades being primed on both sides here. Let's see where they land. Raum. Ooh, almost able to connect on that one. The good footwork, though, able to help reassess. They are going to be able to get the pick up here as Uder is just playing in these close quarters battles. It's like a labyrinth right now. Moving in and around, they're going to try and line this up so Footballs overextend. You still have Sandro up on the high ground. But Lutz is doing what Lutz does best. He is trying to find an angle. But this is a 4v4, and this could get very spicy very quickly.
Ooh, that nade was almost perfect, but it's actually not a frag grenade. It's a smoke to stop the peak, a potential peak by Lutz.
I like that. I like it. We know Footballless is a team that loves to play the angles and shut those down as much as you can. SoulK now has to put himself further away from his team to try and leverage that. That's actually a really heads-up play from Uder.
I don't mind SoulK's position, though. A grenade almost hits, but this shot does. A grenade does, actually. On to Sandro. Again, the guy who is feeding most of the information to the team on the bottom floor gets knocked. I think he's going to be able to get revived. Just drops off like that. Should get revived by Nano. But this gives Footballless the opportunity to use the roof and get immediately directly above Uderkillers.
Yeah, and this is Ulysses. Oh my goodness, forcing back now as Lutz is going huge on the high ground, putting shots in every single direction. Footballless is looking absolutely solid, and that's just gonna be it here. The last man standing from Uderkillers is going to get killed themselves. And with that, a beautiful execution. Oh my goodness, that was Footballless. Momentum, we now know it goes from cold to hot, because Footballless is looking hot now on Miramar. Take over the desert, yes please.
They saw the opportunity that was presented to them the minute they got that first knock, and they executed it immediately without hesitation, and perfect timing too, because the circle shifts away and they have a good angle to attack and get inside if they want to take it. But unfortunately, they have a couple of teams approaching them right now. Just a replay real quick of Lutz using the high ground to his advantage. Uder only had one man, and when he was taken out, not much more they could have done.
I think the point that you made, Cameron, was just so spot on. The nade down the player on the high ground, which meant that all of a sudden, if you're Footballless, you can take the high ground. The roofs were only being held by one player. the second you take that one player out of the equation, it's all yours. They leveraged it, they played aggressive, and that was just such a flawless execution. I am just so impressed by how Footballless is looking right now as we jump on to the fight between Team Queso and Alpha Legends. Alpha, they've been involved in quite a few scrapes over the course of this game so far. We can see more action happening in our picture-in-picture shot below as well, I believe with Konina Power, Tixi getting down there as well. Tixi, of course, being one of the individual star players here in the PMPL West division, but not being able to, I think, have a real impact so far today. We'll see if he's going to be able to turn his fortunes around in the next few, as Faker is looking to try and line things up, not able to do so.
Okay, so also dealing a little bit of damage over to Nova. There's a lot of teams here on this eastern side, and Cloud9 actually has the best control over all of them. You can just see from the minimap that Alpha and Queso can't really confidently fight each other. There's only certain angles that they can peek out that Cloud9 won't be able to punish them from, which is why not a lot has happened between these two squads. A smoke there from Marco, perhaps block a little bit of information as well as block a potential peek by Alpha Legends. But the question is, like, do they want to stay here? But if they don't, where can they go?
That's sort of the question of the hour, isn't it? And I mean, they've got to make a move at some point. I'm looking okay for now. Yeah, this is just getting to the point where somebody has got to be, again, I talk about a game of chicken. Somebody's got to be the one to make the play, to make the call, to try and find a crack in the armor, a little bit of weakness from this opposing team.
More smokes, more grenades at the ready. But you can tell that they just don't want to move. Oh, and the circle shift actually helps them a lot. They're not in the center, but they're just north of it. Cloud9 still, I think, have the strongest position here, especially because they can utilize the high ground to punish rotations in from the west side. But this is really good and alleviates a lot of pressure from Legends and Queso.
Yeah, it does. They're looking at a great spot. We'd actually see a down, though, going their way from a lot of these top teams as Kayowski also drops in the kill feed. Just so much action happening right now, as Umbra's going to be able to confirm that kill. That's one of the fan favorites, Loops. The boys from Brazil, maybe potentially in a bit of trouble there, able to dish out as well as they're taking, as we were seeing Axial and crew. Maybe they keep throwing these smokes, but at some point they've got to do something with it, Cameron.
Ooh. So, okay, up here we are seeing the fight between Wildcard and Footballless. We're both coming in from the north. Footballless, because I think they took just a little bit too long getting themselves back up for the previous fight, though they did take it with confidence. That, you know, it still takes a couple of seconds to med back up if you need to, get all the loot that you want. They didn't want to pressure immediately for the city of Monte Nuevo. They go towards the north, and they run directly into Wildcard, who are punishing them for trying to retreat. And this is I think, a better example of that game of chicken, because both these squads need to move into the circle. And Footballless, they're further than Wildcard are in that respect, but they're taking so much damage.
And I love how we just keep coming back to this fight. One wall separating these two teams. It's like you have really annoying neighbors. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. But Lutz actually able to capitalize on Wildcard moving on in. These two teams have some bad blood still from this last game, as Slicky gets picked up on the road. Oh, it's gonna go. So they're gonna trade back and forth here. Both of these teams have got to move in. This has got a lot more interesting. Oh my goodness, they are being mad there over Solke did actually end up surviving though, so that's actually a pretty big deal.
Yeah, but look, the blue is overtaking Wildcard right now, and they lost their advantage. They had to go off the high ground, and now terrain-wise, it's even. And that means that the blue zone is what decides who gets the biggest advantage here. Acer goes down. Rom is trying to finish him off. Rom takes out Sam on the attempted flank.
And this is just Wildcard, a horrible position. Maybe took a little bit too long to punish Solke, who was down there. The rest of the teammates were able to rally, and that's just going to be Wildcard out. Perfect play from Footballists, saying, look, you almost stole that last game from us. We're going to make sure you don't do it again. It is Spring up against the world once again, but I think he has not enough meds to make this a real play. He's just going to go down, and he's going to try and survive as long as he can. Yala Esports is dropping as well, but Footballists looking so good.
I wonder what vehicles he has, Spring, because Footballless, they're not committing to it, which is a smart play, and this might give him an opportunity. But we saw the meds that he had, and they were not great. Over here, back on a Queso and Alpha, they still haven't taken a fight against each other because, again, the buildings don't really allow for it with all these teams around them. And so instead, there is a tentative, temporary alliance on taking out Nova to the north, but Football is pushing into trouble yet again, which is expected. What can they do with it?
Solke, not just good with the nades. Keep that spray under control. And now Memphis is trying to pick up the pieces. No matter where footballists go, they just leave a wake of bodies behind them. Every single fight they take has been looking so good for them. Yes, the one down did come through, but now they're going up against Uneven as well. The team shooting there is looking so good. Footballists just seemed like they've gone super. I don't know what it is. They have gone to the next level, Cameron.
They better hope so. They better keep that pedal to the metal because they have to move through multiple teams still to get into the circle. The circle shifts towards the south, and Queso and Alpha are going to have to move as well. They got to heal up, but look at this push by Mystic.
Oh. Can they make it happen? No, just still forced back every single time. The amount of utility that's been utilized here is massive. C9 is going to let this one go as it stands. Football is only going to have to deal with Unique here because both of these teams have to go to the circle. They are prioritizing the rotation over taking these unnecessary fights. It is the mature decision. It is the correct decision.
Cloud9 as well moving off of the high ground, which this also removes pressure from Alpha and Queso in that building fight, because if they just stuck around all four of them, they could continue to just third party it until the absolute final second, but they're moving to try and get good position here in Footballists. They're trying to punish Unique's move as well.
Now we do see Mystic finally trying to be able to capitalize on this push that Alpha Faker has gone down. Mystic, can they find the shots? There's Marco. Last man standing. Kato trying to survive, but the pressure is continuing on in. 2 members alive. Alpha's actually still up and in this somehow. I can't believe it. They actually got the better of Team Queso there.
Even just for a quick second, and Queso immediately back off. A quick molly there from Mold Man to just guarantee it. But hey, look at that. That's a nice kill on the north side. You know, it was a nice reset. Perfect timing.
That was actually really solid there. I'm actually impressed. I mean, both teams showing life here at this stage of the game. As we're continuing to try and see what Loops is up to. Always getting into fights. Sounds about right for Loops. Going in up against Pedro from B4, who's got a little bit of an angle there with the high ground. We'll continue to see what this fight looks like, but we keep coming back. We need to have resolution. We need to have a finale to this Team Queso fight. As here comes the full flank all the way around. It is Kato able to get the shots, the angle, confirming the kills. Yes, and now Team Queso, Mystic's just got to run. There's nothing magical about this one. You just got to have the feet beneath you. And no, finally, after about a 6 or 7 minute back and forth fight, Alpha say, please, this is our compound. Let's get back into this game.
It's not their compound anymore. It's overtaken by the zone, and Kato can't even get revives on his teammates. So those 2 kills still go the way of Queso, despite them going out in 9th place. And I don't know how much longer Alpha Legends is going to be able to survive this run because it's all out in the open. Blue's about to touch him. Solke continuing to push in. 15 kills for Footballists, pushing through hell this entire time, and they take everyone in their way out.
Oh my goodness. Footballists just looking so impressive. I talked about the idea of momentum. I thought it was going to be carried by Wildcard in that one, but no. The winners of this last game are making a great case as to why they might try and do it here again, as Tempo Storm is getting eliminated as well. I believe it was actually Alpha Legends that did some serious damage there. That's Z-Fan out to boot. Nova going down with only 5 teams remaining. I think my predictions on how many teams will be left out and open, not so viable at this point, Cameron.
I wonder if anyone remembers what I suggested. What I said was going to be the answer.
You know, it's fine. It's fine.
Listen, I'm doing terrible on the predictions. Let me get the few victories that I can get here, okay?
What, Cameron?
Footballists, they're looking for their victory.
You were absolutely right. You're looking solid right now. Looking as good as Footballists right now, who don't want just 16 kills. They want even more. As they're continuing to look into B4, who we have not seen since the very start of this game, where they were first blood on Miramar, and now Pedro and crew are trying to rally in this little bit of a divot they've actually found for themselves here. Lutz is going for a big open push. Oh my goodness, this is bold, Cameron. Can they make this happen?
The smokes are there to assist, but he knows he has the knock. He knows that at least one other member of B4 stuck on the revive. Does he know of the B4 player close? He sends the shots, the grenade comes out. Might have missed his opportunity.
Yeah, that might have been it, because he's taking a lot of damage from these grenades, as DE and Umbra are also fighting on the other side of the circle. But Footballists, with these smokes, are just pushing their way in slowly but surely. Lutz is taking a little bit of damage back and forth. So is Raum on the back. And now Solke and crew, they have to think, do we back up and try and reset this, or do we just push forward? And the answer is forward, training out one-on-one now. It's a 2v1 situation as Pedro's gonna go in and try and confirm the kills. Can he get the shots? He does. They're closer to Solke. He sees Lutz in the back. This is a 2v1 situation. Lutz, who can always go clutch for the team, is gonna need to do it again here, but it's hard to do when you're on fire. Not that kind of fire. And B4 shuts him down. 5 kills to their name. Footballists, who are making a claim to Miramar like they did to Vikendi, shut down at the end, making this all about Dream Eaters and B4. The two teams we haven't talked about a whole lot coming into this, but 5 kills and 7 respectively. They've been getting involved.
Not as involved with Footballists, but they're involved in the final circle, and that's for all the placement points. That crate, I don't know if it's going to be terribly useful. I honestly don't see either team really stretching that far towards the north to get it. But who knows? Maybe B4 want that angle, but the cover that Dream Eaters has, except for Matic, who's going super aggressive, does he know that he's running directly into a member of B4?
That's the question. He's going to find out real quick. Oh my goodness, Matic catching him as he's cooking a grenade. That was actually huge. Pedro was able to do a lot of damage on the other side of that as the rest of the team was going to push him, but Everson, no, do not count out Pedro. Oh my goodness, that M4 spray was solid. And now Dream Eaters look like they're going to try and continue to confirm the shots. No, they do get down Pedro. Matic with the shots. The team fire is there. And now this is just, I think, a 1v3 situation. Oh my goodness. Dream Eaters are looking solid. It's Levi now, the last man standing for B4. Can Dream Eaters look to come in here and pick themselves up their first win, their first chicken dinner? And there it is. Oh my goodness. Dream Eaters with the chicken dinner.
Solid win for them as well. The way they played that final end game once footballs were taken out was pretty much perfect. They send 1 or 2 at a time with 2 remaining on the high ground to give them cover, and you saw how it just decimated B4. It's not even the man advantage that they had, the 4 versus 3, that allowed them to win that. They played the end game, I don't want to say perfectly, but pretty close.
Yeah, they basically what they were trying to do is they were trying to make that as much as they could, either a series of 1v1s or 2v1s in their favor with the high ground, with the angles. Because, you know, a lot of the players that were down there for B4 at the end, it wasn't just one player shooting at them. We were watching one POV, but you look at the kill feed and it's a headshot from somebody else. The communication of where the opponents were, I mean, there's not a lot of defining cover there. Oh, it's a rock, it's a dip. Like, how do you describe that? But they were able to correctly communicate to their teammates where all of their opponents were, and Dream Eaters were able to secure it there, being everyone else's nightmare in that final few circles. That just looked really impressive from them. Super solid, and congrats to them on their first win. But that's us. That's it from us here on the day, Cameron. Feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, no, it's looking really solid, and actually it's been a good opening 3 games.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what the rest of the games look like. But let's send it back to our analysts.
And finally, what feels like forever, Dream Eaters finally pick up a chicken dinner. I think they did that in the opening weekend, but since then they've been extremely quiet. Some might even say they might have been a little bit asleep.
I was hoping you were going to go with that. Good job. Good job, Jason.
I was hoping that would be a little bit of a golf clap there. Let's take a look at our standings, though, from that last match. You can see how many points they did accumulate. And to be fair, they got a lot of kills here, 10 for themselves and 30 points total, Glitter.
That is quite the respectable game, but I think we're all kind of looking at it right now. Look at the kills on Footballists. They literally almost surpassed them in first place just because of their kill points.
And I'm pretty sure Jason's going to be really happy about that because he picked him and he was just screaming like a little girl in the back, like he just got the biggest candy bar ever when they were getting so many kills, man. Impressive game there by Footballists, and I wouldn't be surprised if we still see them at the top after this match because 16 kills. They were being so aggressive. I think that was maybe their downfall towards the end as well, going up against B4 Esports. They were just way too aggressive, which honestly, when you got 16 kills, you might as well continue to be aggressive. And Nova Esports here with 7 points. That's good for them. Remember, we've been seeing them towards the bottom over and over again, so it's good for them to finally wake up, and then Temple Storm being able to also get 7 points. And then something we're not used to here, Glitter. Look who's currently in the second page. Loops, Esports, and Cloud9.
Yeah, maybe Miramar just kind of threw all these teams for a loop. We've touched on the fact they haven't really had a chance to play on it the same way that they have with Erangel and Vikendi. But we also see Wildcard down at the bottom, Konina Power down at the bottom, and we were actually talking about that after we got off the last segment. And you kind of asked me something like, why didn't you pick Wildcard? They just had a really strong game, and I was like, I don't know if they can do it consistently back to back. And maybe that's the next thing that they have to work on, because we've seen days where they are very, very strong, but it's at the top of the day and the end of the day and not, in some sort of a succession. So maybe that's the next thing Wildcard can push for. Can
I bring up a team here? Am I allowed to do that with you guys? You cool with that?
Yeah.
Leader Killers. They were top 4 in the first 2 games, and unfortunately having a very rough time here. I mean, we talk about consistency. They've been consistent in placing well and also getting themselves up on the scoreboard. We're going to take a look, though, at the stats for Dream Hitters. 1,800 damage total, and of course, the 10 kills, 10 knocks as well, 7.
Yeah, I think this is going to be huge for them. I think going into this match, they were in 12th place, and they were only getting 12th place, and then 9th place, only 3 kills. So being able to pack up 10 kills in one match, this is going to be such a great confident booster for them. And going back on what you were saying, Leader Killers, they just had a bad time here in Miramar. They went up against the team with the most skills in football, and we will be breaking that down later. So don't worry, you'll be able to brag a little bit more, Jason.
I mean, I'm being modest. I'm one of the most modest people that I know, to be fair. And let's talk about football just a little bit, because again, 16 kills. They had those fairly early on. I mean, they were pretty much doing what Loops did in one of their breakout games. Pedal to the floor, constantly attacking with no regard for anyone else, and it worked out for them, Glitter. This team really put the pressure on everyone else.
And I think part of that has to do with the fact that they've all day today just continued to pick up momentum. Obviously, coming off of that wild ending that we just saw in Vikendi and a win, they are feeling very good about themselves. They're in a good position to kind of potentially start making those more aggressive pushes on some of these teams, especially when we haven't seen them playing on Miramar all that much. And like you said, they kind of turned into the loops of the lobby for this particular match. They took every single fight that came across their desk and clearly did well in the end.
Who knew they were a great bureaucratic team? Let's take a look, though, at our top fraggers from that last game. And I can almost guarantee you football is going to be up there in a majority of the players. And you can see Solkay and Lutz, but Matic and Paradrog also making their way up here as well.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not surprised to see those players there. Matic from the winning team, and then you got Pedro from B4. Remember, B4 is that one team that ended up knocking down all the players there from Footballers. But still, Footballers, Soul K, being able to get 1,000 damage, that is huge. Not only just in stats alone, but that is just such a confident booster for a player like that. Being able to go ahead and showcase that, hey, I got what it takes. I'm able to go ahead and put this kind of outwork and be able to go ahead and help my team. And Lutz have been super consistent today as well. Remember, this is one of the players going back to the first game in Erangel. He was just knocking people with grenades and being able to cause a lot of damage that way. So it's good for those players to be so consistent today.
Let's take a look at some of our do moments from our match number 3. I can't believe we're moving into match 4 in just a few minutes of time. It seems like the entire day has just completely slipped by us. But we're going to see, Konina Power. We haven't seen the power horse that they can be. We talked about Tixie before, and it's been rough times for them.
It definitely has been. That's one team. But remember, it's actually no surprise to me because so far, every single first day that we do of the splits, for example, seeding, Konina Power had a bad day. League play, Konina Power didn't have the best start on that first day. And here, going into the first Super Weekend day, seeing them not perform that well is actually not surprising for me. What is going to be surprising for me is going to be tomorrow. If they also have a bad day tomorrow, then I'm going to actually start to panic a little bit more. And I know there's one person right now panicking, seeing Konina Power not doing so well, and it's going to be Mustache Day because my boy picked them for every single map today.
I can hear him now going, whoa.
Yeah, whoa, Seven, chill. But as we're seeing more highlights here from Footballers, if you want to go ahead and take it away, Glitter.
Yeah, I think what's impressive about a lot of these highlights is a lot of them are going to be football. So we see them going up against Wildcard there specifically in that clip, but they just were kind of unstoppable the entire time on this map. We saw them taking engagements that maybe a lot of teams wouldn't have been comfortable taking, especially on, and I will keep harping on this, on the fact that, this is the first time we've seen Miramar in, almost a week, maybe?
Yep.
These players. So their confidence is going to be huge, not only just today, but moving into our next few days of the Super Weekend. They're going to kind of put a target on their backs with having such a strong showing here in the first day, and now we get to see how the other teams are going to be handling them. And this was actually a fight that we're seeing now that we're jumping on board between Team Queso and Alpha Legends that we watched for a very long time. Both of these teams holding the exact same building. For my opinion, way too long. I think the push decision should have been made a little bit sooner because I think it might have played out better in Queso's favor, which would have made me happier because I wanted them to do really well on this map. But that was something that we did watch for a long back and forth and ended up, you know, kind of going in the way of Alpha Legends.
And in this one right here, it's one of those moments where we just saw how aggressive Footballers was being able to go ahead and push up on B4. B4 had everything going on their way. They had the height advantage. On top of that, they had cover, and they also had the zone, and they were able to go ahead and destroy Footballers. And then they had to move on to Dream Eaters, and Dream Eaters was just on another level with height advantage, being able to cover angles like some of the other teams weren't able to cover before. And guess what? Being able to go ahead and do that, it's gonna get you the chicken dinner. So it's great to see Dream Eaters do so well there. And something that Glitter was mentioning is that we haven't actually played this match in almost a week. So I do wonder how much of an effect that has done on certain teams. Hopefully they go ahead and switch it up maybe for tomorrow. Keep in mind, we're gonna be playing Miramar tomorrow and the day after that. So hopefully they can switch it and perform better on these maps.
Well, you know what? That was a great little breakdown of what went down in our last match. And luckily for us, we're going to have an interview with someone we've already seen before. We're going to have Knight from B4. The coach should be coming through to talk to us about, of course, their preparation coming into the Super Weekend and, of course, the matches we've had today. First of all, I got to ask, as we get him on the screen, Knight, can you hear me again, man?
Hey, I can. Okay. How about you?
I can hear you, and you're sounding fantastic. You're sounding pretty happy with how B4 has played so far with today. But I want to ask you off the bat, was there any special preparation that came into the Super Weekend for you guys?
We are a little bit worried about our Sanhok and Miramar because we didn't play it on the week. But here in Brazil, we trained a lot in the other tournaments. So we did our job. We played constant. And I think it was an amazing result for us today.
All right, well, Seven, I'm going to let you start things off here.
And I think from that one, what you just said there, you guys haven't really played Miramar and Sanhok that much. That's why you're a little bit worried about it. But something I want to know is, what is the team's favorite map to play on? Is it Erangel? Is it Sanhok? I know you said you guys practice Sanhok a lot. So which one is your favorite team to play, favorite map to play on?
At the moment, I think it's Sanhok. I think it's our best map. It's a little bit difficult because you have short time to develop your strategy, but you are used to play this, and you are very confident playing Sanhok.
Hey, well, going into Sanhok, I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing what you guys do. Parabéns, obrigado.
Valeu, obrigado.
All right, well, Glitter, go ahead.
All right, final question from me. We've seen you guys, when you finally get into a groove, be super consistent across the board. So in those moments where you struggle a little bit, how do you as a team bounce back?
We're very confident with our team, and our IGL is one of the best players here in Brazil. He's very confident. He knows how to make a good call, and that's why we don't have enough trouble. Even when we have a bad situation, we can think the best way to deal with and get good results.
Okay, I want to actually ask you a follow-up question here. Are you guys all in a gaming house together right now?
Yes.
Okay, gotta ask.
They're behind me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I keep seeing people there, and I mean, they can come say hi if they want to. But how crazy and loud does it get when you guys are playing? Hey guys, how crazy is it when they're playing and they're like on the verge of winning? I have to imagine there's so much shouting going on.
Yes, this is very intense because we're all together. I mean, I go upstairs to don't bother them, and when I'm very happy, I start screaming a lot, so I don't want to bother them. But they're playing together for a week, and they're very used to do this, playing together, scream loud, say whatever you want. We're very confident.
Well, good thing it's early in the day for you guys. You might be waking some neighbors up from screaming so loud. Thank you again, Knight, for joining us here on the show, and good luck to you guys in your next match.
Thank you. Bye. Go before.
Brasil. Do Brasil. Oh, Brazil.
It's really cool to hear that, actually. I like how they're kind of all in the house together.
That's
you see
awesome.
them all grouped up, like talking to each other, what went right, what went wrong in the last match. And they definitely have bounced back, right? Thinking back to match 1, they had over 3,000 damage, and they didn't even get themselves a chicken dinner. Match 2, they had about 350 damage. And then coming into this one, we're going to see exactly how much damage they had in match number 3. So they continue this pace and momentum on, as we'll get that damage on your screen here in a few seconds. I would imagine, though, we're going to see Footballists pretty high up here, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure they're going to be straight up towards the top, and you can see right there, number 3, 2,542 damages, Glitter. That's a lot of damages.
That is, you know, you love to see it, especially when it comes accompanied with a number like 16 kills.
Yeah.
That is an impressive stat. And like you said, you wanted to see exactly just how much damage B4 has done. They put out almost 1,300 damage with 6 kills themselves. And when, you know, you combine that, like you said, with coming off of a rough game that started off as an incredibly strong game, this is, I think they're going to start, you know, finding a nice happy middle ground.
And I think something I also enjoyed pretty much from football is just the aggressiveness that they went ahead and showed in that last match. And I'm actually surprised that they don't have over 3,000 damage there as well. And oh, whoa, something towards the end there. Pittsburgh Knights being able to go ahead and get 607 damage, but being able to get 5 kills. I wonder if we were to look on the stats, how many knocks out of that they had, or how many kills they were able to steal, because that's actually pretty impressive considering Pittsburgh Knights has not had the day that they would actually like. They got back-to-back 10 plays there, and I'm pretty sure going into Sanhok, they want to go ahead and step it up a little bit more.
Well, we've been talking a lot about Footballists, and you kind of hinted at something early on with them up against Uder Killers, and I kind of want to see you break things down as we head into this clip here. What's this clip about? What's going on in it, Seven?
Let me go ahethe show you what's going to go ahead and happen here. The clip between Footballists and Uder Killers. This was just such a tactical play at the start. Both of the teams, remember, currently Footballists is going to have 1 player down, so they're going to make sure they try to take advantage of that. And something that I would have wished from Uder Killers that they would have done is they should have just gone for it here. Look at this. You got an angle right here. Given that you do have a player from football is going to be covering that angle, but you got to believe on your skills. You got to believe that, hey, if I have to take a 1v1, I'm going to be able to win that. And I think this was the turning point here from Footballists. They fall back on their player. They're able to go ahead and pick them up, and then the grenades start coming. Something that we're starting to see Footballists do it over and over again. Just being able to throw those nades, being able to go ahead and at least cause some damage. And guess what? Once they got that player up, they start pushing. This is how aggressive Footballists was the whole time. And mostly what they're going to be doing here is they're just going to be waiting for somebody to actually go ahead and get knocked. And I think there's going to be just 1 player that's going to be able to do that here coming up soon. And something I love is how much usage of the grenades were done here by all the teams, smokes and also Molotovs. And you're seeing everybody miss grenades, but it doesn't matter because in a way it kind of stops the push from another team. And this is going to be actually a very long highlight here as we're seeing just how cautious they are. Just look how cautious they are. They're going back and forth. You see Footballists go from right to left and then vice versa, trying to see when they're going to go ahead and find an opening here. So overall, I think great strategy. It goes to show that Footballists can be tactical about things, which is something you love to see. And as soon as they ended up getting the knock here, you see them right away. Their whole demeanor changes. Everything is gonna be push, push, push. Something that I was mentioning earlier, I wish Uder Killers would have done this, because guess what? Footballists got the knock, and then they're just gonna go straight for it. Glitter, if you want to go ahead and say anything about this, take it away.
No, and I think that's a really important point that you made there, is the fact that Footballists is immediately ready to capitalize on the disadvantage that they have put onto Uder Killers. I think that is what made them successful. Like you said, Uder Killers had the opportunity at the beginning of this clip to do the exact same thing to Footballists when they got that first knock, had they made the decision to do so. And I think that's what is a mark of a very confident team, right? Because if you know that you have a player on your enemy team knocked, or even if they're not knocked, but you know that you landed a frag and dished a ton of damage where your team necessarily hasn't taken any, you have to be able to make those split decisions in order to push and capitalize on those small advantages that you're going to get, because you don't have them for that long.
I feel like it was just like a swarm of players. I mean, Footballists, as you mentioned, like once that first nade came in, once they got the first down on Sandro, they're like, all right, let's just swarm completely over them. And they also went onto the high ground quite consistently there to make sure they had some really good angles. But at the same time, we talk about aggressive play. We can also maybe talk about another team from the region. We have Team Queso over from Argentina. This team has shown us in the past how good they can be, and we can see right here some pretty decent damage being done over the course of this entire event. 7,600, not too bad for them. Again, the 33 kills. They're a little bit behind Loops and Kanina and Wildcard, but those were the big three teams we were looking at when it came to the opening weekend here, Seven.
Yeah, remember we did a piece pretty much on Wildcard Gaming and Kanina Power, and at the moment the only one that's performing out of them is gonna be Wildcard Gaming. They're almost at 10,000 damage. That's pretty impressive. And then now you got Loops Esports being one of the most consistent ones too. So it's interesting to see Team Queso. Remember, Team Queso, we've been mentioning it over and over again. They have a top fragger in Axel. Axel now has 33 kills and 33 knocks, and on top of that, 5,200 damage. So I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing more teams from Team Queso just step it up. Players like Marco, players like Mystic, I've seen him clutch up 1v1s before. So hopefully they're able to just get a little bit of that momentum that Axel currently has, because remember, all these players are here for a reason. They got this skill to go ahead and showcase. It's just a mental game in a ways with yourself. If you start doing bad, you're gonna start downing yourself. You're gonna start downing your rotations. You're gonna start downing 1v1s in a way, kind of like how we were seeing there from Uter Killers. You cannot do that. So hopefully they just kind of blank out and just go for it, because I think they can actually get the win.
Yeah, I think they've been struggling a little bit when it's come to today's games. I mean, they're definitely a team we know who can be explosive, who can lock down kills. But it's time to take a look, though, Glitter, at our overall standings. And you know what? I have to be all smiles right now, because look who's in first place.
You know, and they kind of deserve first place right now, so I'm not even mad about that, but I am impressed with some of the shifts here in our top 10. We see Dream Eaters actually bumping themselves up into 4th place overall, and Wildcard and Uter Killers dropping down a little bit, but still pretty consistent with our top 10 here across the board. I mean, this is... That game for football has really kind of propelled them into a very solid first place position with their points.
And now as we go here towards the second page, teams that we're just kind of surprised to see here. Honestly, Team Unique, remember, this is one team that has already gotten a win. Even if it was during seeding weekend, they still have gotten a win. And then you got teams like Kalina Power. That is just such a huge surprise to go ahead and see them this low. Hopefully they can pick it up here towards the end of this day, if not towards tomorrow when we start a fresh day. And then Pittsburgh Knights has been one of those consistent teams, but I feel like they need to start doing a lot more. Whatever they're currently doing right now is not working out for them. Maybe it might be time for a little bit of a change of plans.
You know, I'd also say Team Unique is a team I didn't really expect to be on the bottom of the table. They were quite dominating. Maybe not overall within the league play, but they had some really good glimpses of what the team can accomplish. Maybe they can really kind of bounce back here in our match number 4, or maybe come up in the next 2 days. And speaking of match 4, let's take a look at our schedule yet again so you can see what map will be coming up next, and it will indeed be Sanhok. So to start things off, Glitter, we heard Knight talking about how they're worried about Sanhok, but at the same time, Sanhok is their best map. That to me was a little bit confusing.
Well, I mean, I understand what he means. I think in the sense they're worried about it only because they haven't had a chance to be playing it as consistently as they have been playing Erangel and Vikendi for the past few days during league play. However, if it is their favorite map, then that means they definitely, on the back end, are probably getting time in with scrims. They're definitely going over VODs, going over strategies, and they're coming off of a very good rebound and a good game for them as far as our matches for the day go. So, I mean, he felt confident. It's making me feel confident. I might be back on the B4 for this.
E4 wagon? Is that what I'm hearing there in the back? Okay, all right. Well, one team that I'm actually going to be looking out for here is going to be Team Queso, because Team Queso usually likes to go ahead and land a little bit north there of Lobster Building in boot camp. And what happens with that is they end up being very close to Loops Esports. I wonder if at any moment they're maybe going to go ahead and engage each other. And if they do, who's going to go ahead and come out on top? Because we have seen, going back to PMWL Americas, we've seen Loops Esports get hot dropped by another team. I remember it was Tribe Gaming, and they won that. And then they forced that team to pretty much land somewhere completely different. So I wonder if Loops is at any point going to try to establish that dominance, since we are going to be playing Sanhok a lot more in Super Weekend.
Well, we'll see in just a few moments of time. But before that, again, we keep talking about how you guys at home can win prizes as long as you are watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You'll be earning points, and the top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards. And who doesn't want that helmet? I know I want it. Unfortunately for me, I don't think I can watch East and West at the same time because that's just so much for me to take in. And I got to focus on West and West mostly. But guys, let's talk about predictions. Should I start things off? Yeah, I think you should.
Yes, go for it.
Okay,
go.
So I might regret saying this because I really feel like Footballists or Loops can have an extremely strong game here on how aggressive this map can be.
He's jinxing it.
But I'm giving my prediction to Tempo Storm.
Ooh, I like it.
I think this is their time. I think this is their moment. They have won this map. When we look at league play, I think they can do it yet again. They've had a struggle today, but you know what? With a struggle comes glory, and I think it might be their time here. Glitter, who's your prediction?
Put my faith back in 9. I'm going to go with B4.
Okay.
4. All right.
Okay. 7.
Hey, well, I'm going to go with the other Brazilian team. I'm going to go with Loops.
Let's go.
Okay, well, I'm going to feel bad for you guys if they do get knocked out early, and if I see Tempo Storm win. We'll check with you guys after the next game, though, as we get through into our 4th match about to start, and we have to get rid of you two and bring in 2 new people who have been watching from the sidelines for most of today. We're going to bring in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And the first thing I want to ask you, Mr. Dave, your Konita power picks haven't been working, man. What's going on?
Hey, I'm not jumping off the bandwagon. Konita Power, we got 2 more games to go. I'm here, baby. Let's get some Konita Powers in the chat. Let's get some dubs, baby. I'm ready. Jason, you don't scare me, man. You don't scare me.
I mean, I am taller than you, but you're way more handsome. Hot Jukes probably can scare both of us who ever do meet up on land someday. But Hot Jukes, you know, how you been today, man? Super weekend. We're kicking things off. We're getting points accumulated that will stick with the teams over the next 3 weeks. I love the glasses.
Oh, hey, you know what? Every time I get in game, I have to put my glasses on because I can't see a thing. And guess what? It's the Super Weekend. It's game time. Let's go. Had to put the glasses on. I'm ready to get into this one. Let's do it.
Okay, Hot Jukes, who's your prediction for this team, for this match?
I'm gonna go with I gotta go with B4. You know, I saw the interview.
Okay, all right.
I saw the thumbs up. You know, and I saw one of their players. It's like he was staring into my soul and just whispered, "Hot Jukes, we got this one."
Okay, well, we'll see if he's gonna be right about that. Dave, are you still sticking with Konita Power?
Dude, yeah. Don't be changing the doc, all right? Konita Powers all day long. All day long. Don't change the doc.
I'm just changing whatever you say. Why don't you 2 gentlemen take us into our 4th match of the day here on Sanhok.
Here we go. Match number 4, Sanhok. One of those maps that's just, man, we've seen this game over and over, Dave. And this is just one of those maps where we don't know who's going to win it. We don't know who's going to win it. And I think going back to when we saw Knight's interview, he said that, you know, B4, we're pumped up. This is one of our favorite maps. But I mean, no matter how good of a team you are, you can't control where the circle goes on this one. And with all these squads, how aggressive they play, I think it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, when you're right, Hot Jukes. You're right. So looking around, we are going to have the plane starting all the way up there in the north, and we'll be finishing on over the docks. I saw a lot of people in the chat, they're like, boot camp hot drops, boot camp hot drops. People were placing their bets in the chat for that UC. Will we get the hot drop? Well, I already see Nova flying over it at least.
Oh man, it's got to be like a tradition here. We got to see some squads go to boot camp. I mean, I think that this is like, and this is a map where every single one of these players, regardless, right? This one is so fun to play during just pub matches, and everybody for the most part usually hot drops boot camp or Paradise. Now, we've seen in the past, Cloud9, they have seemed to kind of claim Paradise Resort as their own. First circle drops though, and it's kind of out of their way right here, so they're gonna have to loot up pretty quick. It's good to the fact that they're all by themselves, but they still need to get up and going.
Yeah, they're going to have to loot and scoot. And looking at last game, Dream Eaters, they were putting up the numbers, putting up the damage. And right now, they're kind of separated for the time being. Hopefully, one of them don't get early knocked from the side of Carnage.
And I think this just might be a warning grenade right here. You know, it looks like Carnage is going to throw this out, say, hey, we're over here. Do not come by. So that's a really interesting to see there from Carnage. I don't think that's something we've seen before.
Warning grenades? Yeah. I mean, hey, courtesy. You know, it's like a courtesy flush right there. So going to be tossing out that grenade. You got J7 right there for that support. The Knights as a whole here, I'm looking real quick. Their total damage, they have 8 kills so far here in 3 games with around 1,400 total damage. So you already know, they're thirsty, Hot Jukes.
Oh, they're ready to get into some action right here. Sixless, ooh, got some shots onto him. We saw there in the corner, Matic with the QBZ. Look at the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Ready to go, man. I mean, he just said howdy over to Sixless, and Sixless, he's on the run. He's on the run.
on the run, getting lit up right now by Matic, trying to take some pot shots, will be connecting. Seems as if that top gallon hat will be paying off as Sixless is in the water, walking really slow, separated from the squad right now.
Man, we saw Sixless's best dance moves right there as he had to put on a show for us, but he was able to survive, and that's really huge considering where his position is. If he got knocked right there, I highly doubt he was getting back up.
It would be a GG. It would be a GG. I actually spoke to Raven earlier today before the game started. You know, and pretty much Raven was telling me like the squad pretty much had to revamp itself after PMPL, you know, with the new addition of Sixless. So they kind of are working on building that synergy and that team communication. And that's what we see right here. I mean, Sixless is going to be tagged out there in the distance, not thirsted, and we got the trade. So maybe they could communicate amongst each other and pull off the greatest revive of Sanhok right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. It's not going to be easy considering that we haven't seen Carnage or Seven really move from their position right here. I'm not really sure where Raven is located just yet. So I don't know if they're going to be able to pick him up. I think I saw a rotation from Carnage though. It's going to be interesting to see as we move over to this Loops squad. Getting looks like a first knock and thirst of the game.
Let me get some oh yeahs in the chat right now.
Oh yeah.
Let me get some oh yeahs in the chat right now. Loops,
right.
I know I didn't pick them to get the dub here, but it's definitely a team that we know they are aggressive. And like you said, Sanhok, it's all about the aggression, baby. And 1 kill so far. Here's my squad. Konita Powers. Hey, we're one down. We're one down. But Gonzo with the beautiful hat, you know, the style points, they count for something, right?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, as long as you look good doing it, I think that's all that matters right here. But, man, they need to definitely get it together right here. So, oh, look at, Matic end up running across here, catches the Sixless revive. There's Raven, and it looks like he is going to get thirsted. Oh, can he shimmy his way to behind a rock? This would be so huge. Oh, but they're both low, and, yeah, I think this is going to be it for PK.
Yeah, drip too strong right there. Now it's just up to Carnage, the last remaining member up for the Knights. Carnage right now screaming, get in, get in.
That's right.
Let's get this revive, J7. So the push, like the insta push right now from Dream Eaters. I mean, they're playing this one perfect right now, Hot Jukes.
It's a little scary in my opinion, you know, always because when it comes to Sanhok, you don't know where any of the other teams are. They can always be over a hill at any time. So anytime that you shoot, you always have to be concerned with that third party. But considering, you know, that you got 2 players down, might as well go for the full send, and that's exactly what Dream Eaters is doing right now.
As well, Toffee's gonna be unloading a magazine right on into the open doorway. Carnage, Vector in hand, no extended mag. 19 bullets, you need to hit these right now. And here comes the rest of the squad from the Dream Eaters. They're gonna start tossing in some grenades. The Knights, they are pinned down right now. J7 gonna be spotted down and out. Now it's up to Carnage. Vector in hand, going for that spray. We'll be connecting out to 1, but no thirst. No thirst.
Yeah, not much you could do right there when you have a full squad of Dream Eaters. They were hungry, and they came after the rest of that Pittsburgh Knights team, taking them out early. And to be honest, if they were going to go for the push, it had to be instantly. You know, to be able to go ahead and get those kills and get 4 points on the board, not to mention some really good loot, considering where their location is. Yeah, I think that it ended up working out for them.
Worked out for them. Didn't work out for the Knights. First squad, second squad to be taken out. They're going to be coming into the last game with a lot of pressure to perform, get some kills, and kind of make that rebound over here. And talking about teams looking for that rebound, Nova Esports up there on the high ground, and we'll check back in with them very shortly as we're going to be checking in with Loops, and it looks like Team Queso are near them, so we might have a fight.
Here we go. So 2 South American monsters might go in head-to-head right here in a few short seconds. Now, before the interview, I had Loops to win this one. You know, I especially considering, you know, Sanhok, with the rotations that you normally see, you want a team that can just kind of bully their way in. And I think that by far Loops has proven that they've been able to do that. You know, but after I saw that B4 interview, seeing them together as a unit, I figured, hey, you know what, might as well mix it up and give them a shot right here. And Team Queso, it looks like their senses are tingling right now, and they're on the move away from this Loop squad.
Yeah, I mean, some people might call it mixing up. Some people might be calling it the bandwagon. I don't know. It's up to the people. It's up to the people.
Look, they're wearing glasses too, you know? So I got to be on top of the point right here as we watch this replay going from Dream Eaters on the right-hand side. We're still looking at the B4 fight on the bottom left against Nova. And yeah, Matic ended up running across, and I think that Pittsburgh Knights Didn't really expect that because considering where the other two teammates' locations were, I figured that they would that they would have that locked down. But yeah, you know, Matic running across, really bold, getting it done. Oh, and we saw that Team Unique getting that piece right there. That was huge.
Actually crazy. You saw Frozen all the way up there on the high ground just unloading right there. Get it back to this game, or at least the moment for the time being. Pedro, I mean, B4, I agree with you. Definitely a strong team. When we look back at scrims in the Americas, it was only Pedro. But then PMPL, the other squad mates, Maxon, McZera, Levi, they started picking up some slack of their own. So now B4, a deadly team, a team that you need to watch out for. And it looks like right now Nova up here on the high ground, easy behind the rock. Looks like they're going to be pulling back just a little bit. Like you said, it's Circle 1. You never know who might be watching you, who's setting up for that third party.
Yeah, at least in my experience, for sure. Every single time on Sanhok, you start getting a fight, there's like an almost, especially in IGLs, I feel like there's like an internal clock that goes in your head of so many seconds where you figure that the third party's going to come, it's going to come at that instant. And Shifan tried to hit the rotation. Mixera with that 6xM4 single tapping. Got a little bit of damage onto him, said hello.
Hello. How's it going? How's it going, Shifan? Here, you want some bullets? And Shifan, you know, pretty low with the bandies right now. Going to be using them, and you know, like we said, pulling back. But look at this, the kill feed. We see Tempo squaring off against Alpha Legends. Now, I know on the YouTube chat, a lot of Alpha Legends support, a lot of Alpha Legends fans. We'll have to see if they can continue to survive. I think they have maybe one up at this point. As Maxon is going to be third party in that.
Yeah, you know, they're in a world of hurt right now. Unfortunately, you know, we're able to really catch that part of the fight. But, you know, going back over, you see B4 just kind of playing this carefully, you know, regardless, you know. Earlier, we saw Pittsburgh Knights almost down and out, and Dream Eaters just straight pushed it, you know. But I think that you could definitely tell B4, they had a lot of experience in Sanhok. They don't want to take that risk. You know, even though they have 3 down, they're like, we're the dead center zone. There could be a lot of teams around here. We're not going to run out in the open.
They got their eye on the chicken. You know, they got their eye on the chicken. And at the end of the day, who can blame them? I mean, 20 points for a chicken dinner here. Of course, you want an explosive game. And, you know, they've been pretty consistent with the kills. So if they could just rack up some more chickens, they're going to be walking away here today feeling really good. AZ, talk about feeling really good. Got him. Seeing a free point right there in the open. Marco is going to be tagged right there, but the trade coming on out from Team Queso.
So huge right there. You know, to be able to get that return knock, that essentially just kind of cuts off the pressure. Unfortunately, one of their members was running outside the wall, and that's super risky considering that if you do get knocked, there's no getting picked up right there. Just one little mistake from the pathing, and that just goes to show you can be down a member, just like that.
Inside the walls. Lesson learned out there, not only for Marco, but the viewers out there. You know, stay inside the walls. You want to use that cover to your advantage, especially on Sanhok. And Arijo out here going to be taking some shots. Already 2 kills to their name.
Huge, you know, and that is a third party onto Nova Esports. Well, they were really kind of tunnel visioned onto Team Queso down there. And Carrillo, one of the top fraggers in this tournament right now, you saw him lay down while he hit those shots. And for the new players that are kind of watching this that don't know, if you were laying down while shooting, especially with an M4, the recoil is just so low. And yeah, able to get the quick knock and thirst. But here they come. Oh,
easy with that lean peek. AKM in hands, going to be receiving some shots themselves. And Carrillo, no time to lay down in the dirt, like you said, to get that recoil. Nothing but momentum right now. Dadin is going to be chunked down, bleeding on out. 2 kills. And look at this. HZL full on retreat mode right now, but running right into the hands of B4.
Oh, he's out of there.
Oh, 2 HP.
Daddy survived. He is on the ropes right now, like you said, running away from one monster to meet another, and he is at 1 HP, just barely trying to survive. Yala with a huge nade on the Bale. Will this hit?
Oh,
and it does!
Lord of mercy. That's what Bale is saying right now after that grenade blowing up right in their face uneven. Also going to be bleeding on out. Both members crawling, trying to get back into cover, but Cloud9 going to be on the retreat as well. This is tricky.
Yeah, I mean, this is at this point, right? You lose 2 members like that, especially considering where their positioning was. You know that you're not going to get that pickup. That's for sure. So I think really smart from Adder and Pyra to just kind of disengage, cut your losses, and just try to get some more points for the squad. Oh, there's HCL though.
Still alive. Still alive.
Snake.
The snake. You got heart. You got heart, kid. You got heart. Let's see though. I mean, Loops, they're on the hunt. They are on the hunt, but how aggressive do they want to get, right? Like you said, it's only circle 2. They don't want to push out too much because they have a really good position right now.
Definitely, and that's something that's just, when it comes to Sanhok, there's always that concern. You never know where a player is gonna be, and I think HDL's a perfect, point like that. Carrillo with the spot though. Man, this guy's got some eyes on him.
Yeah, spotted. I mean, saw that gun barrel looking in your direction. HEL probably thinking like, do I take the shots? And just not gonna work out for them. And Federal connecting some shots on a Tixie the Terminator out there from Konina Powers. That's a big pickup on the side of Loops.
Oh yeah, the only issue is that they're not sure if they want to move, considering where their zone is right now. Their positioning is pretty strong, but I hear a Ronnie pulling on down, and yeah, they're going for it.
Gonzo is going to be spotting out 2 of the members, walking uphill. Gonzo, you need to take these shots. You need to take these shots.
They're holding them.
There we go. Gonzo's going to be opening up the M4 shots. Oh, and the quick flick.
Got turned on.
The quick flick almost getting turned on. At least that able to connect over here onto Gonzo. Might be able to toss his smoke and get this revive and use the Ronnie for cover.
Oh my goodness, right there. Did you see that just quick turn from Carrillo? That's why he's one of the top fraggers in this tournament right here. You know, I would have liked to see Gonzo just shoot a couple seconds earlier, like right when they both pulled that pin, because when they have those nades in their hand, it takes a second for them to pull their gun out. But yeah, he kind of waited just a little bit too long, I think, to finally pull the trigger. And man, just like that, this Loop squad, they're on the hunt.
They're on the hunt, and after that surprise, I'll call it, gonna be pulling back. They're gonna be pulling back. Dream Eater's gonna be spotting out Dadin and the Ronnie. Dadin connected on once again. I believe this is like Dadin's like 2nd or 3rd time bleeding on out. I mean, at what point do you just, count your chickens and say they're gone? And I believe that's gonna be it for Dadin from the side of Loops.
And I think that's Loop's best strength and disadvantage, just aggression. Sometimes too aggressive to the point to where they allow third-party opportunities. And this Dream Eater squad already taking out Pittsburgh Knights. This could be really, really huge for them.
Holy, this is 6 kills. After that win, it's a completely different team. We had not seen this team in the previous 2 days. All it takes is a chicken dinner. All it takes is a couple kills. They got confidence. They got that momentum. And now they're going to be taking the fight onto Loops. This is insane. Federal going to be working their way on up the hill. Quickly spotted and taken down and out. That's Loops. 8 kills on the side of Dream Eaters right now.
My goodness, Dream Eaters are on a rampage right now, taking out 2 major squads, especially considering Loops, how they had been playing this match so far. Man, it just goes to show you how, especially on a map like Sanhok, how things can just turn around on you so quickly. You gotta have your head on a swivel and always expect that there's another team right across the hill.
Meanwhile, Wild Card out here just, trying to survive the blue zone. I saw Spring on that scooter. Seeing the kill feed light up, Spring is like, I'm just trying to go grocery shopping out here. I'm just trying to have a good time and get some placement points. And they should be able to make it on into the zone very shortly. But my fear is Team Unique are going to be right in front of them, possibly gatekeeping them.
Yeah, you can see that Wild Card is going for that super wide rotation right now. They're already down Slicky, so with having that member down, they're thinking going to the hardship side is going to be their best bet. And normally it is, but man, unfortunately right now, both B4, Unique, and Dream Eaters are in that same location. Ooh. But here they go. Spring in the blue zone. Not able to get the knock.
Blue. Hey, good scouting, though. Good scouting. Instead of, just straight up sending it on right through Unique, they got out a little earlier on. They recognized, hey, there is a squad in front of us. They attempted to take the shots, but not able to connect. So they're going to be giving away crucial information right now. And I feel bad for Wildcard right now, honestly. The blue zone is not on their side at all.
It isn't. Any time that you are trying to make shots into the blue, you know that if you don't get those knocks and kills, you're going to get gate capped. So Wildcard, they're at a huge predicament. I mean, considering that we're now about to hit zone number 5, this blue zone's going to start hurting a lot more. They got to rotate in quickly.
2 members alive from Alpha Legends. We saw them earlier on in a conflict against Tempo Storm and, getting the bad end of the stick, I guess you could say, on that end of that. Only 2. They have the guard tower and they have a lot of information all the way up there. Team Queso with 2 up as well. We saw just moments ago, yeah, this is what I was going to get to. B4 on the rotation right now with these vehicles.
Got caught. I mean, the buggy. I mean, this is so crazy, especially trying to drive a vehicle this late. And Sanhok right here, not easy. I'm really surprised that he was able to make it, I believe. But they're there on the edge of this blue zone, having to rotate in. Levi got in it as well. Will he survive?
On the edge of glory. On the edge of glory, some would say. And yep, and Elite's going to be spotting out Levi, taking down Levi. B4 just getting split up in that rotation right there. Pedro, OG able to get revived, but Maxon and Pedro, their position right now currently compromised.
Yeah, it's compromised, but they're able to get into the zone. I think that is their biggest concern, especially considering right now it's zone number 5 about to close onto, and we're going to see just teams drop like flies right here. I wonder if any of these squads are going to really start thinking about, you know, possibly using a heal strat if they happen to have them right now.
Hey, it might come down to that. It might just come down to that, especially if you're wild card. Right now, Acer separated from Sam and Spring. Spring taking their own engagement out here on the blue zone edge. I mean, it's not looking good for wild card. Let's be real.
Oh yeah, they're in a tough spot, especially considering that they need to get into the zone. They're trying to gatekeep Uter, and they've been in the blue for a long time, so they don't have a lot of health left right now. But man, Sam, he is locked on to these last couple members. Oh, that nade right there.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
So these shots, like you said, they're locked on, but right behind them, another team, Unique, locked on to them as well. Looking at this, they're going to be tossing out some grenades, attempting to get some easy points. So it does look like Unique 7 kills so far, and another hardship for all these squads on the west side.
Devastating for all these squads right now. I guarantee you, if you're Team Unique, any of these guys, heal strat would be coming in huge right now. Look at the zone, 21 seconds. That's Sanhok. That's it. As soon as that zone popped, you have to start running immediately.
Acer with 3 in the sight line's going to be taking shots on the 2 of them. The quick flick right there. Memphis trying to return, trying to get on into the zone and heal on up. You got to expect those kills are going to be thirsted here. Yep, Acer making the push right now. It doesn't matter if the blue zone's with them or not. He's going to make sure to get these points.
He has to. He has to get these kills right now. Definitely considering that he probably doesn't have a lot of meds. This is zone 5 as Fake, well, I believe it is Spring that is able to take out the last member of Team Unique, eliminated Acer with the huge spoil, and he's going to get all those heals. So we're going to probably see a big heal off from Acer right now.
Don't count him out. Don't count him out. Talking about counting out some people. Tensa on this 1v1 right now. Going to be losing that to the Vector, and Matic going to be making the pull up. We see HH over there looking like the revive might be coming out on the side of Tempo. Tempo do have a vehicle, so they might opt to just get on a harm's way.
Yeah, Dream Eaters are on the edge of the zone. They're kind of hurt a little bit, but man, they already have 10 kills to their name right now. So they have a lot of confidence going in this, especially if they're able to take out Tempo. But it looks like they did get caught from another squad across the way.
Yeah, unlucky. That's Sanhok. That's Sanhok in a battle. 10 kills for Dream Eaters, actually insane. Pyro still going to be alive for Cloud9, and we've seen Pyro able to clutch it out multiple times on Sanhok when it comes to that healing strategy. And looking right here, 5 first aids, 11 bandages. It might come down to that.
I think that that's exactly what he's going to do. There's no way he's going to just run out of this building right here, considering that there's no cover. He's going to get taken out instantly. He knows that. So having all those meds right there, he may opt to just come into the zone, the blue zone a little bit late. But it's going to be interesting to see. Man, this full Dream Eater squad.
What's going on with them?
There's the confidence they have right now. Kunita Power.
Rob going to be connecting a couple shots on a Matic, but it does not even matter. 11 kills so far for the Dream Eaters. They get shot at. That's what they want. They want the Bulls to come their way, because you know what? That's going to immediately turn their attention towards you. And
Matic!
Powers, Rob, Matic. You don't even care. 12 kills.
Man,
12
you
kills.
You want to throw nades at me? You want to throw nades at me? I got one right here for you. As man, Dream Eaters, they are just crushing it right now. Great position too.
Great position. They're going to be right here on the edge in the north. Not a lot of cover moving forward in front of them. They have a couple trees, and you got Yala down here in the south just running and gunning, trying to make it into the zone themselves. And Pyra, the lone survivor for Cloud9. Here's all these footsteps currently around him. Maxon from B4 attempting to toss out some grenades. Might even spot out a member or two from Dream Eaters. Going to take a couple shots and then quickly pop back down. Close one. Close one.
Oh, but man, look where this blue zone goes right here. The worst possible scenario for B4 in this situation, and a huge advantage for Dream Eaters. This is all Dream Eaters' game right here. They have been just crushing this one from start to finish. But I mean, it's not finished yet. I mean,
it's not finished yet, but it's looking like it. It's looking like it.
Yeah,
I
you're
get what you're saying. I mean, Dream Eaters, they got a little 2-2 split. They got 2 behind that rock right there, that big giant mountain, and then they got 2 out there in the fields. And it looks like they're going to be using some smokes to kind of group on up. Pyra actually going to be moving out of the blue. Only 11 bandages, and Pedro spotting out Pyra. Now there's just 2 teams left. Maxon going to be providing that cover fire right now to allow Pedro to get on into the new zone, and just like that, yep, Dream Eaters. I mean, nobody could stop them this game, Juice.
I mean, you're right, you are. What a huge chicken dinner right there. What a performance we saw from this Dream Eaters team. I mean, look at all of those kills. What is that? Total of 15 in total? Insanity.
Dude, every single time they got shot at, they immediately, like, they didn't hide, they didn't retreat, they just full-blown sent it in your direction. And a prime example was, what was that, the grenade onto Rob. You know, Rob had the wall for cover. It doesn't even matter. Dream Eaters, I mean, they had so much confidence this game that they were just playing without any real care, in my opinion, and it worked in their favor.
Hey, you know what they say? Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and that was all we saw from this team right here. It was really interesting to see, especially early on against Pittsburgh Knights, to see one of their members run across all the way in the open to chase down that thirst. That's so high risk. A lot of players just may opt to just hang back and just wait and to be able to do that. But man, it ended up working out for them. What a game number 4 that we've seen so far. Can't wait to hear what the desk as well as Jason has to say about this one, and we'll find out what they have to say right after this short break.
And Dream Eaters giving us the 1-2 punch. 2 chicken dinners, but 2 chicken dinners in a row. 70 talked about Yudu Gang pulling off 3 in a row. Could we see it be done today? Is that possible?
Oh, it's definitely possible. Listen, they haven't had the best performances in Erangel, especially the earlier one. They got a 12th place, but anything's possible. And on top of that, they got in 10 kills in the previous match. Now they got 15 kills. They're not only just getting these wins, they are backing them up with huge kill counts. And I think this is so impressive for that team. Another team, one team that we actually got a chance to interview, and one team that I know Glitter's going to be happy about seeing here on the first page, is going to be B4, being able to go ahead and collect 20 points. She's finally going to pass Cameron Davis. Congratulations, Glitter.
You say that like it's a massive achievement.
Listen. Wow. Okay, listen.
It's not in last place, okay?
I felt the confidence after we got to speak with Knight, and I knew that they were going to have a good game, especially when they said this is one of their favorite maps. So, I'm just saying.
And another team that I actually want to go ahead and touch on here from the first page was Kanina Power, being able to get 7 points there just on placing. That's one team that only had 1 player alive for most of that match. So good for them to be able to get some placing points there. And Loops Esports, my pick, man. For some, I don't know what happened there. They seemed so dominant, and then they just ended up getting absolutely destroyed. At least they were able to get their 5 points. Team Umbra being able to get 4 points. Temple Storm 4. And then, surprise, surprise, Footballers, a team that won, that has been so consistent today, at least keeping within like a top 3 or a 13th place in the first match. They are getting, I believe it was, what, 14th place, 15th place? Yikes.
I think I know what went on with Loops, by the way, because they heard you supporting B4 and said, you know what, you're feeling like they can do it. But maybe they said, like, you know, forget you, Seven. We're going to make you lose your points in this one. Let's take a look, though, at our stats from Dream Eaters yet again, who take home their 2nd chicken dinner, and they get 2,400 damage. I feel like, Glitter, they're just getting better over time now.
Well, I mean, they're kind of on a steamroll at this point. Like you said, they started off, you know, a little bit slow. As they've gotten better, they have just increased their damage output. They've increased their kills. They are just in a very, very good place. And I think one other thing that's super important to point out is that they obviously just won here on Sanhok, and they just won on Miramar, back-to-back wins, but they're also the 2 maps that we haven't been seeing. So not only were they able to kind of improve as we went, but they've done the best on the maps that we've seen the least. So
that's kind of good and bad at the same time, right? Considering when we get into league play, we're going to be seeing 2 maps and 2 maps only for that entire week of league play. But let's take a look, though, at our Mountain Dew moments from that last match. And there's some things we got to break down. One thing off the bat I will say, though, Seven, is I felt like this was a very odd Sanhok. It felt like a very slow Sanhok.
Really? I felt like there was just so much third partying. I think that might have just been you. I feel like there was just so much third partying going on. At one point, Loops actually took a fight with Canadian Power super early on, and that was actually surprising because I'm used to seeing them just take a little bit longer looting that boot camp drop that they usually do. So that was another one. And then you see other teams just pretty much third partying. For example, Wildcard Acer, which we're going to be able to see here in a little bit. He ended up getting 3 huge knocks. We're actually going to go ahead and talk about that. And then Nova, one team that I feel like it's been disappointing so far how they've been performing. Nova hasn't really been able to show up. And then Yala, I know that's one team we were talking about, Glitter. Yala's been surprised, especially on that Sanhok match.
yeah, not only that, but if we look at the stats for Royale, I believe that they were at 7 kills for this game. So Yala has been really stepping up to the plate here and kind of trying to match that level of aggression that we're seeing come out of a lot of teams like Loops, who who are watching in this fight right now. So that's going to bode very well for them if they can keep that momentum going throughout the rest of not only the Super Weekend, but just generally in the league play, because I think at the beginning they kind of started a little bit farther down on the list.
And talking about Yala, you mentioned it, they did end up getting 7 kills here on this match, and guess what? On the previous 3 matches that we had played, they only had 7 kills, so it's going to be a huge boost there for them being able to pretty much double their kills in 1 point. And then on this one, by Acer, he was just so confident here, and something that I love. As I mentioned, we'll be showing that in a bit of a slow-mo later on for everybody that likes that confetti, so don't worry, we got your back. And then Alpha Legends, I feel like Alpha Legends, this is something we're talking about when we're watching the game. Alpha Legends is starting to become that gatekeeper team, that one that's always consistent, but it's always going to go ahead and be 9th to 10th place. So I'm hoping Alpha Legends, if you're watching this, come on, I believe you guys got what it takes. Do not become that ace 1 that we saw in PMWL Americas. Come on, get that win, get those skills. I believe in y'all.
Well, let's see if that belief will transition into a victory for them. Let's take a look, though, before then, into the total damage yet again from the teams. We're going to see who was able to be the top dog in damage, and of course the kills as well. And yeah, Droll Dream Eater is just pretty much sticking to what we saw in the last game. 15 kills, 2,400 damage. Glitter, I'm starting to worry for other teams now. I think, Dream Eaters might be the #1 team overall at the moment.
Yeah, very impressive day 1 here for the Super Weekend, but also taking a look really quickly at B4, second place with almost 1,500 damage. I mean, that they were also the final 2 teams on our last map, so across the board, both teams being incredibly consistent by being able to do that back-to-back. But Yala Esports, almost 1,200 damage, 7 kills. I think as we move farther down the line, we're actually going to see a couple squads that clearly were getting into engagements. You can see the damage coming out of Unique. They just didn't make it into that late game stage.
And for Unique, I think this was a huge game for them as well. Keep in mind, they've only got in 11th place, 2 kills, 12th place, 1 kill, and then 13th place, 0 kills. So being able to at least pack up 7 kills here in this match was huge for them. And Loops Esports, not sure what's going on there with them, but hopefully they can go ahead and pretty much pick it up and become that dominant team that we have been able to see, because it has actually given other teams a chance to go ahead and rise. So it's a back and forth there.
I like that you pointed out Cloud9 too, Jason.
Yeah, 147 damage. Oh, it's a little rough for them. Maybe they can turn their fate around later on. I mean, maybe Seb wants to pick them yet again. But Seb, you've been toying with us. You've been talking about confetti. What do you got for us? Because I want to see the confetti.
Let me go ahead and show you. Just like, hey, there you go. Shout out to my boy Adrian in the back. Tell me to go. Now here, we're going to be watching Wildcard. Now, this is not the actual play I want to go ahead and show you. I want to go ahead and show you this player right here. The reason why I want to show you this is because we've seen this over and over again with certain players. Certain players just want to go ahead and go with that heal up, even though they have a perfect line of sight on some players. They can go ahead and believe in themselves and get those knocks. Guess what? We're used to not seeing that, but here, Acer, the beast that he is. He heals up and right away he switches over, and guess what? This is just gonna go ahead and be easy pickings for him, as he's gonna start spraying everybody down from Unique and he's going to be able to get those 3 knocks. By the way, those 3 knocks, he was able to go ahead and confirm them into kills. And I just want to go ahead and replay that one more time again for anybody that's watching at home, for anybody that might be new to PUBG Mobile. If you guys ever get a chance to showcase your kills, just go for it, because we're going to go ahead and highlight it here. I think it was just such an impressive play there for Acer, being able to go ahead and get him points. So hopefully, going into the next match, my boy Acer is going to be a little bit on fire. There you go. You get some confetti there while you're at it.
Where's the confetti? I don't see it. You're breaking my heart.
Show it up. I don't know why. Oh man, the next one. I got you.
Man, we better get extra confetti in the next one then, 7. That better be happening. But wildcard again, they've been a little bit hit or miss sometimes. I actually want you to kind of get confetti on me if you're able to do that with the teleshow. I'm not sure how that would work out. Yeah. I mean, wildcard having no, please no. Having some rough times, and we saw in the opening weekend they were extremely strong, and then they came into league play. They almost got knocked out. Here again, they've been struggling. But Acer, it's nice to see him really step up when they needed him, and we can see our overall standings now. Dream Eaters not yet taking away that first place position. However, they've come within 1 point, Glitter.
Wow, that's impressive for Dream Eaters, and B4 is knocking Footballist out of that first place position right now. Dream Eaters honestly is the only person on the board so far with the 2 chicken dinners. This is quite the shift here in our top 10. Everybody else moving up or down a little bit, nothing too crazy, but y'all are definitely jumping themselves up in the standings, which is really good to see.
Glitter, can I point out one thing here? Look at B4 Esports and look at their chicken dinners. They're hungry. They got none.
Yeah, and so that's something I talked about before. It's not even that you need to be winning. They're just consistently doing well today. So they don't even have that chicken dinner yet, and they're still in first place. Imagine what happens when they get the chicken dinner.
I know some teams are going to be happy by seeing this second page right here, with teams only getting 14 points, 14 points, 16 points, 19 points. Guess what? Those teams that got a chance to go ahead and sit out, that didn't make it to Super Weekend, they're going to be looking at that, and they're going to be happy because they're going to be able to fight for that, hopefully, if they make it into the next Super Weekend. Overall, huge surprises, honestly, going into that second page. Seeing Kanina Power there, I know that has been one team that just kind of starts slow on the first day. Hopefully, they can go ahead and switch it out. Team Umbra, I know that's one team that surprised us here and there in certain times. Hopefully they can also pick it up, go along the lines of what Uter Killers have been able to do.
And Envirum did say something to us while we were watching the game, saying that Pittsburgh Knights are being extremely consistent, but consistent at not doing well, which hopefully they can change coming into tomorrow, maybe into our final match. We have a nice little head-to-head, though, between 2 of our top teams. We got Footballists up against Dream Eaters, and look at that damage done out of Footballists, Glitter. That's ridiculous.
That's literally tons of damage. I don't understand. Not only that, but look at their damage received. They're clearly managing well in comparison to the damage that they've dealt, because if you look how much closer the damage received and damage dealt on Dream Eater's side of things is. But look at the kills. We're officially in triple digits, and they are still consistently staying above the amount of knockouts that they have with their kill numbers. This is an impressive stat right now.
Yeah, it definitely is, and something to go ahead and keep in mind for everybody watching this. This is for 20 matches. This is pretty much for everything that we have done so far here. So keep that in mind. And it goes to show, Footballists, we've been mentioning it over and over again. That team has been so consistent that I'm honestly not surprised to see the damage they've been able to go ahead and provide, and also the kills as well they've been able to go ahead and output. It's just impressive, the performance that Footballists is able to go ahead and do here. And keep in mind, they're currently not in first place, so they can even step it up more of the upcoming days in Super Weekend.
I think what that does tell us, though, for Dream Eaters, that they had an extremely rough league phase, which is 100% true. Yep. They didn't really have any decent placing over the course of the entire time. But, hey, they've been improving, and they're playing when it matters, right? It's all about the Super Weekends. It's all about the accumulation of points over 3 weeks. And just like you guys at home who might be looking to accumulate something, maybe it's accumulating skins inside the game. And, of course, you know, the Royale Pass Season 14 just recently came out. If you guys haven't seen it just yet, well, luckily for you, we have a little bit of a taste. you guys were watching us earlier on when we saw that the first time. I bet you were listening for the sound, the squeal that comes out of the driver as he gets shot. And I told you it was me. Kind of close enough. I mean, I haven't had my hot tea to really make it work for me. Anyways, let's take a look at the schedule. Let's get me off the screen so I can stop blushing and see which our final match will be on. And we're heading back to Erangel. We start things off with Cloud9 taking on the Chicken Dinner. The question for me is, can they do it yet again here? But again, I think we're seeing the importance of having Erangel as a map that you can play, and more importantly, you can play well, 7.
I'm going to be a dream crusher. I'm going to be not jumping on the bandwagon here. As much as I would like for them to go ahead and get those 3 wins just so we can say that West did it too for Imperium watching at home, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Something that Glitter was actually able to mention is that they have performed well on the maps that we have not played in League play. If we go back and see that, I like the data, all right? If we go back and see the maps that they play, they haven't performed that well. They have been able to get some wins here and there, but I don't think they're going to be able to get that back to back to back.
Do you agree, Glitter? Is that true?
I kind of do agree with that, honestly.
Let's go.
And I don't know if it's too harsh or not, but when you have so many opportunities at your disposal to do well on the same thing and it doesn't pan out, and then you kind of get thrown a curveball and you're better in the curveball situation than you were in the one thing you had tons of practice on. I don't know. I definitely think that that 7's got a very strong point here.
I hope that I'm wrong. Listen, I hope
exactly.
As I mentioned, I hope that I am wrong. But it's just going based on what they have shown me, even in earlier matches. In the first Erangel, they got 12 plays and only 3 kills. So I'm hoping that I'm wrong.
Well, I'm hoping you're wrong when we get into the prediction game, but before we get there, we're again talking about what you guys can win at home for watching the World League. A lucky draw going on as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You have a chance to win one of these items. If you're not watching in the game, well, I gotta ask you, why not? Pick that up. You can obviously still watch on YouTube, still watch on Twitch, and see our lovely, lovely faces and watch all the action breaking down. But I think it's time. 7, I can't stop. I can't look away from you if you keep doing that. It's time to start talking about prediction games, though. I think it's time. Is it time for
Jason? Go first.
Is it?
It's your turn. It's Jason.
I think it's Jason's turn too.
What is this? You can't gang up on me. Let's get them out of here. Let's bring in our commentators. All right, so I'm gonna go Cloud9. I'm feeling it.
Okay.
I'm feeling it. They had a really rough. After looking at their damage, I was a little scared, but let's see if that's gonna happen. And now, Glitter, you're gonna have to go.
Okay. I wore it because it could apply to a few of the teams that I've been calling out pretty frequently, but I think I'm going to go on the wild card side of things this time around.
Oh, you took my pick.
No, I didn't.
I was going to go ahead and pick wild card, but I'm going to just stick to mine. I'm going to do what Mustache Dave has been doing. Just sticking to one team the whole day. Loops Esports. Let's see what they got. Come on, man. Let's end on a good day at least, please.
I got to ask you, 7.
I have to do better than Imperium.
Do you remember to see how picking Konita Powers worked out for Mustache Dave today? Maybe you should think about that while we get rid of you two and bring in our commentators yet again. I'm sure Dave has something to say about this, but obviously we'll check in with you guys after our last match of the day. Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave, where are you guys at? What's wrong?
Here we are. Oh man, dude, poor Konita Power having a tough day today. Especially considering how we've seen them do in the past. It's really unfortunate to see. But I'm gonna tell you what, man, I'm on the Dream Eaters train right now. I saw them just the confidence to be able to push so aggressively. I mean, I think it could also go the other way, but regardless, after seeing the gameplay so far, I have them picked to win this game.
You're a believer. I can respect that, Dave. Mr. Mustache Dave himself. Yeah. Who are you believing in?
How's it going? Hey, I'm just happy I woke up this morning and I picked Dream Eaters all day long because they have been dominating here today, and I'm just, probably at the end of the day, I'm probably gonna have the most points when it comes to who predicts the best. So,
well, I don't think that is exactly possible looking at the standings. We'll check with that in the next few days. But gentlemen, why don't you take us underway here with Erangel, our final match of the day.
Let's get it going. Last match of the evening. Ready to see some more action. That last Sanhok, man, that was just insanity from start to finish here. So I'm looking to see a really strong game here to end up the day.
Dream Eaters back-to-back. Can they get back-to-back-to-back? Now that's going to be a record to be held by them if they can do that. I mean, they got the momentum, Hot Jukes. They got the confidence, and I don't know, can they do it? That's the question that a lot of people are asking.
The turkey. I want to see if they are able to get it right there. 3 wins back-to-back. We haven't seen it yet so far at all in this tournament, especially at this high level of play. But, man, they have definitely got momentum in their favor. The only big issue, though, is that when you really look at Erangel, these teams, they just know it so well. You know, they are so seasoned and experienced when it comes to this map. They know it, like I've said multiple times, like the back of their hand right here. So I think it can go, it's anybody's game, but at the end of the day, heck, if you're able to just push so strong and play that aggressively as a squad, it could definitely shift over into this last match.
Yeah, I mean, just to put this into perspective, all right? Footballists so far here today, I believe this is 32 kills. They have around 5,500 damage, and then behind them, Dream Eaters with 28 kills with 5,100 damage. So they're putting up the numbers when it comes to damage. Now they just need to kind of bring it all together, get those thirsts, and hey, they're gonna be at the top here.
Yeah, they need to finish strong. I think that this would be a kind of a statement maker kind of day, especially starting off Super Weekend if they're able to get this one done as well. The only issue though, and is after you have such a strong match, sometimes you can get a little bit overconfident. I think I've definitely noticed that from a lot of top squads. You know, one I can remember off the bat is like RRQ. You know, when they won a couple of games in the past, sometimes they're like, all right, we can just start full pushing into squads, and then guess what? They run out in the open and then just get turned on really quickly right here. So I want to see how this works out. I'm going to be looking really close to see if Dream Eaters is able to get this one done.
Yeah, so looking real quick at the map, it does look like Dream Eaters are going to be near Naya with Alpha Legends, and
my goodness,
about Dream Eaters, they're already going to be in a fight. 2 members from Team Queso hunting down Verset right now with that VSS, and Mystic, the ump, just too strong. That's going to be 1 point on the side of Team Queso.
Man, and 1 down for Dream Eaters right here. Look, I think I may have just jinxed myself by saying all that. Unfortunately, you know, looks like Dream Eaters was going for a split loot scenario, but happened to drop on 2 members of Team Queso. In a 2v1 situation, you don't have any loot. That's just really bad RNG.
It happens. It happens. And, you know, talking about bad RNG, well, B4 down there in Military Base, Footballists and Nova, I mean, they're going to have to really hurry up and loot and start this rotate. And the boys right now, all cruising in the U.S., jamming out, you know, just listening to the tunes.
Hey, you know, just talking to each other. How was your weekend, Bale? Oh, it was great, Adder. How about yours? Oh, you know, just hanging out. Pyra hanging out with his cats as well. You know, this is the Cloud9 that we love to see right here, especially considering their drop location. It seems to be a little bit different. They're going for that 4-vehicle strat. They got to watch out, though, as a member from Team Umbra.
Yeah.
It'd play a really, really effective game right here if he happens to catch him out.
And one thing to note right there, they're passing up a lot of vehicles, but they're taking them. So they are going to be denying resources to a lot of teams. Hall's so lucky right now. What happened? Okay, so they got spooked. Cloud9, they were making the pull up, looking to possibly loot, and I think maybe they saw one of the doors were possibly open.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? What happened?
Why did they pull up then?
They're coming back.
Because I think that they didn't move because I think Halls just didn't move at all. Like, he's not moving, making any noise, because if Cloud9 happened to hear that one person, they would have full sent it on him. And my goodness.
The laser. Bayo almost getting knocked out right there. So
Uneven, he's got out.
He's still here. Uneven, still here.
He doesn't know. Halls hasn't moved. Guarantee you. Oh, he sees him though.
Squad has left. Oh, the feet. Close. The feet through the window and the quick jump around. Uneven. Taking down Halls right there. Where is the support from Team Umbra? They were overlooking this complex. They were overlooking this, and now Halls is just going to be forced to slowly bleed on out right here.
I'll tell you what, that was a quick turn from Uneven, but I think an even faster turnaround from the rest of his squad. As, man, they hit that U-turn quick to get that support onto Uneven right here. Man, Halls unable to get it done right here. Wow, I mean, I'm just at a loss for words. That was so close.
Lesson of the day, don't shoot at uneven shoots. Fresh kicks, you know, fresh out the store, you know, don't want to lose value on those.
Bought those.
Hey, you love it. I mean, I love to see Uneven, you know, once Uneven's back on it, the whole team as a whole, you know, is looking so good. So you got Bayo, you got Uneven, Pyra. I mean, they're all looking to get the dub, obviously. 14 kills so far for the team here today, 2,600 damage, give or take. So Cloud9, they're going to have themselves a nice little spot right there and the opportunity to continue looting on that west side. And looking at teams right here, you know, a migration starting to occur right now as teams are slowly starting to realize, okay, we need to start making the push now that we're about 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's really a lucky break for Cloud9 as well to be able to get that kill and rotate onto crates. And they're going to get all that loot till they're lonesome and have a pretty good opportunity to rotate in through Georgia Pool. So I think that they're in a great position to start off this match. But this is a northern zone right here, wild card. They love to be in Severny. And I know that Glitter had ended up picking that squad as well. So this is their zone to win.
All said, where's my thumb players at? Where my thumb players at? Thumb players, stand up in the chat. Thumb players represent out here. So, Jukes, you don't got nothing to say to that.
Man, I mean, hey, I'm ready to get into the action here. I'm studying the map because this zone right here could be so toxic, considering that there's only so many rotational paths up until the northern side of the circle, and I wonder where these teams are looking to sit at, because some of them may opt to kind of hold that southern part of the zone, and if the zone hard shifts north, it's going to be devastating for them. But all these teams migrating to the north, the zone can still hard shift south. So it can go either way right now.
Key word right there that you said, sit at. Sit at. Where are these teams going to sit at? So yeah, a lot of these teams, it's real early. Circle so big, and there's so many nice little spots that teams could claim for themselves. And we're gonna be looking at wild card right here, Crossroads. I mean, talk about sitting. They're probably gonna sit here for a couple zones if, of course, it favors them, which it should. It should.
Yeah, opt to just go ahead and leave Severny and pick this spot here because I think it's going to work out better for them rotationally. The only issue is that if a team ends up camping on top of that hill, it's going to be really tough for them to be able to move away. I really like Pittsburgh Knight's spot right now at those houses that we just saw Cloud9 leave, because it's going to work out for them if that zone does hard shift south. If it goes north, they're still in a great position as well. But man, you can see all these teams are just trying to center out and find their way into this one, because in all honesty, it's one of those zones that can pretty much go anywhere.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of teams, you know, picking up vehicles. Looks like when your power is still out here trying to get some loot going on. I think I was watching the VODs, and I saw a lot of people spamming in the chat the past couple days, like, whenever it comes to Erangel, the whole squad of loops, all four of them love to run the DP. Every single person on that team has the DP, Jukes. I mean, what's your take on the DP?
You know, that DP is so strong, especially for catching vehicles on the rotations. That 7.6 is going to do a little bit more damage. Having 47 rounds in the magazine as well is going to be really advantageous. And to be honest, man, that thing is pretty easy to control as far as recoil is concerned. So definitely a strong pickup if you're able to get it here in Erangel.
DP or M249?
M249, that's a squad wiper, baby. You know, that's 100 rounds. That's 100 rounds in that magazine right there. That thing is beautiful. By far, one of my favorite guns to have, especially at endgame, you know. And I like it too because that 5.5, it's just a little bit faster on as far as the
velocity.
Yeah, the velocity, as well as just like the way the fire rate coming out of that M249. So I definitely think that's a little bit of a stronger pickup. It's a crate weapon.
Yeah. Man, an obvious answer to the question. I had to test you though. I had to test you.
You know, some people though, they really love that DP. You know, and its fire rate's a little slower. You have to kind of track a little further ahead if you're trying to chase down a vehicle. And some people are just so used to that particular spray pattern that they may pick it over that. But me, all day long, I'm picking up that M249 if I have the choice.
Personally, I might stay with the DP just because the last time I had the M249, I honestly whiffed the whole magazine and didn't even... hey, I hate to say it, but it's the truth. So it's just because like it's a crate weapon and I don't always have the opportunity to pick it up, right? So I don't have like the practice, the hours in with that. And talk about teams getting some practice right now. Yala looking for the practice on the shots. Gonzo on the outskirts of this one. Gonzo was camping it on out, recognizing, hey, there's a squad here. And yeah, Rob with the DP able to lay down the cover fire and allowed the retreat.
Yeah, exactly what it was right there. I love that kind of team play. You saw Rob with the DP, we were just talking about it earlier, just spraying. He was just shooting in that general direction. And when teams hear those kind of shots, they just automatically kind of go for cover in that particular scenario. And by doing that, it just allowed Gonzo to escape and rotate away, because where he was at right now, he would have been done for if he stayed there any longer.
Done. And you know, Konina Powers, I got some UC. I got some skin in the game when it comes to them clutching out a win here today. So final game of today, I'm hoping they can get some points over here. Nova out here in the yellows, they are going to be still looting. You know, a lot of teams still just looking for whatever type of loot setting up for this mid to late game.
How much UC you got on the line?
Dude, 8,000. I don't go anything lower than 8,000.
Ooh, well, they're about to go against Loops right now. And you better get that wallet ready right here, unless the rest of their squad comes really quickly. They may be in a world of hurt right now. Big nade, though.
Big nade from Kowalski. The trade nades coming on out right now. Kowalski going to be slightly rotating on out, a little closer to their squad mates in the back line of this. And Konina Powers, yeah, the thing is, I feel like if they've had a better day, they might have gotten a little aggressive. But since they've been performing on like the batter side of what we're used to seeing from them, I think they're going to play a little passive. Hopefully, it doesn't get into their mindset too much, though, because, you know, when aggressive teams start playing passive, like, I don't know, it just never works out, at least in my opinion. So Loops out here looking like they're going to get a kill or two. I mean, they're looking for the kills.
Oh, they want him for sure, but I think that that's a really good point you make. It is a big mind game at the end of the day. You know, a lot of competitive play is so mental. You know, there's a big stage, a lot of money at stake, so you have to get over those nerves alone. And if you're not performing the way you normally do, you may have a tough time here. Hold on really quick. Mystic. Oh, this AZ, this US is smoking right now.
US is smoking, yeah. AZ not even going to risk it. AZ, though, by themselves, this could be a 1v4. We saw Marco with that Thompson earlier on, and Mystic with the jump able to connect a couple shots onto US. And honestly, AZ, I don't know. Will the support come through from the squad mates? Well, I see him in the vehicle, so it might.
They may be just trying to bait him out and use him with a big off angle, but actually not HCL. There we go. The pickup. Oh,
push on the gas. What are you doing?
They forced AZ to drive.
What are you doing?
HCL said, I'm not driving. I picked you up. You drive.
The seat swap. That was extremely risky. I'm surprised it actually was successful right there. I'm not going to lie.
Man, that was too close for comfort right there. Oh, Loops.
Yeah.
Finding out a couple members of Konina Power spread up. Oh, and that's needed in last place, Dave. Oh, man, pay up.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
I'm at a loss for words. Yeah, I mean, they're in this little dip, you know, this little trench. Loops, I mean, they just pushed on out. They didn't care.
I thought you said that they were in the trench right now. I was like, no, they're in the lobby. But yeah, that is correct.
Oh!
In that trench. They were
That's in the chat.
You know, that's really unfortunate. Sorry, I mean, all joking aside, you know, Konina Power, they had performed pretty well in the past. So, I mean, you definitely, I can totally understand where you're coming from. You're expecting them to have a great performance. You know, regardless, I mean, I will allow one team afforded one day of a tough match. But other than that, hopefully they can come back. But on the replay, take it away, Dave.
Yeah, replay. This is the quick flick around from uneven earlier on. That was pretty beautiful. I mean, that's pretty much what opened things up right here. Yeah, okay, so Konina Powers. Looks like Gonzo was maybe trying to retreat, get that Dossie out there. I mean, honestly, they were probably caught off guard by the aggression from Loops, because Loops, they have a nice little compound to their name, you know, that 3-story. They got sight lines, and, you know, for them to push out right there and nobody to really punish them, I mean, that's a surprise for me as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think anytime you say aggressive squad, Loops automatically comes to mind. That's for sure. And yeah, Konina Power, I'm surprised, even though they knew that Loops was there, still opt to play it a little loose and passive. And they just got caught off guard. So, I mean, I hope to see, you know, Konina Power take a look at the VOD, figure out what went wrong, and hopefully make their adjustments for tomorrow's games.
Yeah, well, you know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. And looking
maybe
over
loan
here,
Dave some money, too, you know, while you're at it.
Yeah, they're gonna need to. So looks like Lutz over here, a little smoke out there on the field, able to get the revive. Might have had a sniper M4 shot that is coming out from Spring over here. Looks like there's that crossroads position from earlier on, and you made mention teams are looking for the prime location just to sit and to start taking these pot shots. And this is why, you know, you want to knock out your enemies, you want to take out their helmets, you want to take out their vests, and just force them to use the meds right now.
Yeah, I think the reason why Wildcard likes this location in particular is one, it's a rotational area where you're going to see a lot of teams possibly drive by in order to be able to get to their next location. The big issue though is where their spot is, and I think why they picked it is in order to push up on them, you have to push out in the open. Like there's no other way to actually get to that team. So even though Slicky is knocked, they still can't push up, and they're able to get him picked back up, no problem.
Pretty much the campers are getting camped right now, right? True. The campers are getting camped. And you're not going to push. You're not going to push. That's just too risky. And you're just going to continue to take some shots. And B4, I mean, they're doing donuts right now. Everybody's in their vehicles, if you have some vehicles, and you're just going to be waiting for this next zone to pop. We might have a hard shift, and if you're already in the vehicle, you're already driving, you're going to get there first. I mean, that's just a fact.
You're right, and I think that's just B4, just making sure that those UAZs are nice and warm, you know? Got to make sure that engine is running, but I think that's a perfect example. Yeah, they're just driving in a circle, waiting for the zone to pop so they can start driving there instantly, and that's exactly what they need to do as the zone has shifted a little bit further south, and this is an interesting zone because it's really a lot of hills, a lot of vantage points, but not a lot of cover.
Not a lot of cover, and we might have seen a zone like this maybe 2 days ago. A little raw sock action still in play down there to the south. Maxon, though, from B4, maybe the engine overheated because they had to make a stop and fill up that radiator with some water, and they were spotted in the process. 2 kills on the side of Team Queso, and Team Queso right on the edge over here. And Alpha Legends, little 2-2 split in the crosshairs, in the sightlines of Alpha Legends, and Yala, yep, pushing on into the compound. Xana is going to be thirsted immediately.
Anas throwing some smokes right now, just trying to hold his position. I believe that they are in the zone right now, so they're kind of just trying to hold their spot and not get taken out. Kato hits the deck.
Very awkward terrain to deal with, too, as well, if you're Alpha Legends. I mean, trying to make the push, I mean, it's open. It is straight up open, and I'm surprised y'all are actually pushing on Alice as well. They don't want any part in this. Or they're actually going to be getting the wraparound onto Alpha Legends.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier about this particular zone. It's just super awkward. You know, there's so many hills, so many different vantage points, and you don't know where another team exactly is. As Anas, he's just snaking it right now, trying to throw some grenades and get a big opening knock on this Alpha Legends squad.
And some tires. Yep, Kato
in the back
is going to be spotted by Dadin. So not even the team that's pushing them, but the team that's going to be third-partying both of them up here. And Dadin just going to be unloading that magazine, trying to connect, trying to get that thirst, and they will. But look at this. One member from Loops pushing on to the outside of this yellow. Alpha Legends, 3 up. Here comes
Loops. Oh, look at that nade from Federal. Oh, it bounced off.
Federal, though, able to connect onto one of the members from Alpha Legends with inside the compound. And Federal looking through his windows, going to be bolting on in, going to go for that spray, is going to be connected on themselves. But the support, the much-needed support from beside.
Oh, it's a third party.
Going to be pushing on out 3 members from Yala. Also chunking some grenades of their own. And now it's just up to Federal. And they're done. Mollies, grenades, Loops are done.
Eliminated right there. What a crazy turn of events. Yala Esports taking the opportunity. This is what happens. We've seen this happen so many times with Loops. Their aggression. So it works out a lot of the times, but sometimes it doesn't when you get third party. And Yala came in just in time. Perfect timing for them. Perfect third party.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Yala, they were in the yellow. They pushed out of the yellow, and then they went back into yellow. Crazy engagement right there.
You got to look at it. I think if you're thinking from their perspective, if you're gonna take out a squad like Loops, if there's any time to do it, it's during a third party. You know, they heard all those crazy shots, heard all that action, saw the kill feed, and just full sent it. They got 4 members up, fresh and ready to go. And to be able to push on a pretty beaten up Loop squad, it was just perfect opportunity, well executed from Yala Esports.
It's crazy. The grenades. I mean, grenades everywhere. So, looking on over here, Nova in the Dacias. AZ, we saw earlier on, was spotted in transition, and now Shifan. This could be bad news bears slowly creeping up onto Footballist. Gonna be spotting out Footballist. Is like, oh, there's a team here. Lut's gonna be spraying onto his vehicle. Soke will be connecting onto Shifan. Thankfully for Nova, there's this hill. but there's also the blue zone to deal with. And yeah, easy, going to be healing up. Only 4 bandages. Oh, no.
Yeah, growing on the side of Nova, just considering their rotation right there, it's such a difficult position. Losing another member like that's going to be devastating for them. But you got to give it up for Footballist to be able to hit some big shots like that, saying, don't drive near my area. But now, speaking of where their area is, Team Queso wants a piece of the action as well.
Footballist in the chat right now. Easy able to sneak their way on out of being pinched because of the third party from Team Queso. And there goes the squad mates from Nova getting taken out to the blue zone. Solke trying to make the come up, make the connection onto Easy, and at least get another point on the side for them.
Another zone shift right here, and this is just one of those zones that it's tough to play from if you're any of these squads. It's going to definitely go in favor of those teams with the good eyes, because getting the first spot in this particular zone is just going to be crucial for your team.
Ooh, wild card making the pull up on over here. Pedro OG spotted, taken out. Mix Zero, the last member alive right now. DP in hand, the last member alive, will be in the zone. So maybe Mix Zero will just opt to kind of, play the snake roll and try to get some placement points right now. Hopefully for them, Wildcard don't decide to push in their direction. As I say that, Acer's driving right towards Mix Zero.
He's like, oh no, Dave, stop telling him where I'm at right now, because he's
doing that for himself. Look at all these smokes.
Yeah, those smokes, as soon as he threw those out, that's a dead giveaway of exactly where your location is. And honestly, considering where his position is and where the zone's looking to be, it looks like it's only a matter of time for Mixera, as you never know what could happen, though. Oh, you heard the click. Oh, almost ran into it.
Yeah, almost running into the grenade now. Throwing out those dance moves. Acer with that mini, taking some shots on Footballist. So Mixera currently stuck between both Wildcard and Footballist on the outskirts of shooting range, using these concrete walls for cover for the time being. Mix Zero, though, with the DP, seeing Sam just a moment. Gotta connect a couple bullets onto them and quickly make that retreat.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not sure if Wildcard really understands his situation, considering that, you see a position from Mixera and the shots from him and the rest of their squad, so they may think this is an entirely different team. I'm not sure they're really aware that it's Mixera on his own, as well as a full Footballist squad on the other side.
Footballist, 5 kills. Now, they are in the north, right on the edge of the next circle, but they did not forget about Team Queso up there on the high ground, and we were looking for some DPs earlier on. Tensa getting the vehicle explosion. Will be making the kabooms happen on the Carnage right now. Sixes with that VSS. J7, only 2 more members up in Adam, alive for the Knights, and Tempo Storm looking to get some points. 2 so far.
This is a must-have situation right now for Tempo. They really need this win, considering their performance thus far. Not to mention, there's only 1 minute left on the clock, so they need to get this done and start rotating into circle rather quickly. It's unfortunate to see how Tempo has done at the start of the Super Weekend. I saw Monica in the chat saying that HH has had some connection issues so far, so not sure exactly what that situation is, but it's unfortunate.
All about the battery checks, man. You gotta check the battery. You gotta check the battery. So thankfully for them, we see them all moving around the place down there in the south, on the hunt for at least J7, who recently was able to get on into the zone and create their own cover. We see in the kill feed, Tenta will be spotting out Sixless. So there goes another member from the Knights, Thurston.
Man, this is a tough position, tough zone. There's hardly any cover in these situations, and in order to drive into circle, you're going to drive across so many different squads, and I think that's where you see Tempo and all these rest of these teams just trying to figure this one out. Where are you going to go?
Yeah, Pro Lord looking to get revived by Vindex, and looks like it might be able to come on out and at least allow them to have 3 up in the late game. And I see Tempo currently cruising on by J7, kind of spotting that one out.
Yeah, you could definitely tell by this circle, all the teams are just located on the edges because there's just no cover anywhere. So being central right now would just be devastating, as all the squads will just basically be looking at you. So right now, this next zone, it's huge. It is really huge for any one of these squads, especially if it hard shifts. And it goes a little to the north, and Spec catches good old J7 from Pittsburgh Knights, and that's PK out early.
Yeah, rough day. Rough day for the squad. Yala also going to be eliminated right on after that. And then we got 7 teams remaining. 7 teams remaining in the final game of day 1 of Super Weekend. And football is Lutz out here with that DP, with the scope looking right on top of Acer.
Yeah, and right now, Footballists and both Wildcard, they want to hold this position really down right now because considering where this zone is, pretty much who gets this is most likely going to win. But with this fight, you can get a third-party opportunity, but here comes Acer.
Acer pulling on up with that buggy, trying to bridge the gap, trying to get closer to Footballists, and will be tagged. Spring up there on the high ground. Smoke going to be blocking them for the time being. Third party coming on out from Team Queso. That might be a blessing in disguise for Footballists. No, it's not, because they are also going to be third party, and Slicky on the outskirts of this, trying to put a halt to the push right now from Footballists. Lutz is just bleeding so low, needs to get right behind that tree, right behind that burning vehicle to get that heal off, that much needed heal.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to get it right now. And Wildcard, they're kind of stuck out. Okay, there goes Slicky throwing out some smokes. Oh, it looks like they were able to push up to Sam right now. Sam was able to push up to Spring as the rest of this Footballist has just been stuck healing. Man, that actually opened the door.
Underhanded grenade, not able to get there because Sam's going to be connecting onto Lutz first. And Lutz's grenade just going to be dropped to the floor. And Team Queso, they're still up here. They are still up here on the high ground, overlooking all these squads. Fight it out. They have a couple vehicles to work with. Yeah, we're missing a tire, but you can still pull that bad boy up and use it for cover.
There goes Dream Eaters out, Tempo as well right now. Cloud9, the zone shifts over onto them. Zone 9, they are sitting pretty on this one. The only thing though is they are at the bottom of this hill, so they're gonna have both Wildcard and Team Queso push up at them on the same time. Oh, I don't know if you really noticed it right there, but you saw Uneven. I believe he threw a smoke up onto them, so that is an offensive smoke. Really, really smart, because that's going to stop Team Queso from being able to push out or get any idea where the rest of this Cloud9 team is. That one smoke can make all the difference in the world for his team.
Oh, that. Bale, M249. M249.
Oh, the squad wiper.
We'll see. We'll see. The squad wiper. They need it. They need it right now. Ayala going to be hitting the dirt, taking off that backpack already. Axel right behind him. Mystic still going to be in the back line, overlooking this. Cloud9, though, looking to make the uphill push onto Team Queso. Bayo's going to be tossing a grenade. That could be good onto Mystic. No, going to be blowing up right in front of that vehicle. That vehicle able to save Mystic for the time being.
Perfect nades coming out from Cloud9 right now, considering the time that's on the clock. They're using the blue zone to their advantage. They know that Team Queso has to push right now, so they're doing everything they can to keep them away, keep them laying down so they cannot push up for free. And, oh, it looks like Wildcards catching Team Queso.
This is good for Cloud9. This is good for Cloud9. Wildcard will be connecting on to one of the members from Team Queso. Uneven with that lean peak, trying to get some shots in of their own. Ayala is going to be spotted. Team Queso knocked down and out. It's going to be a 3v2 right now. Bale with the squad wiper right now. Going to be just spraying a couple of those fives out there into the smokes. And now here comes the grenades. Getting tossed right on top of the smokes. This could be it for them. That one right past them. Right past them. But it will be inflicting just a little bit of damage on the Spring.
So close right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, some more. Yep, some more damage. That was good.
Man, it's last game of the Super Weekend right here. It's North America versus North America. Cloud9, Wildcard. Wildcard is pinned down in a really tough position right here. I'm surprised Cloud9 is letting him breathe at all. That's just Cloud9 playing this one safe. They really want this chicken dinner, but man, if they play it too safe, it could go the other way around.
Sam is bleeding on out, but crawling, trying to get some information and relay that back to the squad. And ooh, Spring, gonna be pushing on out. The play zone will be chunking them down and out. Now it's a 3v1. Slicky gonna be connecting onto Uneven, making the pull up behind the tree, but the blue zone's gonna be chunking them out. Cloud9, winner, chicken dinner. We were questioning Cloud9. You know, they were playing so passive at the end, but Jukes, they had the zone. They had the zone.
They had it, and they got it done. We saw in an interview earlier on an even talk about Cloud9 saying that they're a squad that likes to get it done in the end game, you know, and that's something that I totally believe and see them being able to execute constantly. So for them to be able to get a chicken dinner at the end, they're just staying true to form. This is Cloud9. This is what they normally do.
Winner, chicken dinner for Cloud9. I know the chat is just going crazy for that one. Bale with
some
the
C9 wins in there for sure.
yeah, spam those emotes right now. Let them know. But regardless, wild card, you know, coming back at the end as well. I mean, a lot of these teams doing a pretty decent job here in the final game.
Yeah, they did absolutely amazing. What a day of games that we've seen here so far. That's going to be it for myself and Mustache Dave. Thank you guys so much for watching the report. We're going to go ahead and take it on over to the desk to hear their thoughts on this entire day worth of event here right after this short break.
It's just my, no bother me, just my victory dance here as I got another prediction right. Cloud9 coming through. Don't hate me too much, I'm not much of a dancer. Taking home the chicken dinner. First of all, let's start off by talking about how amazing I am. No, let's not talk about how amazing I am. Let's talk about how amazing Cloud9 are as we take a look at the rankings from that last map. Glitter, take us away and talk about how well Cloud9 did.
To be fair, that was a very, very strong game coming out of Cloud9. First place with the 12 kills overall. Incredible and finished, especially when they've already gotten a win under their belt for the day. So kudos, Jason. But also my pick, Wildcard Gaming, coming in second place with the 9 kills. 2 very, very strong finishes for these teams, and Wildcard specifically really needed that.
Yeah, and one that actually stands out here for me is going to be Team Queso. We've been talking about that team. They had the top fragger. You heard it over and over again. Well, it seems like they finally woke up as they're able to secure there at third place. So I'm pretty sure it's good. It's good to see Team Queso starting to pick it up. They're a slow starting team, and when they do pick it up, oh man, they are a scary team. So it's great to see them there in the third spot. And as we were mentioning, Dream Eaters, I know my boy Hot Jukes had picked Dream Eaters. I almost picked them, but I had to be the Dream Crusher. I just knew they haven't performed in Erangel to what I want them to go ahead and perform. So that the back-to-back chicken dinners didn't end up working out their way. And no surprise here, once again, towards the bottom on the second page, we're seeing Konina Power just being able to secure 1 point. I don't know what happened to them today, but I think, Glitter, this might be one of the worst performances that we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely super unfortunate start of the Super Weekend for Konina Power. However, I'm still holding out hope for them a little bit because we've repeated it a couple times. You've said it, Seven. They have historically so far had really slow or just straight up bad day ones and then come in like an absolute powerhouse in the following. So I'm interested to see what they can do mentally and just generally with their gameplay coming into day 2 and 3 of the Super Weekend.
I mean, let's be realistic about the whole thing, right? It's the first Super Weekend. It's the first day of Super Weekend. Technically, you still have 2 more Super Weekends to come, so it's not that big of a deal if you can't perform necessarily in the first one or even in the first day. There's still a lot of games to be played if you can re-qualify in the later weeks. Let's take a look, though, at our stats for Cloud9 as they took home the last game of the day. 1,700 damage, 12 kills, 6 knockouts, and again, just to point it out another time, Seven, we're seeing teams struggle. I think we talked about Cloud9 and Loops at the top of the show, how they had more knocks than kills, but this time they were hunting.
Yeah, this time, and this is something I actually even mentioned from the get-go. I saw them all 4 in the car, and we even saw just a super weird play over there close to crates, I believe it was. They were just hunting people down. And one play that actually impressed me the most was when Uneven, I believe it was Umbra, one of the players from Umbra, tried to knock Uneven. He wasn't able to. Uneven with 5 HP, knowing that he didn't have any health. Guess what? That man stood up and knocked that other player down. And I think those little plays like that are just such a huge confident booster. But seeing Cloud9 being able to we know that it can be tactical. Let's be honest. We know they can be tactical, but them stealing kills like that is just so impressive.
Yeah, it's great to see them. And let's actually take a look at our top players from that last match as well. We can see Ayala, actually, a name we haven't really said too much coming in from Team Queso. We're seeing Sam. I remember hearing Glitter just say, Sam, as he was able to pick up so many kills. They're coming up big first team, but Beowulf not normally a person I would, in my head, think of one of the big fraggers, but he has been so consistent at doing this, Glitter.
I mean, and you love to see it too, because I think we've kind of been able to comment pretty frequently on, you know, the adders of the group, but really, really nice to see Beowulf coming up here in our top 4 players. I mean, we always see Tensa up here, very, very consistent player across the board. We've been seeing a ton from Sam, but also, like you said, good to see Ayala up here with 700 damage, the most out of anybody up here so far, and we were waiting for Team Queso to kind of show up in that way, 7.
Oh, yeah, and I think from Beowulf, something that I want to go ahead and mention is that is one IGL that we have seen get kills over and over again. So it's good to see him back there. And then with Tensa as well, it's good to see Tensa back in it. We haven't seen him since, I think it's been a while since we've seen him there. So it's good to go ahead and have those players back in the top players. I
think it was like the first day of opening weekend when he was up there getting massive kills for his team. But let's take a look at our do moments from our last match of our first day of our first week of the Super Weekend. And I mean, we're already seeing Team Queso off the bat. Mystic looking for those frags, 7.
Yeah, and I know this was one that kind of crushed the casters' dreams and hopes as Dream Eaters ended up losing a player. And that's that play. The one that just happened to see there from Uneven was one that just impressed me so much. I love seeing when just solo plays come and they're able to perform on a 1v1 scenario. It's, as I mentioned over and over again, it's just such a huge confidence boosters for the player themselves. And then Cloud9, you see Cloud9, even though they were super far away, that other team was super far away, still trying to get this knocks. And then this one we're going to be breaking down in a little bit, was just a huge mashup between Loops Esports, Yala, and I also believe it was Alpha Legends. And meanwhile, we're seeing some of the other plays here from Wildcard, Footballers. I know Footballers has been pretty consistent throughout the whole day. Well, guess what? They were still able to get 6 kills here in this match. And just to know that Footballers so far, they've only had one match where they didn't get any kills, but besides that, they've been averaging more than 6 kills a game. That's impressive, Glitter.
Oh, it's incredibly impressive, and I actually think right there, that as we saw Sam throw that frag, that was the frag that he threw to not only zone off, I believe it was Lutz, the final player on Footballers, but gave him enough time to get a res on his teammate, and it did end up taking out Footballers. I think that was a point when I was screaming Sam and on the back end when we were watching, because it was a very, very clutch frag.
I did have to get some medical attention to clean out the blood in my ears, actually, from that one. But let's take a look at the total damage across that last match. And Cloud9, come on, you topped it for the majority of that match. Please tell me you topped it as well when it came down to the damage. And they did, but barely. To be fair, I want to give credit to Wildcard, Team Queso, Tempo Storm, and Footballers in there. Even towards the end, 7, your pick of Loops, all having some good damage across the board.
And honestly, I know it was my pick, all right, but they were having such a great game. Wait until you see the breakdown of that push. It was just interesting. But Cloud9, 1,700 damage. Shout out to US_GMA. That's the person that got it right from Twitch this pick. 12 kills. I think that's huge. And Wildcard, I think Wildcard really needed this. So far today, they've been able to get a second place before with 10 kills as well, but they need to go ahead and be more consistent. This is one team where consistency lacks out of all the teams that I can think of, but Wildcard can have just so much potential in the future. And then Footballers being able to go ahead and output a lot more damage as well. And as we were mentioning there, Loops Esports being able to secure 7 kills. Everything was going their way until Yala just came and crushed our dreams.
I like how you said our dreams, because you like felt their pain with them, 7.
Yep, everything just shattered.
Well, my dream was a pleasant one with Cloud9 taking the victory. But you talked about before, I'm gonna stop gloating. Like I said, I'm very humble, the most humble person I know. There was a clip you talked about actually coming in with Loops, and you mentioned Alpha Legends. You talked about Yala as well, 7. It was a hectic fight that lasted for what felt like a long time.
It did. It definitely lasted a long time, and the third party in this clip was pretty impressive. You know what? Before we even start this clip, just because I'm gonna be crying in the inside, let me go ahead and put those sad faces. And right here, this is the fight that we're gonna be focusing on. The first fight is gonna be Loops and then Alpha Legends. And you know what? Let me actually rewind a little bit more, because I want to go ahead and notate how far away all the Loops players are. And I think this was actually the main downfall to them. Look how far away those two players are from the main fight that they're about to go ahead and take. And as Federal, actually, you want to go ahead and know that too. Federal is already crushing in on that squad as well. So being that far away definitely hinders your chances, especially when you're going up against 3 players. Luckily for Loops Esports, they are just such an aggressive team. They were able to go ahead and start throwing grenades in there. They are going to end up knocking 1 player down. And something that I actually enjoy Federal doing is you're going to see Federal just rotating back and forth. He's going to he thought about maybe going in there. He's going to throw a grenade. He's going to rotate around and then come back. And you're going to see him rotating just a couple times there. Just trying to figure out which way do I actually end up want to be going. And here we go. That grenade, that was huge. As soon as you see that, by the way, this is the aggression I love from this teams. As soon as you see that, he's gonna go ahead and push in. He doesn't really give a damn anymore. He knows that there's people hurting in there and he wants those extra points, which I was happy to see. But this whole time, you have another team just waiting to see what happens. And you know what, Glitter, I'm gonna go ahead and let you take over this one as Yala is gonna come in and crush my dreams.
I know. You're a little bit too sad to finish it out, so I totally understand. But yeah, we had seen y'all at the very beginning on the outskirts kind of watch this play as it goes down. The second they realize that Loops and Alpha Legends are in a heated battle, y'all takes opportunity to crash in on them. And as they're coming in, you actually can see they're throwing a ton of grenades that end up doing a lot of damage on the outside of the building. I think it was Kowski that was out there for Loops. Yep. And it is just that is like the nail in Loops' coffin at that point, because as soon as they were able to use their utility, they could just finish the fight from there.
For everybody that asked for confetti, there you go, Jason. You got your confetti just because Cloud9 won. That's the last time I'm going to go and do that for you, Jason.
I'm really feeling like production's regretting giving you this tool now with all the confetti being thrown in, and all the basketballs, potatoes. I actually like the potatoes, to be fair.
I love the potatoes.
Right? And I feel like if I was ever playing, you'd be watching over my shoulder giving me the potatoes the entire time, Seven.
Yeah, that's exactly how it will go. You know what? I will bring the potatoes just for you. And for everybody watching at home, we also want to go ahead and entertain you. So if you guys ever want me to go ahead and add any extra, a little bit of fun there on the pretty much on the reviews, let us know. What do you guys want to see? Comment below.
Can we get maybe Jason's face in there smiling whenever he wins? Maybe that can be the new confetti. We have also another head-to-head we wanted to break down for you guys at home here between 2 big players, Carrillo and Ram, coming through. Footballists up against Loops. Look at that damage, and I believe this was just over the course of our I almost want to say today, but that can't be today. That's got to be an average over the 21 matches. If I use my eyes, Jason, I can see it's 21 matches. And Carrillo, again, we talked about him being such a big fragger. Glitter, you've talked about him time and time again, and he's proven to do so.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning of today, you know, he was the top kill leader for both day 1 and day 2 of league play. He was already the MVP coming out of the PMPL. He does not know how to just turn off. He's constantly putting out damage. If you look at his individual numbers, it's something we'll keep pointing out. He has more kills than he has knockouts, but then again, so does Arum. So this is clearly something that we're seeing in the overall high caliber teams and then just the individual high caliber players. There's just so much damage being output to what the rest of the teams on a whole are doing sometimes, that this is an impressive stat across the board, Seven.
And something that I wanted to go ahead and mention there, Carrillo had 13 headshots in comparison to 6 from Roma. That is so impressive, honestly. Yeah, somebody that actually that plays the game a lot, pretty much every single day. I have trouble getting headshots, right? Don't judge me. But that's super impressive right there, considering that these are the top players of the West.
Well, you know what it's time for? It's time for my favorite part of the show to see what the breakdown's going to be, which team is currently in the lead in our first day of the Super Weekend. Let's get the overall rankings on the screen for you guys at home, and Dream Eaters are going to maintain that number 1 spot.
Cloud9 getting close, though. Remember, Cloud9 being able to get the 2 chicken dinners in one day, that is going to be huge for them. And at one point, when they end up seeing B4 in the first place, well, guess what? They're going to have to work a little bit harder to get those chicken dinners if they want to get and end up being up there in the first place. Another team that we definitely need to mention, Wildcard, having that great match there, going 5th place into the next couple of days. That is going to be huge for them. Hopefully, that's one team that we see more out of. I feel like they definitely have the potential. We have seen them win a lot of games before, just from PMPL Americas and here so far as well in the sitting weekend. And I think they got what it takes. And Alpha Legends, I mentioned this over and over again. To me, they are becoming that gatekeeper team, which they're pretty much going to be in 10th place or a 10th to 7th place all the time. So hopefully they are able to adjust their strategy so they can go ahead and get past that, because you don't want to get stuck there.
And now we're jumping onto the second page here, and I think that, you know, we've said it a couple times, one of the biggest surprises here is definitely Konina Power, but I am surprised to also see Unique down here. I'm surprised to see PK down here. You know, we had seen a little bit more out of them when it comes to the league play for this week so far. So hopefully these teams are able to kind of adjust after today and really come in strong into day 2 of our Super Weekend.
And not only that, I want to see Pittsburgh Knights step it up. I also want to see Nova Esports step it up. Konina Power, that's one that we mentioned over again. We kind of sound like a broken record because we said it so many times. They tend to have bad days at the start. Can they switch it up, and can they have that dominance performance that we saw during seeding weekend or even in league play?
What about Uter Killers? This is a team we saw get top 4 in the first 2 matches today, and they slowly let themselves slip over the course of today. Again, we talk about consistency. Maybe they didn't get the most frags, but this team has been struggling where we saw them previously, well, to be fair, struggle in the league play, able to, you know, get through at the bottom of the table into our 16 teams to play in. But I was hoping for a little bit more out of them after the first 2 matches, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, we have to take into consideration, is part of that due to the fact that they were on now Miramar and Sanhok as well? Is that kind of potentially a small factor in their gameplay? Or is it maybe it's an endurance thing? Maybe they had gotten used to having a break in the league play portion with all of the groups and having to play 5 straight games. Are they getting tired? There's so many things that can potentially be a factor, but they definitely did have a very, very strong start for themselves. So hopefully they can make a few tweaks moving into tomorrow and then maybe adjust on those maps where they struggled a little bit.
And I think from there, something I want to go ahead and see more out of Uter Killers is going to go ahead and be their kills. They really don't get that many kills. They can get the placing. We saw earlier them get 3rd place, 3 kills, 4th place, 3 kills, and then they end up getting 16th place, 1 kill, and then 10th place, 1 kill. So they need to step it up on the department of getting kills. We know they can get the placing, but now you need to start finding a way to increase that output on kills, because those are points you are missing out on.
And like we talked about, Glitter, it's that marriage between the two of the placements and the kills coming through. But that's going to wrap up our first day here of the Super Weekend. This has been the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. And it's only been the first day of 3 coming up. So there's 2 more to come up in the next 2 days. We'll be back at 11 a.m. PDT yet again. So we're going to see you guys then. Thanks again to our analysts and, of course, our commentators. And we'll see you tomorrow bright and early.